right, we are switched over. Audio seems good. Everything seems fine. Hey all. I'm having some slight video weirdness, but hopefully that will all work out, and we will be good to go. Good to see you all. For some reason, I am not seeing. Oh, there we go. It's just gonna float in eventually. We'll get that chat visible. Just kind of some weirdness. Hey Ginger, hey McBuffin, Vin, Captain Laser Eyes, Nagi Observer. Good to see you all. Welcome to the first day of OnCon, where we're going to be doing some bunch of panels. It's gonna be real fun. We've got anime streaming over on our Twitch channel, thanks to Nozomi Entertainment, which is really exciting. They've allowed us to stream a bunch of their Nozomi titles legally for free on Twitch, so really cool. Bunch of stuff over there. I believe if you want to catch some Boogie Pop Phantom, you can head on over to twitch.tv/geekarchaeology. From England, awesome. So yeah, today we've got just mostly panels here on the channel, on the live stream. At noon, I'll be doing some cooking, making some cookies. We'll be watching Spriggan over on the SciTube later on this evening, and then doing an analysis of that in the evening. And yeah, and then just a whole bunch of panels from various folks over the course of today. Oh, that's awesome. So I'm gonna get started with my first real panel here. I want to talk about how anime is made and the whole process there. And let's just dive right in. Feel free to ask questions in the chat as we dig in. And like I said, we're just gonna see what we can do. So one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this is because I think there's a lot of confusion around how anime actually gets produced, and especially around the question of digital production. When people hear that, oh yeah, anime is all digital these days, they think that means that all anime is just produced on computers 100% all the way, and it's all like 3D models now. And that's not true. It's not how it's actually made. Computers are very much involved in the process. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through the process of how anime is produced, and I'm going to focus on the process as it was in like the basically in the late 90s, early 2000s, and look at the transition period, and then look at what it's like today, basically. What's been changed in the production process of anime. And this is going to be focused on like the actual, like, you know, mechanical production. So, let's start with kind of why anime gets made, right? Like what, you know, why does somebody invest the cash in making an anime series? What are the drivers behind that? Well, congratulations, you are now working for a Japanese publisher. You got hired to work at, you know, Katakawa Shoten or whatever, Shueisha, any of the big publishers. Congratulations, that's your job now. And you got put as editor on a manga magazine in charge of some title. And so there's some manga title out there that you're now going to be, you know, involved with, and you're now going to do. So you basically go in every week to meet with that manga author, and you meet with them and get their pages for the week and talk over the story they're doing and figure all that out, right? Which is cool. Then the thing is, your job is to ensure that that manga series is successful. So you're talking with that mangaka. There's a whole other discussion about the role of the publisher in the whole process of making manga, but this is about anime, so we'll move on. So you have that relationship going on, and let's say the anime gets the manga gets increasingly successful, and at some point you're like, you know, this is big enough, we can make an anime out of this. So then you're gonna sit down and figure out the next step in that, and how to make an anime. Now, you work for a manga publisher. Your company's made a lot of anime. Your company's been involved in a lot of anime productions because a lot of your manga has been made into anime in the past, right? That's kind of how it works. Large amounts of anime are based on manga or light novels, right? And so those publishers have a lot of relationships. They kind of know how it works. So you're going to go and talk to other people and say, okay, let's make an anime. And so in clear, for full clarity, probably this is a much larger decision that's made by higher ups who says, hey, let's make a manga, or let's make an anime. But point being, the decision is made to make an anime. So you move forward with that, and then you're basically going to do a couple of different things. You're going to start putting feelers out and start talking to other companies to see who's willing to invest money in this potential anime series, right? Are there companies willing to put some cash in or willing to put some resources in to make an anime series? Because when you think about it, you got a bunch of different folks potentially involved. You've got your company, the publisher, who's probably going to front a good chunk of the money. You've got potentially toy manufacturers, right, who you could work with to start off with to say, hey, we have this manga series here, potential toys. Do you want to get in on the ground floor? You can start making these toys immediately. Merch in general. You've got music to do, so you've got potentially a record label to be involved who will produce the soundtracks and can help with all that stuff. You're also probably going to want to figure out if this is going to be a TV anime. Is this going to be like a weekday afternoon kind of TV anime, a late night TV anime? You might want to work with your broadcaster. Again, if you work with a broadcaster a lot, you might want to reach out to them to say, hey, we're going to do this thing. What kind of makes sense for a time slot? Do we want to make something that's more general audience, something that's more niche? And then, so Ike's asking in the chat about One Punch Man going from webcomic to manga to anime. That is a more common path these days, where the publishers are keeping an eye out on what's hot in the online world. And if they see something that's successful, they'll then reach out and say, hey, your thing is cool, we'd like to publish that. And then they'll publish it. And in many cases now, they'll actually say, hey, this thing is cool. We can actually hire somebody to redraw it, especially if the online form doesn't, it's not really formatted for print. We can find somebody to redraw it for official manga publication. So yeah, there's a lot more eyes on those things now. But it just kind of depends on the title and the exact situation. Obviously, every single title is different, so the situation kind of changes from title to title. So yeah, so you're meeting with all those folks, and you also need to find an animation studio, right? Somebody who will actually make the anime. So you're probably going to reach out to, frankly, the anime studios that your publisher has worked with in the past, right? Because again, you're a manga publisher. You've worked with a lot of anime companies in the past, so you're going to reach out to them. But you'll also put feelers out into the industry, right? You'll say, hey, we're thinking of making this thing, and so you're going to start having meetings with anime companies. And so Production IG might sit down with you, or Trigger, or whoever might sit down with you to say, hey, we've heard you're interested in making an anime series out of X. We're interested as well. Here's what we can do. Here's what excites us about this. Here's why we're a good fit, right? And you're going to talk about that and chat back and forth. That's an important step, because you want to make sure that you're choosing the right studio for the project. Some studios specialize in certain types of productions. Some studios are looking for more artistic stuff. Some studios are looking for more kind of workaday anime. And so you want to make sure that that's the right fit. Because if it's not, you can put a lot of money into an anime series that just fizzles and dies, and you got to be right about that. Great question, McPuffin. I am dealing here primarily with the production process for what I think a lot of folks in the industry would call kind of the default process, the process that's kind of the assumed process of manga to TV anime. Things do certainly differ when you're doing a movie or when you're doing direct to DVD anime, which is absolutely a thing. That's an OVA. OVA is direct to DVD. That process is very different, and I'll talk about that once we kind of get through the whole TV process. That's a good thing to bring up. So, and to be clear, basically, the differences are mostly about why you make it and kind of the deals made ahead of time and that kind of stuff. Not so much in like the mechanical process of producing the anime. So once we get into the actual, all that stuff, it'll be the same. So yeah, so you figure all that stuff out and you find your anime studio. Now, here's a big thing to understand that a lot of folks do not understand about anime. The manga publisher is going to basically hire an anime studio to produce the animation. They get paid to produce the animation of the episodes. The anime studio didn't invent the story. The anime studio doesn't own the story. The anime studio has no particular rights to the title. They're basically a contractor, right? They are brought in to draw and make this thing. So like a lot of the conversation I see online is, oh my gosh, Anime Studio X made this show. Why aren't they making more of it? It's not their decision as to whether more is made of it. It's the publisher's decision. It's the rights owner's decision. Anime studios usually don't have any, rights to the story themselves that they are animating. Now, if it's an original anime, that's different, right? Original anime are usually conceived in-house by the anime studio itself, so they have the rights to that. Girls in Panzer is a good example of that, where that is a title invented and made by that studio, for that studio. They own all the rights to Girls in Panzer. So that's an example. Please continue to ask questions in chat. I'm happy to divert as we go and answer some of these things. It's awesome. So, you now form, as a manga publisher and as all these companies that you're working with, a very important thing. I think of all the terms in here, here's one of the ones to remember. There's a thing called a production committee. A production committee is basically an association of people, of companies really, that all get together to make an anime series. If you see, and I'll see if I have a little visual here. Yeah, I do. So let me pop this up real quick. So, if you've ever seen on production materials, there's usually a little like copyright message on the bottom corner of a lot of like posters and production materials. And if you zoom in on that, you'll usually see a couple of different names in there. It's usually like the name of the original author, the name of the publisher, and then the thing on the end is the name of the production committee. So SAO Project is the name of the production committee, this group of companies that all formed a little partnership to make this anime series. So SAO Project is that production committee. They technically own the anime. The exact specificity around, obviously, all that stuff is a little complicated legally, but that's the basic idea, right? So you have that. And then, so you have all that stuff, and the webcomic producer so you have all that stuff, and now you can move forward with the actual conceptualization of the anime. All right, so pieces are in place. Now you start having meetings to figure out what the anime is actually going to be, right? What it's going to look like, basically. And you got a couple different decisions there, right? One thing is visual style, right? What is it going to visually look like? And when you think about that, there are a lot of different directions you could go with that. There's a classic sort of anime style, bright colors. Sword Art Online is a good example. Kind of a fairly classic anime color scheme. That's what you see in the lower left there. But you see like Madoka Magica there. That has a very soft pastel art style to it. And it's very deliberate, right? It is meant to be a cute magical girl series until it's suddenly not. Cowboy Bebop actually has a very distinctive visual style, right? Like, it's a lot of flat colors in Bebop. And that's intentional because it's an action series, And so they wanted something where, the fewer colors, the less time it takes to paint them. And so you have more budget for other things. And there's a lot of things around Bebop that kind of optimizes that show for the ability to churn out a lot more drawings and make it faster. And then Lane is weird. It's these deep purple, these purpley shadows, and this dirty yellows for the light. Again, very distinctive because it's an experimental show. And if you see the term art director or color coordination, that is a role that is the person's job to kind of figure out that visual style. What is it going to look like? Is it going to look bright? Is it going to look dark? All that kind of stuff. Something you have to decide on, right? Is how that's going to work. So that's important. Exactly, Ginger. You got this all red background in there. They basically just did a plain red background for obviously the posters and so forth. But the reason for that is that so you're not looking at the background, right? It's very intentional to kind of pull your focus forward towards Spike. These are all important questions as to how you do things. If you go back and actually watch Cowboy Bebop, you'll notice they're very intentional with that, where often when they're out in the world, it's very detailed. But then when you get like on the ship, a lot of times like the ship backgrounds are not minimalistic, but are de-emphasized, so you're kind of looking at the characters. That's totally a thing. I mentioned Tenchi Muyo. Yeah, Tenchi Muyo focuses a lot on backgrounds, actually. So the backgrounds in Tenchi Muyo are beautiful, very carefully rendered, because Tenchi Muyo is meant to kind of put you in a very specific location, in very specific places. You're supposed to kind of feel like you're there. And it really, really depends. Let's see here. Would anime production committees actually approach the license holders or the other way around, or would license holders just talk about a production company? So the production company the production companies includes the license holder. Good clarification. So this production committee includes the people who actually have the rights to the story. So that's already part of that. That manga publisher that's publishing that thing. It should also be clarified when we're talking about this manga stuff. Often the manga publisher is actually the person who owns the manga, not the author. Depending on the contract, a lot of times the manga is actually pitched by the publisher to the mangaka, to the artist, to say, hey, we want to make a Goofy Ninja series. Will you do that for us? And so the author's the one drawing it, but the publisher's the one really owning it and really driving the story. So a lot of popular manga are like that. A lot of shonen series are pitched by and kind of driven more by the publisher, who will actually like sit down with during those meetings with the mangaka. It's the publisher saying, here's what I think should happen next. The author certainly has the ability to tell the story as well, right? They're also involved, but often that the publisher is really the one with all the rights and all of that. Now, if you are successful, that can change, and it depends on how you got into the industry, so forth and so on. Particularly like your first title, or your first couple of titles are more sort of publisher driven, but it depends. So yes, it does. It does kind of depend on individual projects. So figure out your visual style. You've also got to figure out the story you're going to tell, like how you're going to adapt that into anime, which may seem like an odd thing, but because you have the story right in the manga or whatever you're adapting, but that doesn't necessarily fit 24-minute episodes cleanly. And if you're only going to do like a single core 12, 13 episodes, how much of that story do you adapt? Where do you cut it off? If you adapted it just kind of straight, if you will, you might stop like right in the middle of a story arc. So you got to figure all that stuff out as well. And this is kind of a decision to be made again at this sort of initial planning level, because you don't want to kill that. You don't want to move forward without that figured out, because again, certain characters may not be introduced yet. And so you don't want to kind of move forward with toy companies on stuff for a character that doesn't even show up in your anime series, right? So all that kind of stuff has to be figured out. And yes, absolutely, publishers have switched out mangaka in the past. They've said, nope, you're not doing this anymore. We're switching it out. It's rare these days because that's very unpopular. Fans really dislike when a publisher does that, but it has happened in the past. So yeah, it is certainly a thing. And to that point, you also got to figure out your toys, right? You got to figure out, okay, how are we going to merchandise this? Because when you think about it, a mecha series and a rom-com will be merchandised very differently, right? In a mecha series, you got all the action figures and you want your posability and there may be a lot more involved. So you think about Gundam, for example, you have potentially transformable toys. You want to be able to build out battle sequences. You want something that's very reconfigurable. So you can like pop off pieces. And you, whereas for a rom-com, right, you're probably looking for more sort of general merch, buttons and stickers and pencil cases and all that kind of stuff. And again, a show for kids is going to have more like pencil cases, school supplies, that kind of stuff, the typical lunchbox thing from the past. Whereas a show for adults, you're probably going to focus, or that's for an older audience, you're probably going to focus on different things. So that's fine. And so you got to kind of figure out what is our approach for toys, and then that also again kind of figures out or is involved with the question of what direction you're taking with the anime series, what characters are showing up, what plot points are showing up, and then what's the kind of the tone of the show, right? Like, do you want to do really lighthearted merch if a series takes a really dramatic turn and all that kind of good stuff? So these are all questions kind of, again, get figured out at this point. This is also the point at which the anime studio starts working on their side of things. And so you'll start working on the art, including things like what we call model sheets. So model sheets are initial plans for the characters, what we might call character designs over here in America. These are there to establish the visual look of the characters. Now, again, you may think, well, wait, we have a manga, we know what the characters look like. Well, first off, I'd advise you to, at some point, it's really interesting to go back and look at a manga and look at, like, if you see a panel of a character looking at the viewer, and then flip 100 pages later and look at another panel of the same character looking at the viewer, they may look significantly different. Yes, you have, the author's style may shift a little bit. Mangaka are not necessarily consistent when they're drawing things. It can seem consistent, but there can be an awful lot of differences in things. And so any differences like that, if they worm their way into the animation process, when you have potentially dozens of different animators all drawing the same person, that can make the show look really wonky. So you have to completely nail down the visual style and say, no, this is what this character should look like in this show, no question, period, all the time. So this is for the anime series number 6, just as an example, as kind of fairly typical anime character designs. And you'll notice what they're doing here is they're establishing, first off, what are the kind of standard outfits for the character, right? Like what do they normally wear? As you'll probably notice in anime, you get sort of these standard outfits that characters wear pretty much all the time, because it's a lot cheaper to just design that and just have them wearing that the entire time. It's, by the way, one of the reasons why high school anime are so popular, because characters are wearing their school uniform all the time. And then you also get what the character's facial expressions are, right? Like, what are the character's standard default expressions? And note here, it's not saying, hey, this is what every character looks like happy, what every character looks like sad, what every character looks like when they're angry. It is, what are the representative expressions for those characters? We want to get an idea of that. And yeah, exactly, Ginger. In Naruto, Kishimoto's style actually started to reflect the anime style closer as the manga evolved. And again, that may have been, I don't know, that may have been a decision driven by those conversations with the publisher, where the publisher says, hey, the anime is getting massively, massively popular, and Kishimoto's like, yeah, absolutely, and they're like, hey, what if the manga, and the anime styles were more similar, right? So, you have all those decisions. You also have decisions around how to adapt the visual art to the anime, and figure out that process. So here are some images of manga versus anime for Oh My Goddess or Oh My Goddess. There's a drawing of Belle Dandy you see from the manga on the left, and you look at her ponytail, and I count 21 different lines in that ponytail. Imagine trying to animate that. Every single individual drawing of Belle Dandy, you're drawing 21 different lines just for the ponytail, right? For the TV series, they simplified it down to, and again, I count 7 lines in that ponytail there. That's a great example of where you need to figure out how all that works. Oh yeah, the art in Oh My God, is amazing. So you got to kind of do some figuring of how can we represent this visually in the anime so it looks similar, as close as possible, without, and we're gonna have to sacrifice some detail. How much detail can we simplify while still representing that character, right? Where that's still recognizably Belle Dandy. No one's gonna say who's that, but we don't have to spend hours every day on every single detail. Because with a manga, again, you're drawing a couple of dozen drawings per week, compared with anime where you're drawing, thousands potentially. So you've got to figure out kind of that simplification, that work with the character designs. And so out of that, and you get some back and forth, right? The character design is doing those things, showing them to people are going, yep, I like that, I don't like that, let's change that, all that kind of stuff. And then out of that, you get the model sheet. The kind of finalized model sheet, which says, this is what the character looks like. When this gets finalized, this is SAO, obviously. When this is finalized, this thing will then get passed out to all the anime staff to say, hey, if you're drawing this character, this is what it looks like. Use this as your absolute reference. And this is important because it establishes, okay, the distance from the bottom of the breastplate to the top of the belt buckle is this, right? There should be that gap. The distance from the, bottom of the belt buckle to the bottom of that weird crotch flap thing, right? There's this distance, the kind of the bike shorts underneath. All those sorts of things are kind of nailed down here, so okay, there's this amount of gap here, small gap here, large gap there. All that is kind of nailed down, right? So this is all very important. And while we're doing this during pre-production, there's also some time spent figuring out voice actors and auditioning voice actors. So the process for that, and I find this kind of interesting, is basically typically the anime studio is going to be mostly involved in that because they're the ones, again, producing the anime and assembling all this stuff. So they will actually get, and this is actually shown in Shirobako, they will actually reach out to a voice acting company, voice acting studio, and say, hey, we're making this anime series, send us some resumes. And they'll get a whole stack of resumes. And it's just paper, like little pieces of paper. Right now, maybe digital and PDFs, but still. And so they will flip through those and say, okay, this person has done this stuff. They seem like a good fit for, this character. This person seems like a good fit for this character. And they'll come up with a list of a handful of people that seem reasonable for that thing. And what they're looking for here are a couple different things. They're looking for what roles they've done in the past and whether those roles are similar to the role they're trying to fill. And what that voice actor is willing to do, which may seem weird. When what I mean by that is that some voice actors can sing. Some voice actors are comfortable with public performances and some aren't, right? So if you're doing Love Live, you need a voice actor who can sing. That's pretty darn important, at least for the main cast. And then if you're doing like a really big budget show, you're probably going to be doing big public performances. You probably want, for a Gundam series, your main pilot voice actor to be somebody who's comfortable with public performances, because you're going to be doing, public performances. That the person's going to be expected to come out and do announcements and such like that around the show. So you got to be aware of those things. There is also an aspect of around that of actors' physical appearances. It is unfortunately a reality that if you have a show where you do have the voice actors visible to the public, that is sometimes a factor, is to literally what they look like. And it's unfortunate, but it is a thing that is mentioned in the industry. Anyway, moving on. They'll then bring in some voice actors to start auditioning, and they'll basically take that stack and go back and say, okay, bring those folks in, and they'll spend a day or two with voice actors coming in and trying out a couple of lines. And so they'll have, and often, by the way, what they'll record is essentially like scratch dialogue. They'll just go and find some dialogue or just write some dialogue for the character. They may not even be in the anime. It's just kind of representative dialogue, hey, Nichan, come over here, whatever. And the voice actor will just try a couple of different lines like that character, and you'll see if they fit. Now, there are a lot of stories around the whole process of this, because you may get a voice actor in for the little sister character who doesn't fit the little sister, but you realize their voice really fits this other girl character that shows up later, right? And just hearing that voice will kind of key you off to those things. So you don't necessarily have to get the person that you're auditioning for, but those stories are fairly rare of getting somebody else, right? So you kind of want to nail that if possible. But yeah, the idea is you got a bunch of voice actors coming in, trying different characters, trying to do things. There's a story from original Gundam when a couple of voice actors came in to voice for Amuro, and one guy was just very serious about it, and he kind of nailed his Amuro audition. And another guy came in who was just kind of not really paying much attention. Like he's okay, I'll do the thing, I'll audition, whatever. And he auditioned for Amuro and just was terrible, and didn't seem to care. And then, as he was leaving, had a little conversation with the first voice actor who ended up getting Amuro. Who talked a bit about the story and how excited he was, and about this rivalry between Amuro and this character named Char. And the other voice actor said, went back, read the script, basically ran back into the studio and said, I have to audition for Char. I have to audition for this antagonist character. And he did, and he nailed it, and that's how we got the voice actors for those two characters. Is a character basically screwing up or is not getting one audition, but realizing, oh my gosh, this other character is like perfect for me. I want to do that thing. Anyway, this is all part of that process. And so hopefully, again, as you're figuring out the character designs, as you're working out all these other kind of pre-production details, you're getting your voice cast nailed down. And by the way, one of the reasons why you want this nailed down fairly early is because you're going to announce this, right? Anyone who's ever been on ANN knows that one of the ways that you promote anime is that you announce, okay, this anime is coming out, and voice actor X is going to be playing character Y, right? And this person's playing this person. Because it gets people hyped up that, oh my gosh, this voice actor I loved is voicing this character. So you want to nail those things down early so you can announce that, well before the anime airs. There's also the point at which you start diving into music and what the music is. So the important thing here about music is that you want your composer involved early so that you can establish the musical tone of the show. Later on today, we'll be having a panel about the music of Cowboy Bebop, actually, and Yoko Kanno, and how Yoko Kanno actually prefers to be involved in anime series so early that, like, if it's an original production, like, character names aren't even nailed down yet. She likes to get involved, like, really at the first initial steps. Then she'll go off and compose music and start feeding music to the staff. So the staff kind of has music to animate to, basically. So you'll have a whole bunch of music already kind of informing the overall feel and tone of the show. That's kind of an ideal state for Yoko Kanno. Obviously, you can't always do that. You don't always have that luxury. But that's important. When Yuki Kajiura was working on Dot Hack Sign, which was one of the very first Trapped in an MMO anime series back in, I think, 1999 was Dot Hack Sign. She said, she asked the staff, so we have anime set in a MMO fantasy world that's also a video game. Do you want a kind of standard anime soundtrack? Do you want a like Celtic fantastical fantasy soundtrack, or do you want like a video game-esque soundtrack, like a Final Fantasy soundtrack, right? Obviously, Final Fantasy is fantastical, but do you want something that sounds more like a video game? Do you want the battle music to sound like video game battle music? Those are all legitimate directions to take that the staff has to kind of figure out. What how do we want this to feel musically, right? So those are all things to think about. Okay, so then you start working on the actual like production of the anime itself. So you have all these kind of things nailed down. You start thinking about that, and so you're gonna start working on like the script, right? Like the actual story of that. Now this is important because it's a little bit different. Anime generally they don't write scripts the same way we do here in the sense of like a screenplay. The script is usually more a guide. It's more, here's the plot of the episode. Because the anime is going to be driven more by the visuals and by like what things happen in what order. And you already have, again, if you're adapting a manga, you have the manga to kind of refer to see, okay, this is what's going to happen. But the script is basically saying, more or less, and it will describe it, but more or less, episode 1 is going to adapt, pages 1 through 128 or whatever of the original manga. Actually, it's probably going to adapt a volume or two, but anyway, you get the idea. It's going to say, here's kind of what we're doing, but also like we're not doing this scene yet because we're going to save that for episode 2, or we're going to pull this thing from later on a little bit further, just to kind of, again, massaging that story so it fits into 22, 24 episode anime episodes, and how that story is going to evolve. Do we reference stuff that comes later? Do we not? How do we rearrange that? So there's usually a scriptwriter who's involved in that, but again, it's more just kind of an outline than a specific line of dialogue description. Here's every single line of dialogue exactly. Because then what is actually built is what's called a timing sheet. A timing sheet is the central Bible for production of an anime series. I don't actually own any timing sheets. I'd love to. But a timing sheet is basically, this is where you lay out exactly what happens in the anime series. So you have a bunch of columns. The first column is the number of the cut or the shot. So shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4. Next to that are sketches of what's happening in that shot. So these are just like rough sketches of these characters. Next to that is a description of what happens in that shot, in case it's not clear from the sketch. Next to that is the line of dialogue that's being spoken in that shot, if appropriate. And then next to that is the elapsed time, basically. At what time point in the anime episode does this shot occur? And that should just be kind of, increasing as you're flipping through these timing sheets. So for every episode, you'll have these timing sheets. For some productions, these are done by the director. Typically, the director is kind of the classic person involved, but sometimes they'll have somebody else do the actual timing sheets. The director may not be able to draw, so they may have to rely on somebody else to actually do that. But that's it's part of the production is figuring out who's going to actually do this step. But again, classically, kind of the director is the one responsible. And this is what's nailing down all that stuff. So a few things to note. You have your lines of dialogue here to kind of figure out how this goes. The running time is really, really critical. Because when you broadcast your anime, you have a slot that is exactly, let's say, 24 minutes long. It's not 23 and a half minutes long, it's not 24 and a half minutes long. If you have 25 minutes worth of content, they're going to cut off that last minute of content because they have commercials to run, they have another show to get to. If any of you have seen broadcast television recently, you know that they kind of jump straight from the previous show into the next show so that you're not, you don't switch away from the channel. So you really have to be aware there. So you have to be very attentive to your running time. And similarly, if you're short, that's bad because what do they do during that time? They'll just run more commercials. But it looks, it's not a great look for your show if you're coming in and not using your entire time slot. Have you ever been watching anime, especially like a shonen action anime, where you see a bunch of great plot in the episode, and then at the end, you cut back to like the villain's lair, where somebody gives a report on what the good guys did, and the bad guy goes, "Oh, darn it, they beat us again. We'll get them next time. Ha! We have something else planned, right?" And you're like, that's nice, but that didn't really tell me anything. Like, I know who the villains are. I know they have plans. I know they got defeated. Why did you do that? Often that is there because their running time was short. Because they had, they did their timing sheets and they ended up at 22 and a half minutes instead of 24, and so they padded it out with a scene with the villains. Now, in fairness, those scenes specifically have become kind of a trope, so sometimes they do that just for the fun of it, if you will. But often if you see kind of random stuff at the end of an episode, that's why. Because you got to pad that out to fill out your running time. So all this gets thrown into a book, basically literally printed out into a book and passed around. And that becomes kind of how that works. That becomes the Bible for the show. Everyone is going to use that as a reference when they're making their shots, because you need to know what's going on. And this is important because when you're working on your shot, you need to know how important your shot is. As an animator, you're thinking like, I want my shot to be the most amazing shot ever, but your shot may be this brief thing that's flashing by on the screen. If everyone feels like it's the biggest thing in the world, if every shot feels like the biggest thing in the world, people will be exhausted. Your viewers can't tell what's important and what isn't important. Brad Bird talked about that on Ratatouille, that a lot of the animators at Pixar was on this, was at this meteoric rise point in its career, and the animators had this feeling that, all of their shots had to look and feel fantastic. And he said, you can't do that in a movie. You have to have shots that look good, that are technically high quality, but that don't blow the audience away, because you need rests, right? You need times when not a lot of stuff is happening, when the audience can just kind of look at what's going on and kind of absorb, but it's not blowing them away the entire time. So all this is important. Anyway, this sort of production Bible, if you will, is given to an animation runner. Not an animation runner, production assistant. Production assistants are a central part of the production process. They are basically responsible for the production of an individual episode. Now, their responsibilities, again, change from studio to studio, but kind of classically, when you think about an anime series, you've got all this work to do, all of these shots to animate. Who decides what shots are being animated by whom? In some productions, it's literally the director. The director will have a weekly meeting with all the animators and will assign which shots are being done by which person. But that's a lot of work. And moreover, there's often a lot of checking back up on those things. How, when those shots are done, who collects them, who checks off that they're collected, all that kind of stuff. The director's not going to be involved in all of those sort of minutiae administrative stuff. So you have a production assistant who is responsible for episode 1. They're the one who makes sure that all of the animators who work on episode 1 are aware of what shots they're animating, that they're working on those things, and that they get them done in time, and then collects all of that, and we'll get to exactly how that works, and gets that done. So the production assistant is really, really, really central. And so they're starting to get involved in this process now of deciding who works on what. You also start working on what we call layout, or genga. Basically, senior artists, senior animators will start doing drawings of the major scenes to kind of nail down exactly what those things are going to look like. Again, those sketches in the timing sheets are usually not really enough to figure out, okay, exactly what the character's facial expression might be, right? Or how dramatic this shot's going to be. So you have this layout to figure that out. And this is, again, a senior artist kind of nailing down all that kind of stuff. Now, to be clear, if you're making a movie, you're going to do tons of layout. If you're producing another episode of One Piece every week, you're not going to do a lot of layout, right? You can kind of trust your animators to lay that out, to draw that out in a way that kind of makes sense. You don't need to kind of get every single detail of that right. You're going to pay attention to it, but you don't need this level of specificity on what each shot is going to look like. So again, depends on the process, depends on your budget, all that kind of stuff. This is something that you're doing as much as possible to nail all these things down. And then your artists start working on the actual animation as you're laying out who does what. And so, exactly. And you see this in manga as well, exactly pointing out in the chat, that, sometimes manga artists put a lot of effort into one panel and not so much into the other panel. It just happens. Now, I mentioned you're kind of choosing what animators are working on what. This is an important point because here's the thing. You may have animators who are really good at certain things. Some animators are like really skilled at certain types of animation or certain kind of drawing. And so you want them to specialize, potentially. This is actually a thing that became really big in the particularly in the 80s, but then into the 90s as well. Is when you see this really formalize, is that otaku became familiar with specific animators' styles. So otaku watching an anime series that was complete could pick out which shots were drawn by which animators. They could recognize that. And so that actually became kind of a selling point for anime. You would actually hire animators and then have them do shots so that the audience could go, oh my gosh, they got this person to do that shot. That's really, really cool. Good on them, right? So that became, really very much a feature. And so when you're in this process of figuring out who's going to draw what, you really want to look at that stuff. So as an example, my sort of canonical example of this is a guy named Norio Matsumoto. He is famous for being very much aware of the three-dimensionality of characters. And so if you look his stuff, feel free to look up MADs or AMVs of Norio Matsumoto on YouTube. And he became well known in the 90s, particularly for his ability to do things. So in that upper left shot of the hand, it's a shot from Tenchi Forever, one of the Tenchi Muyo films, where a woman is running her hands over somebody else's body, and he puts all sorts of attention on how, that hand moves across the flesh and sort of pushes in, because on your arm, if you have your hand on something and you're and she's not like pressing hard, but there's a certain amount of deformation there, right? And as you move across muscles and things, that shifts as you're moving across that. And be aware, again, there's basically no shadows in this. It is just individual lines that Matsumoto had to draw, but be aware of all of the musculature and the bone underneath. That is the level of detail this person is aware of. And so Matsumoto can understand the three-dimensionality of a human body. And so he got hired on Naruto to do a lot of their action sequences. So if you've ever seen a shot in Naruto where especially like the camera's spinning around and somebody's grabbing somebody and throwing them, and there's a lot of three-dimensionality to the shot, of where you can see a character like spinning around, that's usually a Matsumoto shot. He also worked on Anohana, which you may think, well, there's not a lot of action, not a lot of that stuff, but he was able to do a lot of shots where characters are interacting, where one character walks through a shot, somebody looks up at them, looks back down at this person looks down at this, looks away at this, and all of that visual stuff he was very much able to be aware of, even though it's not like characters physically interacting. He's, he has all those eye lines meeting, right? And folks are aware of each other bodily. And yeah, that is very much, and again, everyone who's seen Naruto knows those shots I'm thinking of. That is Matsumoto through and through. They literally hired Matsumoto to make that episode look that way. So yeah, that's why you're aware of your animators and what they can do, what they want to specialize in. Shirobako brings up, for example, animals. Not everyone can animate a galloping horse well. That's not something that comes up in anime a lot. So if you have a galloping horse in your anime, you may have to find somebody who can do that, right? instead of finding somebody to say, okay, you got to study horses for the next 3 months. So yeah. Then you've got your backgrounds. So you're gonna also start working on your backgrounds again. You have your timing sheet that shows you all those shots and how they're laid out. You can now, your background artist can now say, okay, I can draw this one background, which we can then use for all these various shots, or for, I think you have a conversation scene where you're cutting back and forth between two characters, and so you might be able to draw one background where, even though the shots of that person are from slightly different angles, you can still use basically the same background, just move it around slightly behind them to get across that idea of you're looking at a slightly different spot. So the background artists are using that timing sheet to figure out how many backgrounds they need to draw, how many backgrounds they need to paint, all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so that's the idea. Now you start moving into key animation, where you're actually going to be drawing stuff. So you've got all of your animators working on animation, and they start drawing their shots. And the process here is very typical for, if you ever heard of how 2D animation works, you start off with a sketch, you sketch your character, and you're going to sketch a couple of different sketches of that character for the main movements in that shot. So if I've got a character going like this, then I'm going to draw the first drawing in that, the last drawing in that, and maybe here, here, and here, right? You're kind of figuring out what are the most important moments in that really represent the motion of that shot. You don't need to get every single drawing done at the beginning. You just need those representative drawings. Those are called the key drawings because they are key to the visual representation of the shot. Fair enough. Typically, yet then, you will clean up that drawing, clean up those drawings, and ink them. And you'll get something that looks kind of like this. So this is a version that has been colored for animation. So somebody's gone in with pencil, a colored pencil, to figure out exactly where the shadows are. That's an idea. That is a sketch for a moment in that from an anime, as it turns out, called Key the Metal Idol. Or you might have something like this, right? So there's Kagura Sakura, and apologies for the reflections there. And so you have her doing her thing, and again you have the coloration so you know what's going on. But there's your key drawing. And by the way, we know it's a key drawing because it says up there A1. So it's the first drawing in the sequence. So there is Sakura just coming into, I believe, her classroom. Could be the music room. And that's the idea. And then what happens next depends in the animation process. In classic Disney-style animation, these would then get passed on to an in-betweener. Another animator who then does all the stuff between the key animation, right? Again, the key animator doesn't need to do all the in-between stuff. You can hire somebody else to figure out all the stuff that goes in between all of those keyframes, and they can kind of interpolate. They'll probably go back to the key animator to say if I got it right, but that key animator is so good, you don't want them wasting their time or spending their time on all of the in-betweens. You can hire somebody else to do the in-between stuff who is potentially less skilled, right? That is really important. That is how it's done in Disney. In anime, it can be a little different. And now, I mentioned we're going to talk about kind of the difference between traditional and the new digital process. Even today, most animators still draw pencil and paper. Their characters are still done this way. And they'll draw it. Some folks are doing it on tablet now, because that's just often convenient, right? You don't have paper laying everywhere. But honestly, most animators in the industry now got their start on paper and pencil. There is no advantage to them to transition to digitally, right? They can do all of these things really well on pencil and paper. Yeah, they could figure out how to do it on digital, but this is their job, and retraining themselves to do digitally doesn't give them any advantage professionally. They then have to, again, kind of refigure everything. So it doesn't really make sense for them. So still, again, I would say more than 50% of key animation is still done paper and pencil through that kind of cleanup phase. Then that gets handed off to an in-betweener. Now, in anime, this is usually not done in-house. Tweening is not done in-house. This drawing is then scanned into a computer, and it wouldn't have been colored yet, potentially. It may have been. This is scanned into a computer, and then those files are uploaded to a server where they're downloaded at a company in Korea or the Philippines or Vietnam that subcontracts out, and that company does all the in-betweens. So there's an East Asian animation studio that does all the tweens for all the key animation. They get all the files. Their folks do all that kind of stuff, and they do all the tweens. Upload those to that server, and then the Japanese animation studio download all the tweens and pull those all in there. Very little tweening is ever done in house anymore in anime, and that changed again. Kind of by the early 2000s, all that stuff had been shifted outside of the animation studio. So that basically the anime studio is only, in terms of animation staff, it's really just key animators working there. And even there, the key animator may not be working like physically in studio. They may work at home with the animation studio as kind of a base where they'll come in occasionally for meetings and such. But they can just work out of their homes to draw, right? You don't need to be in the office to draw. It kind of depends on the company and so forth. Now, that's not always the case, because remember what I said before about how otaku could actually tell when a shot was done by a particular animator? When that became a thing, and when people were looking for that, and when production companies started actually like featuring this, they realized there was advantage to letting that key animator have free reign. So there are certain shots in anime where the key animator draws everything, and they're responsible for every single shot in that. I'm sorry, they're responsible for every single frame in that animation. This is often called sakuga by animation fans. The term has kind of evolved over time, and not everyone uses it for that particular thing. But the idea is you have some shots, and you can often tell a shot that's like really butter smooth, a shot where there's just a lot of attention paid to detail. That's usually where they have told that key animator, you are doing every single line in this shot, and you're going to be doing all of it all the way through. If you search on Google or on YouTube for sakuga, you will find MADs that have been made featuring these shots, where it is just that animator doing that thing all the way through, and it's really, really cool. Worth looking at. So again, most shots are divided between the key animator doing them, and then a bunch of folks out in Korea finishing it out. But then sometimes you have these kind of sakuga shots, all done by one person. But this is still at the line art stage, right? We're still just working at line art. So once all this is done, you're going to have 10, 15, 20 drawings maybe in your shot, which then get passed off to a person called an animation director. There's another person on the staff, and they're there basically to make sure that the art doesn't suck. The animation director may get involved earlier, but when I say that, I mean the animation director is there ideally to fix problems like this, there to make sure that the drawings are on model, that the characters look like they are supposed to look like, that you don't have animation mistakes. Like, again, that gap is way too small or way too big. They're looking for all those problems. And so the animation director is essentially checking all the drawings to make sure they're all right. That's an important thing. So quick side note, I ran through a few numbers based on a conversation with some animators to get some rough numbers on how much is actually made. So as you can see here, as very broad averages, an individual episode of TV anime will have about 300 shots in it, 300 cuts. There'll be about 3,000 unique drawings, i.e., individual drawings on screen. 1 second. Just going through to make sure. Okay, we need to go back to that. Which means roughly 2 drawings per second, which is the weird thing about anime, is that people think it's cheap, and it is inexpensively made. But they think the animation is bad because there are so few drawings per average, and it's because we all know, anime condenses animation. Right? You have really awesome animation for some scenes, and other scenes you just don't have much movement at all, and that's fine because they don't need that. They spent about 4 weeks on script writing, so basically that's all of the pre-production processes. But basically you'll hand off the manga, if you will, to the story writer, and then 4 weeks later they'll come back with that sort of plot synopsis of what's gonna happen. And then they will animate 24 minutes of 20 and a half minutes of animation in 3 weeks, which to me sounds crazy. But that's the budget you have. So in case you're curious, that means you typically have basically 3 sub-teams working on an anime series at any one time. So you'll have one team working on episode 1, another team starts working on episode 2, another team starts working on episode 3. Once team 1 finishes episode 1, they start working on episode 4, and then the first team finishes episode 2, starts working on episode 5, and you're cycling through them all that way to get it all done. So that's typically how that works. And it will take about 2 months to go from initial, okay, we're ready to figure out the plot, to 24 minutes of animation shows up at the studio. So again, just for sort of general numbers. Okay, so you have these drawings now, and again, generally speaking, at this point in the modern world, these things are digital. These are all now digital files, images, transparencies with the drawings on them. Okay, let me move that out of the way. And so you have, again, a drawing maybe like this, for example, of your character. Next step is to paint it. Until the 90s, what you would do is you would take that drawing, you would photocopy it onto acetate, onto clear plastic, and you would color it. Literally with paint. So that drawing is now literally photocopied onto the cell, what it's called. So there's nothing to be done there. You just now take paints and just paint in all of those things. Now you have to be careful about that. I'm going to try to show you the back of that cell. And you can see you have to be very aware, and this is kind of sticking and I don't want to rip it off and pull some paint off. But you can see you have to be very careful about the order in which you paint things. Because you want to paint things like, for example, the eyes before you paint the eyeballs, before you paint the face, because those eyeballs are up front. So anything on the front you paint first. Or I'm sorry, anything on the front, yeah, you paint first, because then you're layering behind that to get all the other bits, because you're basically painting on the back. Right, so you take that, you paint on the back in multiple layers to get all the stuff in the actual cell. Okay. And so that's really important for things like that. And so you have these things where you take, and again, I don't know if I have, no, that's kind of stuck. So this is what you're doing with that cell, is that this is, again, a transparency, and then you are painting it. Now, here's a great example where you notice up here at the top how they haven't painted the entire cell. Right? They photocopied that, potentially, but they didn't paint the entire thing. And the reason is, when they drew it, they drew the entire character. But the entire character fills more than the actual screen would show. You're only going to see some subset of this on screen. And they were aware of that. And they said, we don't want to waste paint and time painting all this stuff that doesn't show up on camera. So we're just going to paint the stuff that actually shows up on camera, which is this much, right? So you got to be aware of that. Is sometimes the person who did it originally didn't necessarily do it quote unquote right, or did a little bit of extra work. So that's a thing there. Now, it should be pointed out, you don't always necessarily have a one-to-one correspondence of cell to shot, because sometimes there's a lot of stuff going on in that shot. 1 second. So here's another cell from that same anime series, and this is actually 2 cells. So there's one cell for the foreground character and a different cell for the 2 background characters. And again, I don't want to rip this off because then we're going to rip paint off. And the reason is, this character talks and these characters talk at different times, right? So you want to paint, or you want to draw this character separately from this character so you can have this cell there while these cells are swapped in and out, and then have this cell there while this cell is swapped in and out for that character's movement. Okay? So you'll have multiple things, and you might be able to see up here, you have actually 3 cells. I take that back. 1 for each character. So that one says, was it F5? That might mean, supposed to mean a 5. I'm not sure. It's, yeah, 5. So that is F5. Boy, it's hard to see. F5, it's like C5 and B5 for each of those. To make it clear to the animators, and what that means, so A, B, C, D, E, F are layers, and then the numbers are the number of the drawing in the sequence. So this is the 5th, so B5 means layer 2, 5th drawing in the shot. So there were 4 drawings before this one, and this is on the 2nd layer. That's the idea there. Right, so these are all things you have to be aware of. What kind of painters are used? There were a variety of industry paints used. They varied by studio. I'm actually not aware of like brand names or so forth. As I understand it, obviously in the early days they just grabbed paints. Like in the 60s, like go down to the paint store. Not quite like that, but it was it wasn't very carefully figured out. But I know that like by the 90s there were like specific formulations done for the anime industry where they would go out and find particular things. They had brands they liked, and there were companies that were making like paints for the anime industry. So yeah, and yes, absolutely, that is how that would work. So you have all that stuff painted, and then literally what you would do. Let me see if I can find an actual one here. I have here somewhere. 1 moment, please. There we go. Gotta be careful there. So here's a drawing from a cell from Brain Powered, and as you can see, there's nothing behind it. So once you have all your cells painted, you go to an animation rig where you have a camera suspended over basically a table that has little pegs in it. And you'll have noticed on each of these that there are these holes at the top. These are standardized animation peg holes. And these will be on your animator's table so they can lay down all their sheets and draw on those and be consistent. And so each sheet is in exactly the same spot so they know that they're, all of their drawings will line up. And then this table will have these pegs in it as well. And the cells have those pegs in it as well. And so if you have your table, you then take, do I have an example of a, one second. I'm going through my cell collection here. Some of these came with kind of quasi backgrounds, or like examples of backgrounds. And so sometimes it's just, they photocopied a background, but so you could put something on there. I don't think I have one, so we're gonna have to pretend. So yeah, so let's grab something. Yeah, the patients are quiet. All right. So let's pretend that this copy of the D&D Dungeon Master's Guide is your background, right, for your anime. And so this goes on the table with the camera over it, the film camera over it. And then you take the first drawing in your sequence and you lay it over top of that, right? And you put it on those pegs. Boom. And so now you have your characters on the background. And again, this might be some fantasy land. This might be a path they're on. So you have your background painting. They're pegged on that. Then you go up to your film camera and you film for 2 frames, right? Out of your 30 frames per second or 24 frames per second for TV. 24 typically. And then you pop this off. You take the next drawing in the sequence, put it on there, and you film another 2 frames. And you pop it off, you put the next one on, and you film another 2 frames. And then you get all the way through the shot. You take this background off, put the next background on, put the next cell on, expose that. Now, for anime, as we all know, you will hold on shots for a while. So you're going to have that, again, that timing sheet that tells you, okay, this drawing, we're going to hold on for, in this drawing, everybody's looking in shocked reaction to Goku's attack. And so we're just going to hold on for like 2 seconds, right? And you can just do that, just hold off. So you're not doing it for 2 frames for every single drawing, but for any sort of long-running thing, yeah. You've got potentially, again, for anime, you're drawing at most on 2s, sometimes on 3s or 4s. 2s, actually, I mean, even 2s, like that's Disney quality. So it's more like 3s or 4s. So you're potentially doing that 8 times for every second of animation. And you've got, again, like 22 minutes worth of stuff to do. And that's what you do with cells. Now, this is what changed in the 90s. Is that, again, those original sketches would get scanned into a computer. Someone would pull up Photoshop and color in all that on Photoshop, right? And so you now have a transparent, basically a ping, or a GIF, really a ping, all the transparency and then the colored thing, so you have a digital version of one of these. And then in software, you can just go in, again, put the background layer, put the foreground layer, render that out, and do it all digitally. And this is why digital took over in animation. A lot of people complained when digital coloring came in because it changed what anime looked like. They were like, why do they do that? Why don't they just go back to cells? That's why what you just saw, the amount of physical labor involved was insane for cells. It's really, really time consuming and it's really boring and it's easy to make mistakes. It's so easy to grab shot, cell 4 instead of cell 3 and then be out of sequence. It's not hard to get, I'm going to see if I have. Oh, is it on here? I found a little moment in an anime. I don't think I still have it. Was it? Let me just see real quick. It's an episode of Anne of Green Gables from 1979, which is amazing. This might be it. Just looking to see if this is it. Nope, this isn't it. Shoot. basically, it's a moment when these characters are all. I'm almost out of time. And so you have this problem that you see a bunch of kids walking down the aisle in their schoolhouse, and they're walking down, and one of the girls has brown hair for most of the frames, and then suddenly her hair turns blonde, and then back to brown. Brown hair, blonde, brown, blonde, brown, blonde, brown, blonde, brown. And you realize, oh, whoever was painting the cells got her hair color wrong on cell number 3, right? And nobody noticed because it's 5 different kids and you got all these different colors going on. And when you're just looking at the cell, it seems fine. It's not until you actually put them in sequence. And then what probably happened is they went to put those all on the pegs and film it, realized they got the color wrong, and were like, well, we can't just put everything on hold to go out and change that. Because again, once the paint's on, that's a layer of paint on there that may be in front of other layers. You can't just remove that layer of paint. You may have to like scrape off a whole bunch of it to repaint all the layers in there because the hair is actually like behind other things. So like, let it go. Just put it in there. We don't have time to fix it, right? Lots of error-prone stuff there. So now digital stuff is all done. So now all the stuff's done on the computer. It's all done digitally. And so all that's composited, filmed, again, done using any number of animation things. A company called Toy has a system called Retos Pro. I can actually show you a screenshot of Retos Pro, which is their compositing software, which is basically built for the anime industry for compositing anime. So you load in all of your cells down here, basically, right? So that lower left, the number 4, those are all the cells in your sequence. You load in your background, you lay out kind of where everything is in the sequence. Again, in number 5, it's showing how the background is actually moving behind the character. So you can kind of lay things out so the background's moving at a certain speed, all that kind of stuff. And you can get all that stuff kind of figured out within the software, and it will build out and basically render out an MP4, effectively. It basically renders out a whole video. So again, that is all done digitally, and this is where you get your CGI done. Your CGI artist will build your CGI. Your special effects artist will draw or make the special effects. Those get layered in, and this is all built out. And then from there you move on to post-production, where you get your voice actors in, right? They record their lines, those get added in, your music gets added in, all that good stuff. And at the end you have a full episode of anime. Now, again, folks say all anime is digital now. True, in the sense that computers are now used in many different steps of anime. There's also a recent thing of using CGI for what's called previs, where you will put characters into a 3D environment and literally just basically skeletons or just simple 3D models, and you will move them around in a shot and animate them very simply and move the camera around and use that to figure out what the shot's going to look like, and you may render those out and use those as reference. Now, generally speaking, you will then hand those off to the animators. The animators will still, again, draw 2D those characters. They might, basically have up on their screen, okay, here's what I'm drawing, and draw with that as a basis, but they're not what's called, I'm forgetting the term now, rotoscoping, where you just take like a film and you just draw lines over the film and draw your character over top of literally what's on the screen. They're not doing that. They're using that as basis. So they'll use the same basic pose, but they're still using their skills to make that happen. Granted, there are also anime series where the characters are literally 3D models, and they're doing that. The Magnificent Kotokuya, I think, is an anime series recently where half the characters are 3D models, half the characters are 2D animation. So it does happen in some things, but most anime is still fundamentally, again, 2D drawings that are then pushed into a digital pipeline for processing. That's kind of the difference there. Yes, it does look visually different, and definitely, absolutely, this has a different visual aesthetic than digital coloring. And again, that's totally understandable. That is a thing that happens. It's totally reasonable and fine to not like a difference in visuals. But it happened for very understandable economic reasons. and there's just no way, unfortunately, we're going to go back to this anytime soon, just because of the time and effort involved. That is unfortunate. But yes, that is a basic process all the way through on that. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to show you some clips from thanks to Ginger Gaden in the chat, who provided us with some clips from her YouTube channel that I'm going to be showing back and forth between panels, because coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to have a panel on the music of Cowboy Bebop. But that is it for this around how anime is made. Hope you all found that useful. And that is how that all works. And again, to be clear cut on Laser Eyes, it's still cell animation, technically. Well, it's not cell animation, I guess. It's 2D animation. It's not cell animation. That's fair. It's not cell animation. Yeah, here's the thing. If you want to pay for this, go for it. Because this makes anime massively more expensive than it is now. So that's the problem. But yeah, I love the look of old cell animation as well. I adore it. But also just economically, gotta recognize that that's a tough sell these days. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with that great panel by Unagi Observer on the music of Cowboy Bebop and history of Yoko Kanno. And and as Ginger says, we have lots of old cell animation to go back and watch. So if you love that stuff, good news, you have got a cornucopia to watch. So we will switch over to that, and we'll be back in about 7 minutes with that panel. See you then.
Which is basically a big festival and celebration to welcome spring, welcome in the beautiful cherry blossoms around me. So I think I'm going to go and see what kind of food is going on over here. There's lots of different booths and stands put up for that. So let's go see what we can find. So we found some pretty good food. Yakisoba for Alan. And then I got a hot dog thing wrapped in something. And then some french fries too. Is it yummy?
It is good.
Oh, yum. Good, good. Alright, here's my little hot dog thing. I don't know what's on it, but we're gonna try it. Whoa. It's like a, I don't know.
It's like a funnel cake or something, or?
Yeah. But it tastes like unsweet funnel cake. Like,
Without the powdered sugar.
like the bread is kind of chewy. It's good, I like it.
Nice.
So the cool thing about the French fries is that you can pick from like 8 different seasonings, and I didn't know what most of the seasonings were, so I just went with the bacon and pepper one. All right, here we go. They do taste like bacon and pepper. They're really good. I like them a lot.
Nice.
So now we're probably gonna get ice cream. We have strawberry, chocolate, black sesame, which is different, vanilla, sakura mochi, and matcha, which all look really, really good. Oh, sold out. Do you want to do matcha? They're sold out of the sakura mochi. So now I'm gonna get a chocolate banana. Take it over here and see. I've never had a chocolate covered banana before. But look how beautiful that is. It looks so cute. They also have pink ones and blue ones. This is so good. I love it. Oh my god. I love this. Alright, try a bite of it. Yeah, it's great.
That is good.
Isn't it yummy? Oh, it's yummy.
Just rubbing the butter on. This is good roasted corn.
Here we go.
Careful, it's hot.
Ooh, it's yummy. It's kind of sweet. So we didn't end up actually going back to the Montessori like we wanted to. It's just been so cold and rainy and windy. As you can kind of see, it's just been on and off stormy. So we didn't really get the chance to go back when the weather was nicer. But what we did decide to do on that day, after we were done eating, was climb a mountain. Okay, so the town over, one of the towns over in my region is called Fukuoka, and they are pretty well known for their giant mountain with a great view. And if I look outside my window, you see that statue? It's like a Buddhist statue. Yeah, we climbed that mountain up there to go view that, and then it gives a really, really pretty view of our home. We went to Fukuoka Castle Park, which is just this beautiful area and beautiful climb full of cherry blossoms, and when you get to the top you can just see like tons of buildings in the town, and it's just so pretty when the sun is setting. So I'll put in some video of that at the end, so stay tuned. Also, if you've been watching and enjoying my videos, don't forget to hit subscribe, and I will catch you guys later. See ya! Something different from what I knew.
Hi there, my name is Steve Gerhardt, and welcome to my panel. What is my panel? My panel is the music of Cowboy Bebop. Now, there is a ton of music attached to that anime and movie and video game and sundry other items. So there's probably about 3.5 hours plus of music and stuff that is directly involved with Cowboy Bebop. So we're not going to talk about all of that. We're going to talk about a portion of it in particular, the iconic stuff. The stuff off of Cowboy Bebop OST 1, the first, what we consider the first Cowboy Bebop album. So this is the stuff that has the iconic things, the original tank version, Rain, Too Good, Too Bad, Spaceline, stuff like that. So we're going to focus on that album. But that doesn't mean that you can't listen to the other good stuff. So if you want to listen to 3.5 hours of really good jazz, ska, bossa nova, a little bit of heavy metal, go over to Spotify. I'll have the link over in Geek Archaeology Discord. Go to the Oncon menu. It'll be somewhere in there. Click on that. It'll take you to the huge playlist, which is about 3.5 hours long. It's a great playlist. I hope you enjoy it. But if you just want to stick to this guy, I have a SciTube channel where I uploaded, well, not me, I put in links to other people who put up videos for each song from that album. So if you want to listen to the album, you can go to that SciTube link. It will also be with the Spotify link. So please, by all means, enjoy that. So a little bit about myself. I'll keep it short and simple. I do a kind of a review channel, review anime, manga, science fiction, books, movies. I talk about Japanese history, Asian history, pop culture, the whole 9 yards. So if you want to check that out, go over to YouTube and look for the Unagi Observer. And that's my shameless plug for myself. So a couple of things I just want to go through. One of them is that because we're pre-recording, there will be no actual video clips or audio clips from Cowboy Bebop. And the reason for that is because they're heavily copyrighted and we don't want to shut down Oncon by accident by throwing those things up there. So you're not going to see that. But again, if you want to listen to the music, which is really important, then please, by all means, check those links out. And also take a look at the video playlist we have in one of the video rooms, because we're going to show, I believe, the first 6 episodes of Cowboy Bebop here at Oncon. And by the way, thank you for being here at Oncon. Oncon 3. Yay. Anyway, the next thing is, as I talk, you might hear some ambient noise because we're pre-recording. And what that means is that I live in the city of Baltimore. I'm in a high-rise. So you might hear a helicopter, street noises in the parking lot behind my building. There might be a drug deal that's going wrong, and there might be a murder as a result. Actually, in real life, there was a run-and-gun battle a few years ago, just right out there. Anyway, so if you hear those things, I apologize in advance. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. So this is the point where I do the cheesy line to get us into the actual panel. And so here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. So let's talk a little bit about how the music fits in with the anime of Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop, let's just kind of refresh ourselves here, came out in 1998, directed by Shinichiro Watanabe. It lasted about 3 months in Japan. Then in 2001 came over to Adult Swim, and that's where most American otaku got their first glimpse at Cowboy Bebop, and of course got to hear the great music for the first time, the iconic song of Tank. So why is music important to anything like the anime or a movie or things like that? And generally speaking, as many people will explain, is that music is supposed to invoke feelings in you and to help accentuate what you're seeing, what you're watching, and the dialogue or the fact that there is no dialogue. So the music is very, very important, and it has to pair very well with what you're watching. And that's one of the big successes of Cowboy Bebop, is that the music is amazingly connected to the actual anime, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the production of the actual album. But when we talk about Cowboy Bebop, that music is, the reason why it's iconic is because there's specific themes that the anime is trying to present. There are certain ideas and things about characters in the anime that the music is supposed to help draw out. So I want to talk a little bit about Cowboy Bebop itself, the anime itself. And to start off with, let's start off with the fact that it is actually a multi-layered story. There's actually 3 different stories going on at the same time. The first obvious one is the bounty of the week. As if you know Cowboy Bebop, they're a bunch of bounty hunters, and every week is more or less the bounty head of the week. So they go after this particular person. They usually have some weird kitsch to them, and something that they ate that's specific to them, and it's an adventure and all that good stuff. So you have that storyline, but within that storyline, that sets it up for the second level, the second tier of storytelling. And that is about the characters themselves. And we'll really focus in on the crew of the Bebop. And who are the crew? That would be Jet, the experienced older statesman, if you will, of the crew. Basically the captain of the ship Bebop. He has his own past. He was a former detective in the solar system-wide police system called the ISSP. But he's no longer with them, and he's a bounty hunter, so there's some story behind that. Then you also have Spike Spiegel. Of course, he's the hero or anti-hero of the series, and he has his own little story to tell and things about him, and why is he the way that he is? How does he know karate? How working for the crime syndicate and then doing this bounty stuff? What's his deal? Then you go on to the femme fatale, which is Faye Valentine, a woman who has amnesia. She can only remember up to a certain point, and beyond that point she has no idea. So while she's a horrible gambler and is always running away from her debts, she's also looking to try and figure out what has happened in her life. And then we have the hacker extraordinaire Ed, the childlike Ed who talks in the third person, who is the wonderful comedic foil of all this, and is companioned with the wonderful data dog Corgi, known as Ein. Yes, I have Ein with my Otakon 2019, which sadly I didn't get to go to, but here we go, here's Ein. Sorry, can't help but show up. Anyway, so you have these characters. That's the second tier. So with the second tier comes then the overarching story of the entire series. There is a story being told here. And what that story is basically Spike, why he left the crime syndicate, and it has to do with him sort of betraying a friend by the name of Vicious, and a third person is involved named Julia, who is a love interest, possibly between the two of them, but it's never made very clear. So there's a resolution. That actually the series is about the resolution of those 3 characters. So you have a lot of different level storytelling, and so that means you've got a lot of music explaining or giving you feels and saying to you, hey, this is what you need to be looking at. So what the music is trying to convey to you about these characters is that each one of them is a person. They have a story. There's something behind them. And the music, like for example, with Ed, Ed is light and easygoing and wonderful and full of wonder. Same thing with Ein. Ein gets good, fun little music. But then you go on to Jet, who is more of a kind of a darker guy. Why did he leave the police force? And he has a different mode of music to him. Him is more noir. It's grittier. It's not seamy, but it's just grittier. It's just like here's the old guy with the story, right? And then you have Spike Spiegel, who's kind of this kind of smooth operator, smooth talker, a guy who just can do anything. So he kind of gets a little bit of that, but bumped up a little bit more to up tempo. And then you have Faye Valentine, the femme fatale, who gets the really sexy saxophone music. And so each character kind of gets their own flavor of music, so that when they come into a scene, you know who it is and what they're getting into, and then when the action of the scene occurs, you get a combination of their music and whatever the scene demands. So if it's like an up-tempo, like if Spike is in a fight, you know it's Spike because it's his music but speed it up with a faster tempo. So that's why the music is kind of important. Another good example of this is Faye Valentine in Jupiter Jazz. I believe it's the first part, Jupiter Jazz Part 1, where she's singing in the bar on a moon with nothing but men, mostly men, in a bar with nothing but men, in a town that's nothing but men, and she's the only woman, and she's sitting there at a bar, and you hear this saxophone music playing a little bit, playing in the background, and you see that she's getting drunk. And at first it looks kind of sexy, and she's kind of has that vibe of, kind of putting it out there a little bit. But then the real song comes in, her song, her music, only it's sadder, it's slower, and you realize that she's not trying to be sexy, she's not trying to put something out there, that she's barely holding it together, and not like trying so hard not to put her face onto the bar and start sobbing. It's a wonderful little scene that lasts all of 25 seconds, and it's probably the best scene in the entire episode, probably the series, one of the best in the series. But that's the importance of the music. The music is supposed to give you the feels. You're supposed to go, oh, this is sad. Or if there's action, your blood is supposed to get hot. Your heart's supposed to bump, and in time with the music, like there's like this great chase scene in Heavy Metal Queen, where the heavy metal music comes in, and it's just things happen, people are crashing, things are exploding, and it's just a wonderful ride. But that's what the music is supposed to do for you. So that's why music is really important to the anime. It provides context to the story, and there are moments when you don't need the dialogue, and the music just tells you the story as it is. And that's one of the things I love about Cowboy Bebop and one thing I'll leave you with this section, is that I posit that you could probably take out the majority of the dialogue in Cowboy Bebop, leave the music in, and while you might not get the minutia, the details, you'll get the story just with the music alone. And that's what makes Cowboy Bebop so beautiful. So we cannot talk any further about Cowboy Bebop OST1, this wonderful album, before we talk about the genius of the woman who produced this album. And that would be, of course, the great Yoko Kanno. Yoko Kanno was, of course, born in Japan. She was born in 1963 in the city of Sendai, located in the Miyagi Prefecture. Now, music, of course, as you might imagine, has been pretty much a full part of her life. But it's interesting to note that her parents kind of somehow knew that she was going to be a musical prodigy of sorts. So they encouraged her to play with various instruments at a very young age, like before she could walk. And they did an interesting thing, which was, she could only listen to classical music. They didn't, as she grew older, they didn't really let her listen to pop music or jazz or anything like that. But they were just trying to see where she was going to go with the instruments, to see what kind of prodigy she was going to be. Now, as it turns out, the piano would be her strongest instrument. She could play other things, but the piano and keyboards, that seemed to be the big thing. In her childhood, she would play, of course, the piano at home, and they would kind of do, instruction or get a person to come in and teach her a few things. And when they would go to church on Sundays, yes, they were Christian, she would play in the keyboard. She would play the keyboard in the church's church band. And then when she got into kindergarten, when kids are playing around with instruments, banging on drums and things, she started playing the organ. So the young Yoko Kanno had a lot of skill, clearly. She was able to enter into the prestigious Yamaha piano contest at the tender age of 10, and she won it. I believe to date she is still the youngest person to have won that competition. If someone has information to the contrary, please let me know. But still, that says a lot, because the Yamaha piano contest is kind of a big deal. Now, as Yoko Kanno grew older, she entered into many musical composition contests as well, and won quite a few of those. Now, this is important to note, because while it is great to be a prodigy at an instrument, to be able to play wonderfully at an instrument and maybe provide your own interpretation to a classical piece, to be able to compose music is really, in the music world, that's really what gets you noticed and gives you a stage to perform on, is being able to arrange and to make your own music, make something new. Eventually, she would go on to go to the prestigious Parisian Conservatory for Music and Dance. That's how good she was. So she traveled to Paris, and she was able to get an appointment and be able to study there. But as she was going through this, as she was learning how to play the piano more, learning more about music theory and composition, how to make her own music and do arrangements, she kind of reached back into her high school days, because apparently in high school she kind of lost a taste for the music. I mean, she still loved the music. She liked playing. She liked making things with it. But for some reason, she really got into literature, and that aspect never left her. So as she was in this wonderful conservatory, the Parisian Conservatory for Music and Dance, she was in this wonderful place to, really go further with her musical career, and she actually turned around and said, you know what, I want to be a writer. Okay, so she did a total 180, and she decided to become a writer. Well, because she was such a good student, and when you do music theory, just to let you guys know, that is not something that a stupid person does. You have to be pretty intelligent. You have to know what you're doing. So when she decided to go into literature, it wasn't because she decided that one day, I'm going to be a writer. She actually could do that as well. One of her many creative talents is that she is a good writer, and that she is actually a good photographer as well. So when she decided to leave the conservatory, she came back to Japan, and because she was at that particular school and got good grades there, she was able to enroll and get into Waseda University. Now, Waseda University is a college where many famous people graduated from. Most of Japan's prime ministers have graduated from there, and more importantly to Yoko Kanno, many important Japanese literary figures have come from Waseda University. Waseda University is one of the top universities, private universities in Japan. It has been that way for like over a century. And this is pretty much why she wanted to go to Waseda University. She wanted to become a better writer, just as the conservatory made her a better musician, but she wanted to write, and that's what she wanted to do. So she wanted to pursue a career in literature. She loved music still, but she felt that she had a greater passion for writing stories, writing literature, writing articles. That is until she watched a classmate play on the drums in a live performance. A jazz performance. Now, as we mentioned before, Yoko Kanno really only knew classical music. She didn't really branch out. She was, of course, aware of other music out there, and she had been exposed to it, but it wasn't until she watched and really listened to her friend play that she rediscovered her love for music. Now, keep in mind that, again, she still played the piano, she still made music and did all those other things. But she didn't have the feeling for the music, that she once had when she was younger. She didn't really enter any competitions at this point. She really didn't have that much of an interest, and for some reason, she didn't even really listen to anything other than classical music. So it was kind of odd. And a friend of hers, a classmate, said, "Hey, you used to do this. Hey, we're doing a little jam session later on tonight. So why don't you come over and at the hall and take a listen." Now, one of the things about Waseda University is that while they have musical electives, they don't really have a musical program. So it's more literature and other types of sciences as well. So, this is more of an elective, sort of to kind of round out your education, more or less. And so at that time. So she just kind of was just like, okay, yeah, whatever, you're a friend of mine, fine, I don't want to be rude, I'm going to go over there, I'm going to watch it. And so she went there, and she watched, and she really listened to her friend play. Her friend played the drums. And then as he was playing the drums, she rediscovered her love for music. And what it did was the fact that her friend was playing a jazz rhythm, and it seemed to move her. And as she put it, "I thought my friend was a genius. I had heard drums on the radio before, but it was like I had never really noticed them. Then I see drums performed live, and was able to experience a beat for the first time. I took a heavy interest in music that wasn't classical, and then I joined the band elective. So that's Yoko Kanno saying, oh, hey, there's more to music out there than just classical. Now, it may seem like an odd quote because she says, this is the first time I've heard a drum beat. One of the things that you have to understand about classical music is that while, yes, there are drums in there, the drums don't necessarily drive the beat of the song. It's other things that influence the song and the timing of the song. And that's what she was alluding to, was that this is the first time she heard a drum as a real instrument, as not something that's supporting other instruments, but on its own instrument, its own storytelling, its own composition. And because she was able to hear that, because her friend was able to play that, and she was able to focus on it because it was her friend, she just said, oh my God, wait a minute, this is jazz? Holy crap, this is wonderful. I love it. I want it. This is wonderful. So she joined the music elective, and she got right on back into composing and playing music more and more frequently, and her literature studies still continued, and she still graduated with a degree from Waseda University, but it was clear that from this point on, she was back in the music game. So because she simply went to a recital where a friend played drums in a jazz band, she fell back in love with music, started doing it as much as she possibly could while getting her degree, at Waseda University. And as a result of just listening to that one simple beat, two very important things happened immediately to her. The first one was that while she was still at Waseda University, she was able to land a job with Koei Games, the video game company. And she was asked to write the score for the video game Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This would have been in the early 80s. She would also go on to write other video game scores along the lines of those games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and other games for Koei until about 1994, at which point she started branching out into actual writing music for pop musicians. Now, the second thing that happened to her, which was about the time when she graduated and she was still working for Koei, was that she became the lead keyboardist for the jazz band called Tetsu 100%. This is where she not only got to play in a jazz band, but she also started to learn how to make music composition that was outside of the classical music genre. So this is her first time actually making arrangements, new songs, that was a blend of jazz and kind of Japanese pop at the time. Tetsu 100% is very much a band of its time, of the mid to late 80s. And Yoko Kanno was with the band from about 1986 to 1989. But in those 3 years, she learned a lot, and she made, I believe, 2 or 3 albums with the band before going off on her own, and which gave her the ability to actually go into the music industry. Side note, if you would like to go to my channel, the Unagi Observer, I do have a little review on Tetsu 100% on a couple of their albums, so if you want to check them out, please, by all means, do so. Again, another shameless little plug. Between increasing her ability to play and compose music across multiple genres and the fact that Koei opened doors for her to pop music and anime, Yoko Kanno started to diversify further and incorporated multiple musical styles into her compositions. And that gave her the ability to write a particular score for the anime Vision of Escaflowne. And thus, she became embedded into the anime world for years to come. She did work for anime such as Macross Frontier, Ghost in the Shell, Jinro, Cardcaptor Sakura, Porco Rosso, Turn a Gundam, where she may have revealed that she is in fact Gabriella Robin, and of course Cowboy Bebop. Since Cowboy Bebop and other anime, she's been pretty busy making music in other fields. She has done a lot of commercial work as well as her own studio albums. She did the music behind a radio play called 23G no Ongaku, and that particular album has one of my favorite songs of hers that she's ever made called Kudamono Knife no Shi. It's a wonderful little song, mostly piano, and it's just very, you have to listen to it, so look it up. And on top of the anime, Yoko Kanno is still a very busy person. Seems like she's always running a musical piece or is on tour somewhere. I was lucky enough to see her on her Piano Me tour at Otakon 2013. It was pretty cool to watch her jam on her piano as she played Tank. The fun part about that particular concert was that, of course, she got multiple standing ovations and she played a couple encores, but because she wasn't expecting that, the encores were she just basically replayed the concert twice, 2 more times. It was a wonderful little concert of her on the piano. She had little rabbit or mouse ears on her head as she was playing. It was really kind of cute. Anyway, so most recently, she had the honor to compose and conduct a piece called Ray of Water for the coronation of the new Japanese emperor just recently. It is in 3 parts. The first is orchestral with her conducting called Kashin or Sea God. The second part is a piano piece called Niji no Kodomo or Children of the Rainbow. And that was played by pianist Nobuyuki Tsuji. If you don't know who he is, look him up. His stuff is really pretty good. And the third part, which was called Journey to Harmony, was performed by the boy band Arashi, which was kind of interesting. It was a little bit jarring, but it was still pretty good. So that was some history and some insight about the score composer of Cowboy Bebop, Yoko Kanno. You can see where she got the jazz chops, which resulted in her branching out and ultimately creating Cowboy Bebop OST1 and all the music related to that anime. So now, let's talk a little bit about the actual production of the album itself. So great care was taken in the creation of Cowboy Bebop OST1 and what would eventually become the overall music that would come from these sessions that would create later albums for the movie, for video games and things like that. And there's a whole process that went on for that. And one of the big things that Yoko Kanno did, and the reason why I wanted to talk about her genius and why she did what she did and give a little history and background on her, is because her ability to compose, to arrange, is really what makes this album work. Is she a really good keyboardist, pianist? Yes, she is. She's amazing. She's wonderful. I saw her in concert. Blew my mind, right? But that's not what her greatest strength is, believe it or not. Believe it or not, it's being able to compose the music and then arranging it properly to get the right product. And that's where the production of the album comes in, where her big role comes in. So she was hired by Shinichiro Watanabe to do Cowboy Bebop. She's already had, some titles under her belt at this point. She's had some successes, so people knew her as a positive and stable commodity. She wasn't like some musicians that are just kind of like a little bit insane and off kilter or whatever. She was reliable and she did good work. So they wanted her to do this project, and so I'll get into a little bit more of the process of the relationship between her and Watanabe. But the reason why we see so many different musical genres within Cowboy Bebop OST1 is simply because she doesn't like being limited to one genre. So that's why we see Honky Tonk to fill in for the fact that part of the backdrop of this anime is Western, because they're bounty hunters. You see the jazz elements because of the fact that some of these characters have a noir background, a neo-noir background. They're detectives. There's something seamy going on, a little bit gritty, femme fatales, those kinds of things. And then just nice upbeat music for people who live in the world of wonderment, like Ed and Ein do. And then the bossa nova and ska music and heavy metal that comes in when the action's really pumping and Spike is doing his karate, or there's some chase scene going through a wormhole or whatever. So all of that comes down to arrangement. So yeah, she can make a composition. Anybody can make a composition, or they can take another composition, as I'll talk about one's called Bad Dog, No Biscuits, and change it to reflect what she wants, to what she needs to have happen, the product that she wants to produce. And so when she's asked to do this, it was understood that she was going to cross multiple genres musically. And so this is what she has to say about why she doesn't stick to any one genre for any one anime. Because if you notice, in other animes, she does that as well. And this is what she has to say about it. I hear everyone talk about how many genres I work in, like classical, jazz, and others. But personally, I don't divide music by genre when creating. I don't create by saying I must create a classical piece here or I must create a jazz piece here. When I create music, I don't consider at all which genre I like best, but what the scene or the anime calls for, like a love theme or a mood. There isn't one genre I like more than the others. I find them all satisfying and all inspire me in different ways. So this is what I'm talking about when I talk about her arranging things and why she's such a genius at this. She uses these multiple genres not because she thinks it should be jazz, but because that's what it requires. So that's not what she thinks it should be, but what the situation should be. So she's looking at this and she goes, you know what? If I were Faye and I was feeling alone in a bar and I'm upset and I'm trying to hold myself together and not completely collapse, this is the music that would be playing. So that's part of the arrangement, is knowing when to have that mood, that type of that specific move, that specific music that's going to portray that feeling exactly and to the point, so that you, us, the watchers and the people who are watching and listening to this go, oh gosh, she's oh man, this is, wow, she's really upset. And we get it and we enjoy the story even more. Now there's another part to arrangement, and that part of it is more the technical kind of stuff. And that's actually when you talk about music theory and music composition, and also how to use musicians. So that's the other thing, is that when you look again at like a CD like this, and you read the back of it, and you see the you see that right there, right? That's the listing of who the band members are, right? That's only part of the list, okay? There are actually, so on this one it shows probably about 15 people on there, I think. 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 people. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't quite read it. But the overall musicians that she used to create the music for Cowboy Bebop, the actual band, the Seatbelts, actually comprises of somewhere between 55 and 60 members, spanning 3 different areas of the world. Japan, Paris, and New York City. So she got musicians from those 3 areas of the world to do this album. So why does she go around grabbing people and going, okay, I want you to do this, I want you to do that? Well, that's exactly what she did. She wanted specific musicians to do specific things, and that's part of arrangement. So when you make an arrangement, there are times when you want someone who is technical, who's going to look at your composition and play it note for note, beat, everything on time, just very technical and amazing and just on par, right? So there is music that she needed those kinds of players for. So she had to go out there and hunt them down. And so that's where she, went to Paris, went to New York City, looked around Japan and said, I need you to play this composition. Can you play it exactly like this? And then she would find the players for that particular song. Now there are other songs where it's called head arrangement. And head arrangement is literally when you have a composition and then you have 3 or 4 musicians in the band who are supposed to literally make it up as they go along. So whenever you hear kind of like a jazz, like saxophone solo, that's a head arrangement. It's not written down. They've got the bass lines down. They've got the rhythm down. They got the rhythm section, the horns, the guitars, and everything down. And then you want to bring in the saxophone, and he just plays what he plays, and it's supposed to fit within the song, but he doesn't write it down because he just plays it, right? So that's part of jazz, actually, believe it or not. So when she's looking for musicians, she's looking for people who can either do both, or one that excels at one, or one that excels at the other. And that's how she does the arrangement for the music for Cowboy Bebop, and that's why it's so good, because where it needs to be technical, where it needs to be on spot, she has the musicians to carry out her vision of her music. When she wants something that, like, for example, Tank, where you have a very solid rhythm going on, but you want something, you want that jazz to come in screaming and powerful and hitting you and making you want to jump up and dance, she needs a specific musician for that. The guy who's technical isn't going to make you feel that way, but he's going to give you the foundation so that you can get another person to play off that foundation to give you the feeling that you want to jump up and dance and just like, oh man, this stuff is good. This is good music, like Tank. Like, the reason why so many people love Tank. So that's part of the arrangement. It's not just her making the music and providing different genres within the music. This is actual arrangement. This is how the music is created. Now, there's another little interesting factoid about Yoko Kanno and the way that she makes music, and this is kind of interesting, and that is, and some other composers do this as well for anime or music or movies or such. But normally, when you make music for a show, a movie, an anime, you have an idea of who the characters are, maybe a character design, maybe a bio, maybe you have the script, maybe the movie's done, maybe the anime is actually done, and you're able to watch it and you go, okay, this is what I think, we should go with this scene, this should go with this character, this is this character's song, this is their theme, this is the intro theme, this is the outro theme. So that's normally how it's done. But Yoko Kanno and a few other composers do it a little bit differently. In my case, the creators talked to me and asked me to do a soundtrack a year or two before the animation is finished. At that time, I think of the plot in my brain when the characters' names, everything about the characters, has not been decided yet. This is even when the title has not been decided yet. That's right, you heard that correctly. What she was saying is that she often doesn't know anything about the anime, barely anything, before she writes the music for it. She might have a little bit of a storyboard, maybe some clip art, maybe a talk with the director, and that's all she has to go on, and she just does it. And so that's even more amazing when you think about Cowboy Bebop OST1, because that's exactly what happened between her and Watanabe, Shinichiro Watanabe. He came to her and he said, hey, I want you to do the music. And he basically said, here's a couple storyboards, here's a couple characters, and this is kind of the background. And they talked about it for a little bit, and that's all she had to go on. And she created this entire album from very little. And yet, the music fits the anime so freaking well. It is so good. It is so good, in fact, that Shinichiro Watanabe has actually said, well, the later episodes, we weren't done by the time she was done with the album. She actually produced, she got the guys together, made the album, wrote it, made it, produced it, put it in the studio, and got it all done before we were done with the anime. And so we listened to the music that she had put together, and the later episodes were based on her music. Think about that for a moment. Part of Cowboy Bebop, the later episodes of Cowboy Bebop, at some point in the second half of the season, is based on the mood that Yoko Kanno created when producing this album. So she has this ability to create this, and she got the musicians together, and they made this thing. And one of the reasons why she does this, the reason why she likes doing it this way, is because she has commented on and saying that she doesn't like a whole lot of rules imposed on her. So the less information she has, the better it is. She just kind of needs a feeling, kind of like an idea of what you're trying to make in terms of the anime. What she then does is says, I'm going to make all of this music for you to choose from. So what happened, and this is why we have 3.5 hours worth of Cowboy Bebop music, even though we're really talking about just the stuff that's on here. the reason why there's 3.5 hours of it is because that's what she created for the anime, just the 26 episode anime. So, because she knew that Watanabe was only going to pick certain songs for certain things. So she wanted to create choices. And apparently this is what she does for all the animes that she writes scores for. Now, it should be interesting to note that the band The Seatbelts, which came out of this production of this album, they are still together. They still do things. And the tagline on the back of the original album is a fictional history of sorts, a fictional future history, if you will. It's written as if it was written in 2056. And it says that the Seatbelts were a band. The reason why they call themselves the Seatbelts is because they jam so hard that they have to wear seatbelts so they don't go flying off their seats when they're playing their instruments. So that's kind of funny. But the point is that she put this band together, all these 55 to 60 people, to create all this music for this one anime. And at the end of it, we get not only OST 1, but we get 3.5 hours of wonderful music, things for a video game, a movie, additional stuff. So it's just amazing how she arranged it and how this was produced. Now, I will tell you that the Seatbelts, like I said, are still around, and they periodically reform within the 55 to 60 members. They sometimes reform and they do things, and they still, make stuff. But the Seatbelts as a band is a direct result of her arrangement for Cowboy Bebop, the anime. Now, where do you find this album, this particular album? I believe, double check on me because I would like to be wrong, but this is, I believe, on moratorium. What that means is that this is no longer actually pressed. So what is floating around out there on eBay and at conventions and stuff is what you find, and that's it. This one I got for $40 at Otakon 2017, and then I found another copy of this which has everything in Japanese for $2 at a Goodwill store. Pays to go to Goodwill. So anyway, so that's how the album was produced. And now let's take a look at some of my favorite tunes off this album. So before I get into my 3 favorite songs off of Cowboy Bebop OST 1, I want to talk a little bit about OST 1, how it's played in my life, so to speak. When I am not working in non-profit theaters, opera houses, and places like that, I am usually working in retail of the alcohol variety. Sometimes I'm in a bar, sometimes I'm working in a store, sometimes I'm working in a combination thereof. So I want to tell you a little story about the first time that I played Cowboy Bebop OST 1 in this place called The Cellars. And The Cellars is a beer and wine store. It's large, it's kind of frou-frou a little bit, and it's got a nice bar. You can sit up to 30 people, and it's a real bar. It's not just like a tasting bar where people just taste their wine and give their opinion. No, it's an actual, you can order food, you can have a glass of wine, you can have a beer. There's a TV, behind the bar, so you can watch TV unless I am playing music. And usually Cowboy Bebop OST 1 is something that I play, or that I bring with me to various workplaces to see kind of like how coworkers react to it, how customers react to it, see what kind of people I'm dealing with in terms of music. So at the Cellars, there I am. I'm playing the music, and I decided to throw on Cowboy Bebop. I had been playing a little bit of jazz. People seemed to be responsive to it, so I thought, let's try some Cowboy Bebop. So I threw it on there, and of course, Tank starts to play, and I get the reaction that I always get whenever I play Cowboy Bebop for the first time in a new workplace. And the customers and the people at the bar and my coworkers all did the same thing as when they heard Tank for the first time. What's this, Steve? What are you playing? This is awesome. What is this? I go on to explain, of course. hey, it's Cowboy Bebop. It's by Yoko Kanno and the Seatbelts. Never heard of them. Well, you do now. But it's a really good album. It's it's a soundtrack to an anime. Okay, we don't care what the music. Talk about the music. So honestly, more often than not, than people don't care about the anime. They want to care about the music, which is fine. And so I say, okay, well, this is the song. This is Yoko Kanno. This is what it's about, and da 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 da. And they invariably want to hear more. So I get to play the whole album, and I've yet to be in a place where people will hear Tank and go, okay, can we switch it to something else? So I play this CD, and people are liking it. People at the bar, people are tapping their toes, and they're commenting on the music. They're talking about it. More people are coming to the bar, and as the song goes into the second song, the third song, people are starting to gravitate towards individual songs. They'll say, "What's the name of this one? What's the name of that one?" And then I tell them about it, and these songs mean something to them. So, this album clearly speaks to people. So everyone loves Tank, but they also usually have one or two other than Tank where they kind of go, well, this speaks to me in this way. So these are the 3 songs from Cowboy Bebop OST 1 that mean something to me. And of course, let's dispense with the most obvious one, Tank. As I said before, Tank is pretty iconic. When you say Cowboy Bebop, you think of this song. When you hear this song, if you know anime, even if you've never seen the anime, but you're familiar with it, you've heard of it before, you know the song. So it's very much out there. It's so out there that music bands across America put it as part of their curriculum to learn. Anywhere from high school bands to college marching bands. As a matter of fact, I believe Towson State University a few years ago was able to get into the Macy Days Parade by submitting a recording of them doing Tank and marching to it. So that's pretty cool. By the way, Towson University is close to Baltimore, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Anyway, but you get the idea. Tank is a universal song. It's anybody who hears it is pretty much going to like it and will pretty much open up their minds to jazz and things like that. Now, as the title of the anime and the title of the album is Cowboy Bebop. Bebop is bebop is a type of music. It's a type of jazz. It's a type of jazz music that requires a lot of technical work, improvisation, and you gotta keep up with everybody else. It involves very complex chords, so no basic E7 chords. We're talking, very complex chord structures, and that you have to change as you're playing. You have to change these chords very, very quickly. And on top of all of that, you have a very rushed percussion section. The bass is usually very heavy. Quite often a double bass is used. And one of the keynotes of bebop is that most songs stay in one key. Sometimes they might change into a second key. Very rarely a third key. Bebop goes all over the spectrum. It changes keys. The song itself changes keys like every few bars. So if you listen closely to bebop, you're just like going, geez, how can people play this? It gives you respect for the musicians. Particularly one, I'm going to have to look his name up. I'm blanking on the saxophonist, his name. Masasato Honda, who is a very good alto saxophonist. He's the guy who plays the saxophone part on Tank. He has to work. He's earning his paycheck when he's doing this song, when anybody's doing this song. Now, the other interesting thing about this particular version of Tank, or the original version, is that the bebop is Latin infused with conga. So you have this conga effect going on in the background, which is very unusual. You don't usually get that in bebop. Bebop is strictly jazz. You don't usually bring in other cultural elements into bebop. It's very specific. So that's why this song is just so moving. It just moves quickly. Your toe taps to it. Personally, I like it just because of the complexity of the song. The song is so complex. I couldn't even, not that I'm good at any instrument. I'm actually pretty bad at music. I I know that it would take me years to learn how to play whatever instrument I was going to play in this song. It's just so wonderfully rich and complex. And of course, the worst of it is when you're driving in a car and the song comes on, you kind of want to see how fast your car goes. It's kind of the downside, but kind of also an upside. So anyway, Tank gets your blood going. It tells you a lot about the series. It tells you that the series is going to be action-packed and that there's going to be a lot of stuff happening, because there's a lot of stuff happening in the song. And that's one of the reasons why I love Tank so much, and I think that a lot of people like Tank so much. And the last part of the reason why Tank is so widely loved is because it is so accessible to everyone. You don't have to be a music lover to like this song. It's just a good, well-written song. Okay, so this next song is called Bad Dog, No Biscuits. I like to call it the Ein song because I attribute Ein to it, the corgi, the data dog. And it's a fun song, but it's also a serious action song because it, again, like Tank, it moves. The tempo is pretty quick, but it's very structured. It's very rhythmic. It's very, it's got notes of bossa nova to it, which is kind of cool. Bossa nova is kind of a form of Brazilian sambas, and it's very, very quick, and you have very quick movements in time and in chord changes. It's not as hard as bebop, but this particular song leads into a ska element with a heavy guitar ska riff going on, and it's just this kind of song that just is really upbeat, and it's just like it tells you, hey, drive your car fast, hey, move quickly, smile a lot, hang ten, whatever. It's just this amazingly joyful little song with hints and notes of adventure. Again, there's a heavy ska bossa nova aspect to it, but the really interesting thing about this particular song that really got me was that when I heard it for the first time, I said to myself, I've heard this song before. I know this song, but it's not originally done by Yoko Kanno. Yoko Kanno did not do this song. What is this? Where have I heard this before? Where have I heard this? And it took me a couple years actually to figure it out. And what it is that it is both an homage and Yoko Kanno's interpretation of Tom Waits' Midtown. That song was done in 1985 by Tom Waits. Tom Waits is a jazz musician. If you know your music, jazz music, he's the guy with the really gravelly voice. Not Dr. John, the New Orleans guy, but the gravelly voice guy from New York City, who talks a lot about depressing subjects like being born homeless and being a bum, and hooked on heroin. So that's usually the themes of Tom Waits' songs. But this song is, again, of his, called Midtown, and it's only 1 minute and 4 seconds long. But when you hear it, you're just like, oh my God, it's the same song. It's Bad Dog, No Biscuits. So obviously she took heavy license with this song, but she was able to expand it from the 1 minute 4 seconds into a full song, a full interpretation of this song. Now the original Midtown does not have real strong guitar elements to it. It does not have a ska element to it. It does not have a bossa nova to it. It has piano and saxophone. So the saxophones were in Bad Dog No Biscuits, where it seems as if the saxophone solo is falling apart and it's just kind of squeaking, going everywhere. Same thing in Midtown, only it's happening in a much shorter version of time. And so, this is one of those things where I call Yoko Kanno a genius. She was able to take a song, right, that someone else has done, a really good song, with themes, with original themes of grunginess, of depression, of, this is how kind of life is kind of messed up, but I'm trying to be happy, into a song that is about action and the enjoyment of action and being who you are in that moment of time. So it's kind of weird how she was able to take that one version and make it into that. And again, it's one of those songs where, as you're going through the day, this is a kind of a pick-me-up song. So sometimes I actually, when I'm kind of dragging, I'll put this on the radio or something, or on a CD, or on my laptop, and I'll be like, I need some pick-up music, and I'll listen to this, and I'll feel a little bit better. So Bad Dog, No Biscuits, again, are really good interpretations of Tom Waits' Midtown. And last, but by no means least, my personal favorite on this entire album. Yes, I think it's better than Tank. As great as Tank is, and as good as Bad Dog, No Biscuits is, I think this song is the best song on this album. Fight me on it. Anyway, no, seriously, it's called Memory. It's the last song on the album, but it's the first song in the anime. And it sounds, and Memory is the song that sounds like a little child's xylophone being played. And it's attributed to Spike's memories and Spike's life and how Spike is moving through the world. And the song is very important to the anime because it is actually played in other songs like Space Lion and parts of Jupiter Jazz. So it's actually parts of other songs but played by different instruments and kind of almost hidden in the melodies and in the percussions. So you kind of have to listen for it in the other songs. But Memory is it anytime that we're dealing with Spike, anytime that we're dealing with Spike's kind of almost waking up from the dream that he's in throughout almost the entire anime series, because he believes that he's walking through a dream the entire time until he finds Julia. When the memories come up, this song comes up, Memory comes up, and it's usually a bittersweet memory connected to unmitigated violence, right? That's how the anime kind of starts. He's walking with the thing of roses, and then there's this huge John Woo shootout kind of thing going on. Hand grenades, people getting shot. You see the one thing where the bullet goes by his chin and draws blood, and he winds up in the bed with Julia taking care of him. So, this song is just, for me, for the anime series, is very iconic. It rounds things out for Spike. And it is also interesting to note that it sounds, like I said, when I first heard it, I thought it was not a child's xylophone, but there's varying types of xylophones out there, alto xylophones, and things like that. And I thought this was one of the smaller ones that's kind of used in an orchestra when you want to have more notes than what a triangle will provide. And I thought it was that, and I thought that was brilliant. And then I came to learn that it wasn't that. And what it was that on the album, on the OST1 album, it is actually a synthesized song. Yoko Kanno actually took the sounds from a music box, right? A music box, synthesized the sounds, and came up with this very simple, fragile song. And that's the other reason why I like this song. It's very fragile. Whenever you hear it played, it's very powerful, but at the same time, very, very fragile. So, on the album, it's a synthesized music box played on keyboard. In concert, it's played on keyboard. In some of the other songs, it's played on a piano or some other type of noted percussion instrument. So it's just this amazingly simple song that's also repetitive, but it only lasts about a minute and a half. But it's so strong, and it's so powerful, and it's so fragile, and it's so... It's like a fine wine. You have no words for it. Anyway, so those are my three favorites. You can see them over on the Spotify list or on the other list of in the video room where you can watch the OST1 videos. It's the last one. If you're listening to the album, it's on the last song. It's the last song. If you go to the Spotify list, you're going to have to kind of look for it a little bit. But anyway, so those are the three songs. It's Tank, of course, Bad Dog, No Biscuits, and The Lovely Memory. So that is the music of Cowboy Bebop, specifically the album Cowboy Bebop OST1. I hope you enjoyed this panel. I really enjoyed making it. I'm really enjoying doing this for OnCon 3. That's right, the third OnCon. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Can't wait for the Q&A and for you guys to ask me some questions if you have any, or we can just talk about it for 15 minutes. Because that's always cool too. Anyway, if you like this panel, if you want to see a little bit more of what I do, please stop by on YouTube. My channel is called the Unagi Observer. Come by, check it out. And if you like it, maybe you should subscribe. That would be awesome. But anyway, there's a lot more stuff going on today here at OnCon 3. So please stick around and wait for the next, for the next panel or whatever is happening next. Don't forget, there's other things going on, video rooms on SciTube. So be sure to check everything out and have a great time here at OnCon. So I'm going to wrap it up with this one little nugget of information that you may or may not know at this point. And that is, of course, we all know that on Netflix they are creating the live-action version of Cowboy Bebop, and we are all nervously waiting for it because we know that sometimes Netflix doesn't really get it right sometimes. Like, I'm looking at you, Death Note. I'm never going to get over that. Anyway, so here's hoping that the Netflix version will be good, right? But at least they're taking a step in the right direction, and that is the score of the Netflix's Cowboy Bebop will be written and performed by Yoko Kanno, and I believe some members of the Seatbelts are going to be involved as well. And up until that point, the Seatbelts themselves are still doing stuff out there. They're still doing things online. We've seen the how they redid the versions of Tank and a couple other songs, so they're still active. So I think we're going to see more of Yoko Kanno and the Seatbelts here in the future. So keep listening, keep watching anime. All right, guys, have a good one.
All right. That was the music of Cowboy Bebop. Thanks so much, Steve, for doing that. Appreciate it. Very, very cool. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, so we got some chat in the chat. Folks talking about their memories of Cowboy Bebop and the music of Yoko Kanno. I guess, so on that theme, and I know your panel was specifically about Bebop, can you talk more about just kind of the overall chart of like Yoko Kanno's musical career, like how her music evolved over time? Have you seen any like general trends in her musical style, or was it pretty much the same the whole way through?
Her style is exploration. So she pretty much, at the very beginning, after years of just really listening to classical music, and then finally kind of branching out when she first saw her first jazz recital. And keep in mind when I said that her parents didn't really let her listen to other types of music, they really didn't. But it wasn't like she was in some closet somewhere, and couldn't hear. You're not allowed to hear rock and roll. No, obviously she's going to hear other music, like that. But when it came to studying and to refining technique and things like that, that's really what they really wanted her to listen to. So she really wasn't opened up to a lot of other types of music when she was younger. So then I think one of the reasons why she rebelled a little bit and went into literature is because literature is wide open. And so that allowed her to think and expand her mind a little bit more, whereas the music was very refined to classical. And then when she heard jazz, and one of the things that it's very interesting that she went from classical to jazz. And the reason is because if you know anything about jazz, jazz is created to break rules.
Yep.
To break musical rules. So she went from a type of music which is set in rules and types and things and like that, things you do, you don't do, to a thing where it just says, yeah, whatever, go for it.
Have fun.
Yeah, and so she goes. So she went through that, and then as she's going through that, and one of the things that you realize about jazz is jazz is built on the foundation of so many other types of different music, bossa nova, things like that. And so as she progressed over the years, she explored different types of music. So that's really all the trend is the trend is her learning about other music and somehow incorporating it into what she does. One of the things that I will say is that you'll notice early on in her writing of music, like things like Escalone and stuff like that. They're not orchestral pieces, but they're definitely composite pieces.
Yeah.
They're definitely multiple things going on. And then you learn, and then as she goes further, she's incorporating more stuff into a song and incorporating multiple, even more people into it. And then suddenly she'll just go, okay, piano, that's all you get.
Yeah.
And she is, and this is not unusual for composers and people who conduct an orchestra or something like that. They have their favorite musicians who are able to achieve the effects that they want.
Yeah.
That's why you see Ilaria doing so many of her songs. That's why she deals with kind of the same people over and over again. You're just like
Steve Conti.
Yeah, right. And so these are people that they're her favorites because they're either easy to deal with. They know how to understand what she wants, especially through a language barrier.
Yeah.
Because she definitely has one. It's there, it's prominent. But I would say that would be the trend, is exploration of music. I mean, and especially when you look at if you watch the actual coronation music that she made for the new emperor, it goes from a classical piece to a piano piece that is not very classical at all to boy band.
Yeah, that's true.
And so it's so she's really that's really the trend is almost that there is no trend. She's just wanting to throw whatever she finds and
makes sense.
Will this work?
Well, and especially I have at least one of her just albums. So it's not it's not anime, it's not live action, it's just she's composing music. And it doesn't really fit into any sort of thing. It's just this is music. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember Steve Conti talking about how Kano will just, when she wants music, wants him to do something, she will just send him the music and tell him to write the lyrics.
Right.
Because she's like, I can't write, I'm not a lyricist, and I'd rather have the person singing it write the words so that the words fit what the what the singer wants to talk about. Which is again kind of that I'm here for the notes. I'm not good at that stuff, so I'm going to let you do that stuff so it all works.
When she is in, when you look at her first foray into being a professional musician, which is with Tetsu 100%, which by the way means 100% iron. That's the band name in English. You hear the rest of it. You can see the beginning of the composing. Of what she's doing for this type of music, and her keyboards are subtle, they're not prominent, and so she's still just kind of like feeling it out, so to speak. But what she's doing, you can kind of tell exactly what you said, is that she's like, okay, here's the foundation of it, and you guys go over top of it. The lead singer never really wrote the music. I mean, he had input into it, but he kind of did the same thing, which was, okay, here's the music and we're just going to sing to it. Or I'm going to sing to it like a lounge singer, and it's pretty interesting. But she's always had a very collaborative attitude. So
makes sense. And then Ginger asks in the chat, how did you first watch Cowboy Bebop?
Just like everybody else, Adult Swim, and I knew nothing about it, and then the song comes on, Tank comes on, and it's just a really, the intro to Cowboy Bebop was a lot different than I had seen up to that point. Anime sort of goes formulaic from time to time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, but that kind of happens. So when the visuals for Cowboy Bebop came in, and this was also during a time when I was first starting to make AMVs, because I really love making AMVs, and I was just noticing the editing work with the music and timing the music, and then I realized, I'm listening to the music, I'm like going, I like this song, I really dig this song, and so I watched it, from beginning to end, and it was one of those things back in the day before Netflix, so like couldn't binge it. And so I was like jonesing every Saturday night. I'm like, oh, I can't believe it. And then I watch it, and then of course bought all the DVDs, bought all the
Yeah.
albums,
Mhm.
all that stuff.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Adult Swim life. Yeah. Why do you think Bebop was so successful? And I say that because Bebop is not typical anime. And it's a one-off, right? There's no manga it's based off of. There's no video game it's based off of. It just kind of came out and then just exploded. And you can point to, obviously we all love Yoko Kanno's music and so forth, but she did the music to Brain Powered.
Right.
And no one remembers that.
Right.
So what do you think it was about Bebop?
Bebop was a collection of the right people at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
You had the right animators, you had the right music, you had the right director, and even the Japanese voice actors are. You can tell there's a difference. There's a very much difference in quality and ability and that. Like I'm blanking on the Japanese guy who does Spike Spiegel's voice, but when you listen to him, doing that, he's got a good voice.
Yep.
I mean, he's got an amazing voice actually. And then when you did, and I think special care was taken with this anime. There's just too much quality in this.
Yeah.
And literally, there's just too much of it. But I think also the other part of this is that the tropes that are in the anime is accessible to anybody.
Yeah.
It's accessible to anybody. Any people who don't normally watch anime, or they may watch one or two anime. Last night you were talking about there's people who watch shonen and don't even realize that they're it's anime. They're just into it because it's shonen. And I think that people will a lot of people will say this is a gateway to anime, but I know people who will just watch this and nothing else.
True.
And they just enjoy the story. The writing's good. Everything about it is good. And then when it came to America, these are all tropes and things that we like, and we love these things. And, we love the idea of cowboys in space. Okay. That's, and you can't get much more American than cowboys, right? And or a space program or something like that. And, at the end of the day, then you have the English dubbed cast, and you have all those guys, and that's just. I just think I think the reason why it's a one-off is because you can't replicate it.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. Remember, Yoshiyuki Tomino, the creator of Gundam, was once asked, how do you assemble a crew that all comes together to make something like original Gundam, like these one-off things that are just amazing. How do you do that? And he thought for a moment and said, if I knew the answer to that, I would have made a new Gundam every year for the past 40 years, right? How do you ever know? And I think you're absolutely right that there's. It was very smart to make something that is based on American Hollywood kind of cliches, and also obviously Hong Kong cinema and so forth. That is so global, right? That you go to China, you go to France, but everyone's still familiar with these things. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That totally makes sense. Absolutely. It's also so. Here's the other question, kind of on the other side of that coin. Why isn't there more? Why didn't they come back to that well? I mean, obviously they made the movie,
right?
But why isn't there a prequel season 2? Why isn't there Cowboy Bebop Alicization, right?
Right. It's. I mean, they made a video game.
True.
And they made a video game, and they made an album for the video game.
Oh, I didn't know.
And that's that album is, I think, called Tank, within the exclamation point. It's a blue and gold kind of cover with Spike on it. Doesn't look anything like this.
Okay. Yeah.
They made the movie. The movie is its own set piece, and it's set within the time period of the actual run of the anime. And I think that people honestly don't want to see a prequel. And the reason why I say that is because part of the success of the anime is the mythology behind it, and there's sometimes you just don't want to know the story behind it because you don't want to ruin the story that you have.
Yeah, that makes sense. And by the way, for folks wondering, because is this a spoiler? I guess it is. Maybe, I don't know. Watanabe is quoted in an interview. Somebody asked him, "Why do you make sad endings when everyone dies at the end?" And he goes, well, I don't see myself as doing that. As far as I'm concerned, boy, this is a spoiler. It's an old anime. He says, as far as I'm concerned, Spike's still alive at the end of Bebop. Right? Like, that is a symbolic ending, but in terms of, like, physical death, he could still be, like, physically alive at the end of that. And that's the thing, right? Is that, like, I think other staff would have said, okay, great, season 2. Like, we'll just ignore that whole thing and just make it season 2.
That didn't happen.
Yeah. Or it happened and he's fine now. You know, it's like, whatever. But I think that they were all like, no, like that is meant to be an ending. Let's keep it as an ending. Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you so much for that panel and that.
Thank
Q&A.
you.
That was really helpful. Feel free to stick around. I'm going to transition over. Let's do a giveaway. Let us do a giveaway, everyone.
Let's do a giveaway.
So I'm going to switch over here real quick. You may still hear Steve in the background as we're chatting along, as we're going to do a quick little giveaway. One moment. Let's make that work, actually. That would be nice. Let's actually provide the ability for you to hear me. And so then we'll be able to actually do the giveaway. Maybe that'll work better. And then actually, do we have the other thing? So we'll see if this works. Okay. Switching over. Yeah, okay, cool. So, wow, that's really spiky. Cool. All right, there we are. So we'll do a quick giveaway. I've got a bunch of stuff here I want to give away to folks in the chat. So here's the idea. I've got some stuff. Let's start off with any Lucky Star fans. Would anyone like to own not an actual, uniform from Lucky Star? Front and back. This is an extra large shirt with the actual uniform from Lucky Star on it, available if you would like it. The way we're going to give this away, I have right here the D10 of anime genres. On this D10, I have a bunch of anime genres on it. So there's idol anime, right? There's mecha. And I'm going to roll this die. And I'm going to roll that. It has been rolled. We have landed on a genre. I would like you in the chat to guess which of those 10 genres I just rolled on the die. Whoever gets it first that I see in chat will win that. I will ship it out to you for free. So please go ahead and guess the genre in the chat. And whoever gets it first wins it. And we will see how this goes. Free giveaway here at the con. No one's guessed it yet. Still looking for that guess. Still looking for someone to get it. Nothing yet. People still going for it.
Bueller?
I need
Bueller?
I need some fun stuff. Shelton Film Productions, well done. You win the Lucky Star shirt. Indeed,
Yay.
I rolled Isekai. I don't know if you can see that. There we go. And so congratulations. Please DM me with your thing. That's why I don't try to move that thing, because the camera gets a little funky, and I have to reset it. But we were fine. So yeah, that is that. And So congratulations, Shelton Film Productions. You get that. We have a little bit of time. I'm going to do something else. Who doesn't want to be Haruhi Suzumiya, right? Who wouldn't want the Haruhi Suzumiya headband? This is an official Haruhi Suzumiya item. Actually comes straight out of the limited edition box set. And so we're going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to roll the die. We are on a different genre this time. Feel free to guess in the chat which genre I rolled on this time for your own headband. With this, I can't really put it on there. And McPuffin, well done. First off.
Wow.
Man, you nailed it. Idol is indeed what I rolled. Wow. Well done, McPuffin. Again, DM me directly, and we will go ahead and I will shoot you out this very, very Haruhi headband. Well done. Sometimes it works. Sometimes folks just go right to it. Very good. All right, we're going to transition in about 10 minutes. I'm going to do some cooking. And guess what? I need a minute to set up my kitchen. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes with Otaku no Cooking.
Cookies.
Yeah, and I will see you there. All right, there we go. Audio's a little weird. That's funny. Hold on. Why is that? I'm shocked. Oh, the audio's microphone's picking up all sorts of noises. Okay, there we go. I think that'll be better. We are back. Time for some talking and cooking. This should be fun. No idea how this is going to work out, but I'm just going to go for it. We're going to make some cookies. You can hear Steve in the background. And we're just going to get started here. I'm going to make some chocolate chip cookies because who doesn't like chocolate chip cookies? I guess if you're allergic to chocolate, you don't like that, but that's fine. So.
Oh God! Don't be allergic to chocolate.
I know.
No.
Isn't that terrible? It's like the worst thing in the world. So I'm going to use a basic ratio of equal parts flour, sugar, egg, and butter. And that'll give us a nice soft cookie. So that is by weight, not by measurement, not by volume. So we're going to measure that out by weight. And fortunately, as it turns out, eggs are about 2 ounces each. So if you have a scale that can do ounces, you can just measure by that and say, okay, I have 2 ounces of this, it's going to be 2 ounces of everything else. So usually, if you've ever made cookies before, you know most recipes will call for about 2 eggs. So we'll go for that. We'll have about a regular batch. So I'm going to start here with, by mixing together, actually I'm going to start with my eggs and my butter. I'm sorry, with my sugar and my butter. It's nice to cream those together, get those whipped together. So we'll start there. Exactly, this is the wholesome part. The new Food Wars season looks great, thank you. So again, an egg is 2 ounces, we're going to use 2 eggs, that's 4 ounces, so everything else is going to be basically 4 ounces. So I need 4 ounces of sugar. I'm using brown sugar because it's softer, and will give us a more soft cookie. You can totally use white sugar, it'll just be crispier, but I want soft, so we'll start with brown. And then I need some butter.
Soft, chewy chocolate cookies.
And so I'm going to throw in, actually what I'm going to do, because I have some lovely creamery butter here that's not an easy stick. I'm going to measure that out, and then I'm going to zap it in the microwave briefly just to soften it up. So we hit the tear button to just reset it back to 0. And then I'll grab a spoon, and we're going to do 4 ounces of butter. That's basically 1 ounce, so I need 3 more of those. 2, come on, 2.5, need more butter. 3, and then I'll be fine here, but like for me, 3.75, 4.05. I'm fine with that. So I'm going to put this in the microwave for I think like 30 seconds on high. That'll just start to soften it.
Yes, I've often made the mistake of melting butter for the cookies and just putting it in there. You get a totally different kind of cookie.
Yeah. And it is one of the nice things about cookies is that at least like if you do make those mistakes, what you'll get will be edible, just very, very different.
Right.
So it's like, I'm hearing some sounds in there. Hold on. Keep going. Okay. Gotta be careful. Don't kill anything. So what I've got so far is just brown sugar so far. And then into that, because I've already measured this, I don't need to remeasure that. So that'll come out, and it's going to go in there. And, oh, that's actually fairly melted. I'm surprised. So yeah. So it's unfortunate. I think I put it back in for, okay, yeah, I made a mistake there on that. But again, I think it'll be fine. Slightly different, but definitely cookies. All right. So now we're going to mix that up.
Oh yes, the KitchenAid. What setting do you have it on?
have no idea what Steve just said. Because that's what a mixer does. And so this is what you get. You end up with a nice mix. You'll notice there are still a few little bits of butter in here and there. That's totally fine. You don't need to be completely absorbed at this point because when we mix in the other ingredients, we'll get all that stuff in. So now we're going to add in our eggs. And again, you can do this in more or less any order and it'll turn out fine. But if you cream, it's called creaming the butter and the sugar together, the sugar, essentially all the sugar crystals whip into the butter and soften them up nicely. So it creates a nice texture out of them. But again, totally edible, totally fine, totally good. Just it's an improvement rather than an absolute requirement. I've done them in lots of different orders over time, and it's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and crack one egg in there. And again, the nice thing is, because we're doing this by weight, and I know this is about 2 ounces, I just do 2 eggs. So no more measurement needed. I also need more eggs, because these eggs are a little bit, I bought them a little while ago. So it is time for more eggs. It's like, oh yeah, those have been in the fridge for a while, you know? 2018? What? No, I'm kidding. Special Obama inauguration eggs. Cool. Alright, so we got that. So those are in there, and again, we're just going to mix that in. Actually, now's a good time to mix in like flavorings. I like adding a little vanilla to my cookies. So we'll add in a dash of that. You can experiment with how much you want. Alright, and now what we have is a much lighter batter, because those eggs
Nice.
to lighten that up. So again, you're looking for smoothish.
What setting were you using
What?
on that for the KitchenAid?
Say
What
again?
setting?
What setting? I'm going up to about 3 on 10.
3?
Out of 10.
Okay.
I find, these KitchenAid mixers are meant to, beat things to death. So I rarely need to go above like a 5 out of 10 on one of these things. I will get high when I'm doing marshmallows. So you can make your own marshmallows, which is an amazing experience. If you ever get a chance to make marshmallows, do it. Because they are a whole different food stuff than the Stay Puft marshmallows that you buy in the store. And just absolutely delicious. And you can make orange marshmallows. You can make raspberry marshmallows.
Oh.
Coffee marshmallows, chocolate marshmallows. And with that, they need to go like almost all the way up to the top because you're literally whipping air into them for like 20 minutes.
Wow.
So we got that. So we put the flavorings in. So now we're going to add the flour. We'll add some baking powder as well for some extra lift. That's what that does. The eggs will also give it some lift, but the baking powder will give it more lift because again we want light and fluffy chocolate chip cookies, relatively speaking. So again, I'm just going to kind of eyeball this. I want maybe 2 teaspoons, something like that. So I just want some. I want kind of a large pinch, if you like. I want to, if you ever made cookies before, you know kind of roughly how much. If you've never done cookies before, follow a recipe, but then you'll understand what the basic ratio is. So that's that, and we'll add our flour. And again, here we'll go back to the scale. Again, 2 eggs, 2 ounces per, 4 ounces for each thing. So we're going to add, after we reset, 4 ounces of flour. I think anything else we need. And 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4. Ah! Okay. Yeah, there's a big old tear in that bag. And I just got some nice flour all over me. So, darn you manufacturers for doing that. One of those things where, you know, they glue the bag closed, and so you're just supposed to pop it open, but they like slammed a whole bead of glue in there, so you're trying to rip it open and it just falls all apart. But I will live. We're selling 4 ounces, so that's fine. I'm also going to add some salt because everything needs a little bit of extra salt for some reason, and apparently scientists still don't know exactly why. Salt just increases the flavor receptors on your tongue and makes everything taste more like what it is. So a little bit of salt will not make it taste salty. It just gives it a little extra flavor. So we've got flour, sugar, eggs, and butter, which are the main ingredients of most baked goods. Then we have a little baking powder for lift, for an extra lift, and some salt just to push things up. And again, I added a little vanilla. Oh, you know what else I'm going to add? My other secret ingredient for chocolate chip cookies. Cinnamon.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yep, just a little cinnamon. Again, not even enough to really be able to taste like a cinnamon flavor. I'm not looking for like pumpkin spice here, but just to give it a little extra kick. I'm gonna pause that because, oh, actually I have that spoon, that's good. I'm gonna scrape down the sides of the bowl. With some things you don't need to do this, but I will actually show you. As I'm mixing this, you see we're getting a lot of flour like kicked up onto the far top of the bowl, and the beater is never going to get back up there. So that's never going to get incorporated into the dough. So, I mean, if you end up with a little excess, it's not the worst thing in the world. But with some doughs, it is helpful to just scrape that down to help that get in there. I used to think that was some weird flaw in the design of like mixers, but then I realized mixers are working with so many different kinds of dough. Some of them are stiff, some of them are really wet, that you cannot make a beater design that can, you know, reliably get all the ingredients mixed exactly correctly for any given type of dough or mixture in there. So sometimes that is helpful. So I'm just doing it again, and I'm doing this on maybe a 2 out of 10, just to get that incorporated. Cool. And now what we have is this very soft, light, sticky, and I'm actually going to show you. So I will clean this off again so you have a good look. And so this is what I've got now in terms of like consistency. Very soft, very sticky, and that's what I'm going for. Now, you can totally look at this and say, I want something a little thicker, add some more flour, right? That's going to make it thicker. This is going to spread nicely because it's nice and wet, so it's going to flow like the blob. So however kind of you want it, if you want something that's a little bit thicker and that this holds together a bit more, you can totally adjust at this point. But I'm going to go with this. And now I'm going to add my chocolate chips, obviously. But because we have not followed a recipe, we have to use our brains. I know it's scary, but we're going to make that happen. So I've got a bag of chips. Another suggestion, these are guitard chocolate chips. So they're more expensive than your Toll House. They make a difference. People will tell you, oh, you've got to get the best flour, the best eggs, the best stuff. All that does make a difference. But things like the chocolate and chocolate chip cookies make such a big difference that I definitely say if you can afford, and you know, we're talking $2 for the regular bag of chips. This is like $3. So it's like, usually this is kind of the thing where you can afford that. And so I say if you are going to push up the quality of your ingredients, this is the kind of thing to kind of push up on. Regular flour, fine. So we're going to just kind of eyeball it. I'm going to sprinkle some chocolate chips in here. These are huge. Wow. These are big chips.
Yeah, they are.
So that's good to know. So I'm going to do that in there. And I'm, again, just going to eyeball it. I'm going to mix this in. You can also mix this in by hand because it's such a wet dough. But I will use this. More. A little more. Okay, that's definitely going to be enough. Might be too much. We're going to find out. And the reason you got to be careful here is because if it is 80% chocolate and 20% dough, it's not going to hold together. Right? There's nothing to bake. So you're going to have these puddles of chocolate in the middle of your cookies. So you want to, be cautious there. All right. I'm actually, now that I say that, I'm looking at this. It's a very wet dough. I'm going to add a little more flour, just because. Like, that's just a little too wet for me. And that's one of the reasons I love doing this. This way. Because you can look at it and say, I'm going to adjust it. I just prefer to do that. Okay. And that also gives us a little more dough. Okay, so next step. We have our dough. I'll show you what it looks like.
Can we just eat that? Can we just eat that?
Steve, I'm surprised.
Oh.
I
Dude,
would never condone.
Never ever. No.
No. Oh. I'm sorry. Oh. Yeah. Oh. The chocolate? Yeah. Oh. Okay, so, oven's still warming up, but it's almost there. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to move this out of the way. I should also point out one of the things I love about this, about doing it kind of on your own, with your own, just knowing kind of the ratio. I now have some spare chocolate to play around with.
Just send them to me. I'll take care of it.
I could make more cookies out of these. I could melt them down and make like little chocolate bars. I could do whatever I want. I could even, and I have done this in the past,
No.
take a jar of peanut butter, scoop into there, sprinkle some chocolate chips on there, just how, you got options. Okay. So we're going to clean up a little bit here. Move some stuff back in where it belongs. Get that out of the way. Let's get the butter back in the fridge. Same with the eggs. Eggs are interesting.
She would agree with you.
Say what?
She would agree with you that eggs are interesting.
Eggs are very interesting. In Europe, they just keep their eggs on the counter. They don't even bother putting them in the fridge. And part of the reason for that is that in Europe, they use eggs a lot. Like every day they're using eggs. And they're generally like going to farmers markets, and you can buy eggs in smaller units, generally. So traditionally, at least, not so much kind of in the modern day, folks would buy, they go to the market and they buy 4 eggs. And every day they're buying 2 eggs, 4 eggs, 6 eggs. Come home, make whatever they're making with that, and so you're keeping your eggs on the counter because they're that fresh. Right? They were laid that morning. And here's the thing: eggs will last on the counter for quite a while. You can certainly leave eggs out for a little while. There is a salmonella risk, but for the way Europeans use eggs, it's so minimal that it's perfectly safe. For us in the industrialized West, where we buy a dozen eggs or 18 eggs at a time and then use it over the course of 3 weeks, refrigeration makes more sense. So that's kind of the back and forth on that. So it's not crazy that the Europeans are doing it that way. They just have a different pattern. Now, I prefer to use parchment paper for this. Parchment paper is awesome for baking because what it does when you use all your parchment paper is it provides a layer between the sheet and whatever you're baking, and so you don't get the baked on crust thing on your sheet. You just throw this away when you're done. So I'm going to do that. I have another roll. We're fine. I need my... Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I do have a little scoop. There we go. This is the cookie scoop you may be familiar with. It has a little thing, so you move that to scoop things out, which does not work at all on wet doughs like this. It kind of, sort of. But this is convenient because you can very easily eyeball how much you're putting in with one of these. So I like to use this as kind of an, okay, this is a sort of cookie amount. So I'm going to scoop out just enough to fill out that scoop, basically, for each of these cookies. And again, these will spread, so do not worry about the shape they're taking as they go out onto there. They're going to spread like nuts. And so again, I'm just using that as a basic way of making sure I'm roughly equal. Also, as you're scooping out, be aware that because of how the beater goes, you'll have more dough without chocolate on the bottom of the thing. So all the chocolate chips are basically at the top, right, of this. There's kind of a layer on the bottom of dough that's perfectly good, but doesn't have any chocolate chips in them. So as you're digging out, just try to get some of that along with the chocolate, so you're not like scooping out just the chocolate chip bits. And then when you get down to the very bottom, there's this, kind of thin layer of just dough, or just batter, roughly. And then you'll have a couple of cookies with no chocolate chips in them. So you just kind of want to scrape out, make sure you're scraping down to the bottom as much as you can. And yeah, we're going to have a fair number of cookies here. This is going to be a problem. Let me cut. So just cut off that stuff that's curling up, because that's going to be a problem in our actual thing if that curls over, and then it will change how they bake and so forth. Again, it shouldn't kill anything, but I'd rather not have that happening. Okay. Do we have enough? No, we'll go there. So here are my first batch cookies. Again, they'll spread out. They'll be nice and wide. Lots of space between them because they will spread. So you want, and we'll do that. And then second verse, same as the first. Grab our parchment. Oh, I need to actually open a box for you. You get to see the exciting process of opening a box of parchment paper. I guess it'll go from this end. Exactly. And so that opens up, and then for some reason they always tape the inside. So I got to take this little bit of tape off. Yep.
So the burning question is,
Yep.
How many chocolate chip cookies will it take to eat during a episode of Cowboy Bebop? Any guesses?
All of them? Yeah. What is like the right thing to eat during an episode of Cowboy Bebop? Right? Like what pairs well with Bebop? Is an interesting question.
Cigarettes, whiskey, and
Yeah. It's whiskey and pain. No.
actually, it was that one episode where they were talking about that the lobster, the space lobster.
Oh, yeah.
There's that. There's
Wait, what am I saying? Bell peppers and beef.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right.
That's right. Right. But you have to make sure that there's actually bell peppers and beef in there,
Right.
not shiitake mushrooms and ice.
Right. Yeah. Bebop feels, and of course Bebop is a very kind of multicultural show in that sense. So it does feel like there are episodes where it's like, I want like Chinese food with this, or I want just snacks, just fun ridiculousness.
And when you're watching the first episode, you feel like eating gas station food.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. And giant Subway sandwiches that you stuff in your mouth.
Oh
Sub
yes.
sandwiches. Love that scene. All right, so scoop out a bit more. I think that will do. Again, you can kind of get all of these really carefully positioned and so forth, and maximize the size of your tray. I don't care that much. So I actually need to adjust the height of my baking racks in there, because I set one really high. It's going to be really close to one of the burners, so it'll bake a little faster. So I want to adjust that real quick. Again, this is more optimization stuff. Your oven doesn't necessarily bake exactly evenly all the way around. Some parts will be hotter than others. So if you have a rack that's like right at the top, right up at the bottom, that might be hotter or cooler than other parts of the oven, which is one of the reasons why you may find things kind of burning or whatever, or taking longer than you might expect. Now what we do, before anything else, we set a timer so we don't walk away from an oven that is on and has stuff in it, and let the have cookies in there for 3 hours, because that's not going to be a happy time. So I'm going to set this for 10 minutes to start with. Yeah, and so that'll remind us. I try to make sure that anytime I have either stuff in the oven or like I'm boiling water, I always have a timer running at the same time to remind me to come back and do that, because otherwise, again, bad things happen. Now, we still have a little bit of dough left in this, so we'll have a few more cookies. I'm going to go ahead and throw this...
Eat it.
Yeah, I absolutely could. I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the fridge. And I think I will make another batch there. Should I? Ooh, you know what we'll do? We'll do a giant cookie.
Oh,
We'll make one giant cookie out of that. You do have to be careful with that if you try to do a giant cookie, because a giant cookie is going to bake very differently because of the mass of it. You got to make sure that if you try to cook that at a high temperature, the outside will crust and burn before the inside ever cooks. So that's something you want to cook kind of lower and slower. A slightly lower temperature for longer. You cannot hurry a big cookie. And that's like bread or like a big loaf of something, right? You're not going to put that in there and try to bake it in 3 minutes.
So I think we have a quote there.
Yeah?
You cannot hurry a big cookie.
You cannot hurry a big cookie. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sounds like a quote from Hairspray or something, doesn't it?
So, but there's an interesting question. If you have leftover dough and you put it in the fridge,
Yeah.
obviously you're gonna cover it with a saran wrap. How long is that dough good for?
Oh, I have never found out. It's always gone within 24 hours. That's actually an Alton Brown joke. He had an episode of Chocolate Cookies, and he said, these cookies will last for, in my house, an hour? Like that's kind of the thing. Yeah, it's a good question. You have, because the thing is, you have egg in there. That's the only thing you need to preserve, so to speak. But it's in the fridge, so it should be able to stay for weeks in there. I don't see why not. Because you're just holding off those eggs until they spoil. Yeah, you should be good to go.
Sweet.
Make a cookie cake out of it and decorate it for OnCon. I love the idea. I might do that. And again, we have some leftover chocolate, so we could drizzle some chocolate over it. We'll see how it turns out. We'll see how it goes. We have a little time. I'm going to put that back for now. Speaking of which, if you do want to melt down chocolates or reuse stuff that's around the house, be aware that any sort of stuff that you get from that's anything you buy from the store that is a processed chocolate, i.e. not a baking chocolate, not a use this in recipes chocolate, but something in the next aisle over that's all the candy aisle. Be aware that has been treated with different processes to make them last on the counter for a long time. And so if you melt those down and try to reuse them, they will melt differently, they will solidify differently. They might not like re-solidify as quickly, they may be a little more runny, they may have different properties, they may just feel a little differently. You can totally do it. It will work. Just be aware that it won't necessarily like reform into the exact same kind of thing that you're used to. So just be aware of that, but feel free to experiment. Again, you're not gonna. Babies will not die if you get it wrong. Right?
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
that's always good to know.
Always good to know. Cool. And then I try to make sure that whenever I got something in the oven, I use that time, because what else are you doing, to clean up. I should probably grab the beater and the other thing out of that, the scoop, and clean those. But I'm going to be using them anyway, so And here's a little trick. The bowl that had a lot of butter in it, use a paper towel on that to wipe all of the butter out first.
Yep.
Because otherwise you get grease, that's grease, all over like your sponge and everything else and so forth. So if you get out 95% of the butter or the oil or whatever, you can actually clean it. There we go. And then you will have a nice, clean bowl. And I will also use this opportunity to clean up my dirty, dirty counter. How dare we? Yeah, for that cookie, we need to figure out what is an easy to do anime design that you can put on a cookie. You can drizzle chocolate on, like a maid cafe, right? You got to have the design that you drizzle on top of the cookie. So, gotta think about that. Some cat ears, maybe. Little smiley face. Oh, okay. Let me clean up a little bit here too. You will notice chefs never wear black, and this is one of the reasons.
Oh yes, teaching otaku how to wash dishes is so iconic. Yes, it is. I would even say ironic a little bit.
Exactly. Ed's smiley face. I love that idea. I gotta look that up. I may do that. We'll have to see. Actually, you know what I just realized? I have another baking sheet. And so we can just, what I can do is I can lay out the dough. And then, what did I do? Oh, parchment. And then once the other ones come out, I can just pop this in. Even better! I have an air fryer.
Oh yes.
So, the air fryer has a little pan. That's plenty big enough for this. So what I'm going to do is put this down. I will also trim it. And I'll just bake this in the air fryer. Two things at once. Imagine that. All right. So, let's see what happens. All right. I'm going to scrape off whatever dough I have on here. Not because I don't like eating dough raw, but because I want as much volume as possible for that giant cookie. Okay. This is not going to be a giant cookie. It's just going to be a big cookie. And actually, here's a good example of what I was talking about. You see most of the stuff that down there is no chocolate at all. So that's what you're trying to avoid. But because I am pulling all this out for the one cookie, like that's fine. I'll just do a little bit more mixing there. So normally I would have been careful to get some of that extra dough, extra batter, some chocolate, some extra batter, some chocolate, but I can just mix all that kind of right on there. Take my, I just cleaned it, and I've got to de-clean it. It's so sad. Just going to mix that a little bit in a moment. All right. Hum. Let me start it baking. I'm gonna go basically 325. Oops. I'm setting it for an hour because I'm gonna again set a timer. I don't trust myself to know how long it'll take to bake this because I literally have no idea because it's so big. So I'm going to put it in there for a long time and then set a timer to go back and check it over and over and over again. I don't want the oven to just turn off and then we have to come back in and turn it back on again, right? I just want it to be even all the way through. Yeah, you can absolutely bake in air fryers. It is amazing. Depending on the air fryer. I'm sure there are air fryers which don't have a bake function. You never know.
Okay, so I'm watching you just like eat the cookie dough, and I just feel like for the sake of eating cookie dough, making my own cookie dough just so I can eat it out of the bowl.
Sorry, say again?
I was just saying that I'm watching you eat the cookie dough that I just feel like for the sake of eating cookie dough because I'm so hungry right now. And I'm like willing to go into my own pantry and just be like, okay, I'm just whipping this up. I'm not cooking it. I'm just going to with a spoon and just eat all of this.
That is the problem. It is also the difficulty. One of the reasons why I got a bit of a something right down here. Okay, cool. That's 10 minutes on the original cookies. I'm just going to look at them real quick. Okay, they're nowhere near done. Oh, they're a good ways away. I'm going to do another 3 minutes on that. I'm waiting for that to preheat. And I'll put them in. If you put them in before they preheat, then basically they get this weird temperature gradient where they're getting some heat, but they're not really cooking. And so it's going to kind of melt the dough before it's able to like start baking it. Because it just the chemical properties of that aren't kind of designed to bake at 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's better to wait until it preheats, then put the dough in, or the cookie or whatever. So we will do that, and you'll also notice I have sort of spread it out a little bit. In fact, I might do that a little bit more. This is another kind of trick with something that is like this that needs to be that needs to cook kind of very evenly. If you spread it out a little bit, that helps it kind of that helps it to be even, to make sure that you're getting. It's not going to spread out too much from there, but we should be getting. So here's the problem: you got heat in the oven, trying to bake this thing and turn it into a cookie. If you start with a ball, right, you're going to get all this heat on the ball, but it's going to take forever for it to get to the inside of that sphere, because that sphere is kind of way in the middle of there. So the more you spread it out, the more surface area there is. Now it just has to get down. Yeah. Just have to get down, a quarter of an inch to get to the center of that mass, so it'll bake more evenly, more effectively. How close are we? Preheat. Look at that. But now, I am smelling baking chocolate chip cookies. We just got to that point.
So jealous.
It's a good thing. Let's see here. The recipes for just edible cookie dough too. Oh yeah, totally. And so that's a good question, or good point. People are often told to not eat raw cookie dough because of the salmonella risk. Salmonella, if a healthy adult gets salmonella, you will basically get an upset stomach for like a day. That's the ultimate effect of salmonella, and salmonella is in 1 in 80,000 eggs, right? So if you're pregnant, if you are elderly, if you are 2 years old, different thing. And I'm not saying you can eat cookie dough all the time, but I'm saying if you are willing to take that risk, that is the risk, right? It's not like if you eat raw cookie dough, there's a 1 in 4 chance you will die, right? It's a different kind of thing. So be aware of that.
It's not like eating fugu fish.
Right, exactly. Yes, it is not like eating fugu. And also, it should be pointed out, like if you are, and again, one of the reasons I eat little dough is I am eating in a little bit there, what? 1/20th of an egg. So it has salmonella, right? Like my risk is pretty low. All right, that is the okay. We have some cooling racks. They are just browning on the edges. So we grab our fireman's gloves. And when I say that, I mean like, yeah, I bought these at a fireman's surplus store. Like that's
Wow.
because I'm gonna be sticking my hand into a 500 degree oven at times. So that's what we got. Again, just browning around the edges, getting significantly brown, but still quite soft in the center. Actually, I leave that on the baking sheet for a minute. And same thing with those. Yeah. Let me check. Yep, they're good. So actually, let me check those again. So what I'm doing here, when I say I'm checking them, I'm just touching the top of them and pushing slightly. So if you touch the top of a cookie and push slightly, and you make a divot, they're not done yet. But if they kind of spring back a little bit, if they have some firmness, they're baked. So I'm going to go ahead and pull these off the sheet. There's another little trick. Again, lots of you. Another little trick. If they're almost baked, you can pull them off but keep them on the baking sheets. And because the baking sheets are hot, they will cook them a little bit longer while they're there. But they're not in the oven, so they're not going to burn. Right? So if you're within 30 seconds of where you want to be, pull them out, keep them on the sheets, and then just the residual heat of the baking sheet will finish those off. But these are good. But I had two of them fall off the side. So they will be oddly shaped, but that's fine. How am I? We're ready to go. Okay, so this is going to go in. Ironic, because the oven's not ready, but oh well. And let me pull out the rack that's already in there, which I shouldn't do. Should not have kept the rack in there. That's not great, but that is now going in there. And now, I think I can just go down there. And now I'm going to set a timer for maybe 15 minutes. It'll definitely be longer because it's more mass to bake at once. I'm going to go 13 because I'm curious what it will take at 13. I don't think it'll take. I think it'll take longer than that, but we'll try that. Okay. Exactly. As long as you're not a 2-year-old elderly pregnant lady, elderly pregnant baby, you're fine. But yeah. So we are good to go. I am going to auction off these cookies later on today during the charity auction. So you'll get a chance to win some of these cookies, and I will absolutely ship them to you. I've shipped bread in the mail, and it came out fine. FYI, because they're soft cookies, they will probably not all be whole by the time they make it to you, but, we do what we can.
They are cookies. It doesn't matter.
It's funny, speaking of that, one of the things that I often struggle with people's expectations around baking is that there are so many folks who are like their standard is is perfection, basically, right? Like, their cookies aren't good unless they're all exactly uniform in shape. They have a uniform dusting of sugar on top, and they're exactly consistent one by one. I'm like, who cares? It's a cookie. So it's like, chill out a little bit. Just make stuff. It'll be fine. Exactly. Broken cookies are choose to eat more cookies. Broken pieces are fewer calories. I don't know if you knew this. If you eat multiple pieces of a broken cookie, it's fewer calories than one whole cookie. That's how that works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's like if you just eat, a few small pieces of cake. It's not as much calories as a whole slice of cake. If only. Taste it matters. I also kind of blame. Well, I don't blame. I do kind of blame the Great British Bake Off and a lot of those shows, which do test their things on presentation, and make presentation a big deal. And at least Bake Off does make a big deal about flavor as well. Like that is a pillar of what they do. But you see a lot of these shows, and it's all about the visuals, and folks then obsess about the visuals. And I'm like, but it's the flavor is really more important for me. And of course, the TV show is all about visuals, right? They can't give you the flavor, they can't give you the smell, they can only give you the visuals. So. All right, those are cooling down. What I might do in a minute or two, once those have cooled decently, is I'll test the two that fell off the baking sheets and are those kind of like this, and see how they turned out. We love our Mary Berry. Oh, to be clear, I love Great British Bake Off. I have seen, I think, most of it at this point. Quite a few seasons of that show. It's a fantastic show, but again, it has effects, unfortunately, on society. People are like, oh, it's got to look that good. It's like, no, those are.
I always feel like when I watch that show that there should be like at the end of it, like the loser execution round, Because the way that they it's so dry when they make the criticism, and I just feel like that's like just like the people receiving it are kind of dying a little bit inside when they get it.
Yep. That is such a British show, in so many ways, because there's no big glitzy prize round, there's no giant wheel they spin. Just people coming around and saying, oh, could have been a bit firmer. All right, we move on. It's like, wow, it's great. It's fascinating going back. If you can find it, and like Netflix has made it really hard to find. If you can find like the original first season of Great British Bake Off before it was a hit, when it was like a summer replacement program, when it was like season 1, no one knew what this thing was, and it was just, we're gonna gather some bakers in a tent somewhere on a lawn, and like literally it's like in the center of town, so it's like in the middle of a roundabout basically, so there are like cars driving by the entire time, like it's not a big, it's not on some giant estate. It's kind of funny, and it's just this very pure experience in that way. And again, it's not that the later seasons are terribly corporate or anything, but it's funny seeing just how small it is compared to how much it grows. Yeah, and they're very addictive. Classic Iron Chef, yeah, is a lot of fun too.
Oh gosh, oh man,
especially
I tried so many of those Iron Chef dishes. I'm surprised I'm still not on fire.
I love going back and watching, and I never watched a lot of it, but like the original Japanese Iron Chef.
Yep.
Just where it all came from, because it is just so wonderfully over the top, and so aware of being wonderfully over the top, where just they're having the time of their lives, being ridiculously, and now shrimp, and it's great.
Well, wasn't the original host? Didn't he play Light Yagami's dad in the live-action Death Note movies?
He may have. I don't know.
I think he did.
I never watched those movies.
Oh, they were so fun. They were so fun. Much better than the Netflix Death Note, I will tell you.
Yeah. As I end up with mountains of food at home, you're trying to sell at markets and give to people. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, by the way, one nice thing about learning all this stuff is vanilla cupcakes.
Ooh.
Classic white bread, like sandwich bread. Whenever I bake, if I make more than like I use or I know I'm going to use, I just freeze the rest. And then just pop this in the microwave for like 30 seconds. Defrost them. Same thing with that. Put this in the toaster. So actually, this morning, for breakfast, once I got everything going with OnCon, I came out here. Thank you, Steve, because he was doing your panel. I came out here, used the air fryer to just toast one of these slices of toast. There you go. So you can make stuff and not feel like, oh, I've used this big recipe, I'm gonna have to throw it all away. You can save it. Which again gets back to this whole thing that people are like, well, no, but it's not going to taste as good the next day. That's true. It's going to taste 95% as good the next day. Okay? I can live with that. Alright. So, this has mostly softened. So this is what we end up with at the end of that experience. Again, this is equal parts egg, butter, flour, sugar, a little bit of baking powder, a little salt, and I just added some cinnamon to that. Oh, and baking powder. Yeah, baking powder, salt, cinnamon, and vanilla. Cinnamon and vanilla are the two other flavors.
Oh, torture us, why don't you? As we all sit here drool.
It's pretty good.
Some of us are trying to reach through the screen.
I will say. Oh man. The chocolate is really what shines. So full props to that guitar chocolate. You can really taste the quality there. And these are out quite well. So the some good browning on the bottom, just enough, very soft. So I'm just sort of very gentle pressure here, and it's moving. So the reason I say this is, again, think back here. I did not provide a recipe. I didn't do anything special here. I had no special equipment other than the scale. So you can do this, right? This is not technically complicated. It's just equal parts by weight, flour, sugar, eggs and butter. Wow. Take a minute. And you're good to go. And you make as much as you want. If I wanted to, throw in 6 eggs, make all the cookies in the world. So, chili and curry are even better. Yeah, absolutely. Chili and curry are definitely better the next day. I might like white bread, classic bread. I like that stuff. I might like it better toasted. Like a good toasted, just simple sandwich bread. Oh, caramelization, the browning, you know, the taste of that, you know, with some blackberry jam on top or something. Oh,
killing me.
That is some good stuff. And sandwiches, I definitely prefer toasted. I much prefer a slightly toasted bun or something. Yeah. So we have a few more minutes. I'm going to check here real quick. Oh my. Oh wow. Look at that. Eep. Wow, look at that. Oh, you know what? No. Okay.
Oh wow.
It puffed up a lot more than I expected. It's almost like it's an objective in a war game. You know, there's a little flag on top there. You got to get to the top and defend the hilltop. Wow. Okay. So now my question is: we have 5 minutes. I'll put this in a cooling rack. We have a cooling rack. And try to slide that off. So I'm gonna Google Radical Edwards' little smiley face. And I'm gonna try to pull that off. There we go. We will turn off the oven. I'm just gonna unplug it because they say to do that now. Apparently, you should unplug all of your appliances if you can. So this is gonna be a weird search. Radical Edward smiley face. Will this work? Yeah. Okay. Ooh. I want to. I could do chocolate. Is there something else I could do? What other options do we have? I definitely have. Oh, actually, I have some spare. I have that spare chocolate. I'll do that. I'm a little worried about how this is going to turn out. But I have some spare. This is. What? Chocolate only. 70% dark. So it's a nice dark chocolate. We're going to use some of that. Heck yeah, let's give it a try. I'm going to take, I won't need all of this, because I'm just doing a quick design, right? I don't think I'll need all of this, so I'm going to break out, yes, thank you. So there's a chunk. Is that enough? Do I need more? I'll do some more. Because I'm not going to get all of it, right? Because some of it's going to stick to the bowl and so forth. Let's start there. No, a little bit more. A little bit more. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. I'm going to zap this for 30 seconds. And then continue zapping. And see if we can get a little better shot of this. Maybe. Camera does not want to cooperate. That's good. Okay. Let me grab a. I'm gonna try to. Ooh. Yeah. I have some skewers here. Some wooden skewers. We're gonna try this. That is not melted at all. So another 30 seconds. Again, I'm just going 30 seconds at a time for safety, so I don't burn it or anything. And we're going to see what this does. And we're going to try doing Radical Edward's smiley face on a cookie, because why not? And again, I'm going to try, I don't know, I'm going to try just using a skewer and just kind of drizzling it on, I'm assuming. Yeah, never ask an audience of cookieholics if you should add more chocolate. Fair point. Slightly biased. Okay, yeah, that is just like softening up, but by no means melted yet. Another 30 seconds. Often they do like a minute at a time. Whoa. You did 3 minutes instead of 30 seconds. So we're gonna try that. I think what we'll end up with is a design of some kind. Whether it's Radical Edward or not, I don't know. But we will see something as a result of this. And let me grab another spoon just to mix that up. I don't know. I'm unsure. Okay, we've definitely got some. Whoa! So that's starting to melt now. I'm now going to mix that because it's always hard to tell. Yeah, good. That's nice and completely, almost completely melted. There's like one chunk of unmelted chocolate, but that's going to melt in the rest of the melted chocolate. So that's what we've got. Nice melted chocolate there in a very hot bowl. So let's see what happens. I'm pulling up the image. So we need, and unfortunately it's not exactly round, but okay. So we do something like this. So I'm trying to do the eyes first. And unfortunately, the skewer is small. And like on the one hand, I want to use something bigger, but I know if I try to, I'm going to get chocolate everywhere. So I just have to be a little more careful. So I'm just putting some there. And then like that. Trying to go in. And then we have the smile. So we'll start there and work it. Oh, this is going to take forever. Yeah, this is going to take forever. Yep. All right. And I'm not, the smile is not nearly as wide. Or it's not dipping as much as Ed's is. His is more of a curve. This is more flat. But that's okay. All right. And we'll do a bit more here. Gotta fill that out. Obviously, this is nothing like even, but we're getting something. Something's happening, and we're definitely learning, or I'm learning.
Careful, learning's dangerous.
Exactly. Learning changes minds. There's a great quote from Doctor Who. I just want you to think. You know what thinking is? Just a fancy way of changing your mind. Ooh, that's interesting. Right, got another line there. I cannot at all see what's on the monitor. I am just doing this. And my hands are shaking now. Paul and Prue are coming over, and I'm so worried. There we go. Yeah, we'll do another one over here. Right. And we'll go down, and then okay. I see what a mistake I made. I can fix. I wasn't going all the way down to the end, and that is important in the illustration. That really finishes it off. So making sure to go all the way down to the bottom. I melted way more chocolate than I need for this. Way more chocolate. Wow. Okay.
There's no such thing as too much.
Well, the problem is, what do I do with it now? Because...
Is it still piping hot, or can you just squirt it in your mouth?
Yes and yes. If I wanted to, I could squirt it in my mouth, but that would be very unpleasant. And we'll do a bit more on this side for the eye. All right. That's best I could do. So there is our Radical Edward cookie. Not really Radical Edward, but whatever. We got something on there. That's fine. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. We are a bit over time, but I'm going to... Actually, no. What I'm going to do off camera is I'm going to take these and I'm going to just drizzle some chocolate over them. So I'm just going to grab it. I'll show you real quick. I'm just going to basically do this. Just drizzle some chocolate back and forth over them. And just use up the rest of that chocolate. I might even just drag some chocolate over there to get some chocolate. You can also just drop chocolate on the top and move it around, move a chocolate button basically on the top. Like a little chocolate bit for folks to go on. Just be careful there; it's not too large. Then you have this large hard chocolate thing that whatever. Okay, so what's next? What's next on the docket? I believe we have another panel coming up.
We do.
I believe we are switching over to Lunar Legend. Yes, we're going to talk about Fate. So let us look at the Fate franchise. And apologies for the kind of the weirdness here. Let us, hopefully, he said, get this going.
Hi guys, so I am in Odaiba, Tokyo right now, and I'm at the Aqua City Shopping Center right now. We are going on another tour of the jump shop that's here. A few years ago,
Hello, and welcome to Lunar Legend, the history of Type Moon. I'd like to start off with a little bit about myself. I've been a Type Moon fan since 2014, meaning that I'm relatively new to the franchise, at least relative to its entire history. My favorite Type Moon characters are Arcade Brunstad and Sakura Mato. My favorite Type Moon game is Tsukihime, and my favorite anime is Kara no Kyokai. You can find me on Twitter at Jahiris48, but I usually go by the name Jay online. So just what is Type Moon? Well, Type Moon is many things to many people, but I imagine for most people when they hear the name, they think of maybe servants, the Holy Grail, different character designs, and maybe all the many memes that have come out of the franchise. Or maybe they just associate it with gacha. Now, Type Moon is all of that, but it's also a little bit more. To talk about the history of Type Moon, you first have to look at the people who created it. Now, the first individual I'll mention, who I'm sure many of you are already familiar with, is Kinoko Nasu. Nasu was born in around 1973. They grew up with multiple sisters, and they're a rather mysterious figure. No known images of Nasu exist. If you search Kinoko Nasu on Google Images, you'll see a few pictures of some guys, but if you actually follow those links, those aren't pictures of Nasu directly that we know of. What we do know is that Nasu started writing novels during junior high school, and of course they're the writer of Kara no Kyokai, Tsukihime, Fate Stay Night, Mahotsukai no Yoru, and several other Type Moon works. Along with Nasu, the other main figure and the co-founder of Type Moon is Takashi Takeuchi. Takeuchi is roughly the same age as Nasu and almost as mysterious. We do know from their interviews that Takeuchi went to junior high school with Nasu, and the two were close friends, and they shared their creations back then. Takeuchi is a big fan of maids, twins, and twins who happen to be maids. And of course, Takeuchi is a character designer and lead artist for Kara no Kyokai, Tsukihime, Fate Stay Night, and a few other works of theirs. He's also almost an unofficial editor and the originator of many Type Moon ideas. While he's only credited for artwork on a lot of the early works, he actually had a big input in the story. Other key figures include Kate, or Keita Haga, who's a musician and was the main composer for Tsukihime, and he continues to work with Type Moon today. There's Kiyobi, who's a programmer who's been with them since the early days. Okashige, one of Nasu's first fans and the person who helped design their first website. And Hirokazu Koyama, an artist who worked on CGs for Kagetsutoya and Fate Stay Night, and then would later be a lead artist for MiHoYo and one of the many character designers for Fate Grand Order. As mentioned, Nasu and Takeuchi will be the two most important people for this panel. When talking about the history of Type Moon, really they have to be. And when talking about their history, we also have to look at the beginnings of their artistic careers and what influenced them. While the 1980s is well before the start of Type Moon, key influences on Nasu's writing can be found during these years. We know based on their interviews that Nasu and Takeuchi met during the first year of junior high school, which would have been somewhere between 1985 and 1988, and they quickly became friends. We also know that as early as a junior high school student, Nasu was already writing personal stories, mostly fan fiction or works of fantasy. From 1988 to 1991, Nasu would have been in high school, and that's when his writings begin to become more complex. This is also when he writes his first named story that we know of, called Screamer, which is an unpublished story based on one of his tabletop gaming sessions. Now, when we're talking about the major influences on Nasu's writings, luckily he's been very clear about what they were. He's very open about them in interviews and articles. A big one was a series called Makai Tensho. Now, Makai Tensho was a 1981 film which was based on a novel by Futaro Yamada. And this movie and novel tells the story of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, Mori Soken in the novel, resurrecting the spirits of famous Japanese figures in order to overthrow the Tokugawa shogunate. In this work, Amakusa is confronted by Yagyu Jubei Mitsuyoshi, who happens to be aided by Sengo Muramasa. And other characters featured include Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kojiro. Now this has obvious influences on later works by Kinoko Nasu and Type Moon as a whole. The whole idea of servant systems, the idea of summoning famous figures of the past to fight present battles, is quite similar to the premise of Makai Tensho, as it features figures from Japanese history summoning other figures from Japanese history. And some of the figures from Makai Tensho would even make it into later Type Moon works, including, of course, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, Miyamoto Musashi, Sasaki Kojiro, and Sengo Muramasa. Another major influence was Hideyuki Kikuchi. Now, Hideyuki Kikuchi was one of the defining Japanese fantasy authors of the 1980s. He was the author of Vampire Hunter D, A Demon City Shinjuku, Blackguard, and the Treasure series of novels. He's known for a mix of gothic horror and technology. Nasu was lent a copy of Alien Hidden Treasure Town by Takeuchi during junior high school, in fact, and Nasu would later go on to say that there's no other author that has influenced me more than he has. Possible influences we can see from Kikuchi include obviously vampires. Nasu likes putting vampires in his works. And the sort of alternative take on vampires from Tsukihime with the true ancestors and dead apostles is a little bit similar to what we see in things like Vampire Hunter D. Of course, vampire hunters and Gothic and Christian symbolism and a mix of horror and romance are also things that we see in Nasu's works, which can also be found in those of Kikuchi. Another important author to mention is Ayatsuji Yukito. Ayatsuji was a pioneer of the new orthodox genre of Japanese mystery, which was known for its intense focus on the individual and on mysteries that challenged the reader to a sort of intellectual game. In Japanese literature, this was a return to the classic rules found in authors such as Edogawa Rampo and Agatha Christie. Ayatsuji's works include Another, the Bizarre House series, and the Whispering series, as well as the Decadon House Murders, which are one of Nasu's favorite works. Quoting from Nasu, "I wanted to mix the entertainment of a new orthodox novel with a new romantic novel. So the author who influenced me was Kikuchi Hideyuki, while the author who pushed a switch in my head was Ayatsuji Yukito. Aside from them, I would also say that I've been influenced by Shimada Soji. Those are my holy trinity." And influences we can see from the New Orthodox school on Nasu's writings include a general focus on mystery elements, character-driven stories, and settings that reflect the underside of Japanese society, as well as a sort of intellectual game between the author and reader. Moving on from literature to anime, the group that had a big influence on Nasu was Studio Gainax and their multiple works. Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water aired in 1990 as an adventure fantasy anime, and it was the first anime Nasu ever watched, and indeed was recommended to him by his friend Takeuchi. In 95, of course, there was Neon Genesis Evangelion, and this would be a major inspiration for Nasu. Nasu even said that Evangelion is what gave him a big push back then to start writing. And the main result of that push was Mahotsukai no Yoru, which would be really the first major work that Nasu would write, which would later be incorporated into Type Moon, even though it was unpublished at the time. And certain possible influences, though, you should take these with several grains of salt, include presence of red-themed German-speaking twin-tail tsundere, artificially created human beings, and Tang. Martian successor Nadesico, another anime, is a mecha anime that both parodies the genre while telling an earnest story. This was also cited by Nasu as one of his favorites. It's harder to see any direct influences Nadesico could have had on this work, but we can see in Nadesico a mixture of comedy and drama and a sort of semi-parodied tone, which is seen in some of Nasu's more comedic outings. And finally, in 1997, we have Revolutionary Girl Utena, the fantasy magical girl series directed by Ikuhara Kunihiko. According to Nasu, Fate Stay Night Shinji Mato was directly inspired by the character of Saionji Kyoichi, and we can also potentially see that Fate Extra's setting is reminiscent of that of Otori Academy from Utena. Now, Nasu began creating in the 1980s and continued through the 1990s. In junior high school, Nasu wrote Screamer, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. This was a novelization of Takeuchi and Nasu's first tabletop RPG session, and it's about 100 pages. Takeuchi originally wanted to make a manga of it, but was deterred by its length. Nasu, having a tendency for writing very long stories, is something that'll continue throughout his career. In 1988, Nasu writes something that's perhaps a bit more familiar to us, that being Old Fate. Now, this was really just the name that we used to describe the original draft of what would become Fate Stay Night. This was written by Nasu during his high school years. It was a story inspired by Makai Tensho, featuring heroic spirits summoned as servants to fight in the Holy Grail War in modern Tokyo. It was never fully completed, but it would serve as the basis for Fate Stay Night in 2004, and would be resurrected in 2011 as Fate Prototype, which was a brief special. Now, Old Fate contains multiple differences from what would become Fate Stay Night. It has a female protagonist, Ayaka Sagio, of course has a male King Arthur. It's set in Tokyo rather than Fuyuki, and it describes the Second Grail War. That being said, it is clearly a work that shows from an early day many of the settings and themes and ideas that would later go into Type Moon's published works. In 1996, Nasu would write Mahotsukai no Yoru. He gained the motivation to do so after watching Evangelion, as mentioned. And this would be a 500-plus page story, much too long for the competitions he originally wanted to submit it to, featuring many aspects of his later works, magic and mystery and romance. Now, this was shared only amongst friends, but would eventually be rewritten and released as a visual novel in 2012. Around then, he also wrote the story called Kori no Hana. This was never published. Very few details are known about it, apart from that's a story about an ordinary night. And it is cited by Nasu as one of his 3 presentable early works, alongside Mihoyo and Kara no Kyokai. In October 1998, Kara no Kyokai 1, Overlooking View, was published online on Bamboo Brum. Bamboo Brum was the name of Nasu's blog, which was also created in '98, as well as Nasu and Takeuchi's new Dojin circle. The first 5 volumes of Kara no Kyokai would be released online between October of '98 and March of '99, and the remaining 2 were released in Comic Cat 56 in August of '99. Kara no Kyokai is notable for its non-linear storytelling and a dark atmosphere that reflected the anxieties of '90s Japan. It features characters such as Ryogi Shiki, who possesses the mystic eyes of death perception, and would later be republished in print form by Kodansha in 2004 and receive anime in 2009 by Ufotable. Now, Kara no Kyokai is notably the first work of Nasu that was actually published in any form. Even though it was self-published online, still, it was the first work that he'd really put out for the rest of Japan to see. In May of '99, Angel Voice, which was a doujin anthology series, was released at at Kamisha 48. Now, this featured a short story called Notes, written by Nasu, as well as a short manga by Takeuchi called Quo Vale. Notes in particular is a rather fascinating work, as it contains many themes and elements familiar to Nasu's later works. It's set in a distant future in which Earth has been destroyed by humanity, and it describes a war between the A-rays, who are highly genetically modified humans taking the form of various animals and who are adapted to live in the ether grain polluting the atmosphere, essentially a form of mana, and remaining humans who are led by the liners, who are similarly capable of living in the grain. Now, these two factions declare a ceasefire when the Aristoteles, or the ultimate ones of each planet, are called by Gaia, the Earth, in her death throes to eradicate humanity, essentially in order to get revenge. Now, Notes would contain similar themes and elements as later Type Moon works, namely the Aristoteles or types themselves will appear later on, a sort of environmentalist message, the idea of planetary will, or the will of Gaia versus the will of humanity, the concept of mana, and a sort of very melancholic atmosphere that balances drama and slice of life. And, of course, absurdly powerful weapons. Quo Vale, released in the same anthology, was actually originally written in 1995 by Takeuchi. It's set in a post-apocalyptic world, and it describes a story about the android Gabriel, who works as a postman, but who will cease functioning soon and cannot be repaired. It's a nice look at early Takeuchi artwork. Takeuchi also released Valkyria Nieve Saga in May of '99 at Kamisha 48. This was a full manga series by Takeuchi about Valkyries, but it's very hard to find information on as it was never translated or even fully scanned. Now, the birth of Type Moon begins in 1999. Type Moon started as a doujinshi circle and not as a corporation. A doujin circle is essentially an indie group. And they were named after Type Moon, the ultimate one of the moon, if you remember, Ultimate Ones being a feature of the story Notes. Nasu came up with the name whilst writing Notes, but it was first used for the release of a certain visual novel. That novel, of course, being Tsukihime. In December of 1999, 50 Tsukihime trial copies were distributed at Comiket 57 under the circle name Type Moon. In August of 2000, the Tsukihime Half Moon edition was released at Comiket 58, and in December, the Full Moon edition was released in Comiket 59. And the Tsukihime Dokuhan settings book was released the following year. Tsukihime is a visual novel eroge. It was created primarily by 4 people. Nasu wrote the story, Takeuchi did the artwork, Kate composed the music, and Kyobe was the programmer. It was intended to be a gateway into Nasu's world, and is a story about vampires, the true ancestors and dead apostles. It also features the mystic eyes of death perception, similar to what Ryoge Shiki has in Kara no Kyokai. Here, though, they're possessed by Tono Shiki, who is unrelated. Tsukihime has 5 heroines. It was a very low-budget game, and success was critical. Nasu had pretty much no money left after making it, and in fact was living with Takeuchi at the time. The decision to make it an eroge was essentially made in order to help it sell. Luckily for them, Tsukihime was a massive success. They sold all 1,500 copies that they had printed at Comiket 59, and it would go on to define the next 3 years of Type Moon. In 2001, Kagetsu Toya was released at Comiket 60. This was a fan disc, a visual novel sequel to Tsukihime. It introduced the character of Len, and it contained a very comedic, fan-servicey time loop storyline. All 4 of the original creators were joined by Okashige and Hirokazu Koyama to work on this, and it immediately sold out, really showing how popular Type Moon was becoming. And in 2002, Melty Blood was released at Comiket 63. This was a fighting game developed by Type Moon and French Bread. It features characters from Tsukihime as well as some original characters, and was the first Type Moon game developed with another studio. This would be very successful, and it spawned several iterations. And of course, in 2003, an anime which may or may not exist, depending on who you ask, began airing. This, of course, being Shingetsutan Tsukihime, a 12-episode TV anime by JC Staff based on the visual novel Tsukihime. It is highly divisive today in both Japan and the West, but it was successful at the time. Indeed, it had sold a 14K average, making it the 3rd best-selling anime of the year. The next year, of course, in January 2004, Fate's Stay Night was released by the newly incorporated Type Moon. Type Moon was no longer a Dojin Circle, they've become a full corporation now. Fate's Stay Night was inspired by Nasu's high school script, what would eventually become Fate Prototype, and it's an eroge VN with 3 heroines. It introduced the Holy Grail War and the Servant System, and was easily the top-selling visual novel of 2004. And Fate's Stay Night would really define the rest of Type Moon history. Fate's Stay Night, as mentioned, features 3 heroines, each of whom have their own route. The Fate route for Saber, Unlimited Blade Works for Rin, and Heaven's Feel for Sakura. It also introduced a series of servants who remain popular and iconic to this day. In 2004, the same year, Kara no Kyokai was put into print by Kodansha as physical light novels. Now, this was likely a direct result of the success of Tsukihime and Fate's Stay Night. This was also when Nasu released DDD. This was a light novel by Nasu, illustrated by Koyama, and it features a mix of magic and science fiction. It's generally overlooked, and unfortunately, the only English translation of it available is pretty low quality, as it's a Japanese to Russian to English translation. In October 2005, Fate Hollow Atraxia First Edition was released. This was a fan disc VN and a sequel to Fate's Stay Night, similar to Kagetsu Toya in its relationship to Tsukihime. It was a very comedic work, featuring a fan-servicey time loop storyline, also similar to Kagetsu Toya. And importantly, this is the first Type Moon game with scenes written by writers other than Nasu. In January of 2006, the Fate's Stay Night anime by Studio Dean began airing. It's an adaptation of the Fate route with elements of the other 2 routes thrown in. And similar to Tsukihime, it's a very divisive anime to this day, but was very successful at the time, selling a 26K average, and was also the 3rd best-selling anime of its year. That same year, Fate Zero Volume 1 was released. Fate Zero, of course, is a light novel series by Gen Urobuchi of Nitro Plus, who happens to be an old friend of Nasu and Takeuchi. Fate Zero is a prequel to Fate Stay Night set during the Fourth Grail War, whereas Fate Stay Night describes the Fifth. And this was the first non-Nasu Type Moon novel series. Nasu obviously provided a little bit of guidance, but he pretty much let Urobuchi write it however he saw fit. In September of 2007, Fate Tiger Coliseum was released for a PSP. This was a fighting game developed by Type Moon and Cavia and released by Capcom. And it would be followed by a sequel game. And it's a good example of Type Moon's expansion, that now they were getting big companies like Capcom publishing works with their characters. In September of 2007, Fate Kawai Liner Prisma Ilia debuted, in the manga that is, written and illustrated by Hiroshi Hiroyama. And this is also one of the first Fate works with very little oversight from Nasu, probably even less so than Fate Zero, because whereas Fate Zero had to roughly conform to the timeline of Fate Stay Night, Hiroyama with Prisma Ilia was pretty much free to do mostly whatever he wanted, though he had a lot of input from Takeuchi. The character of Miyu, for example, has resulted from one of Takeuchi's suggestions. Kara no Kyokai Movie 1 was also released in 2007. This was the first in a series of 7 main anime films, one for each novel, and they're made by Ufotable. And this is the first partnership between Type Moon and Ufotable, a partnership that will continue to this day. In 2009, Kanon aired, 13-episode PA Works anime with designs by Takeuchi, and based on a scenario written by Nasu for the video game 428 Shibuya Scramble. Now, Kanon is largely unrelated to other Type Moon works, but I thought I'd mention it here. In January of 2010, Fate Stay Night and Limited Blade Works was released in theaters. This was a single movie adaptation of the UBW route in Fate Stay Night by Studio Dean, who had also handled the 2006 anime. This will be the last Dean Fate work, and unfortunately it's basically just a highlights reel. It's really adaptation in the loosest sense of the word. July 2010 would see the release of Fate Extra for PSP. This is an RPG dungeon crawler written by Nasu, with character designs by Arko Wada. This would be the first in the Extraverse series of works, and the first Fate game without Fate Stay Night Saber. Though it does have a character who looks suspiciously like her. Fate Extra mixes sci-fi with supernatural, and will be followed in 2013 by the sequel Fate Extra CCC. August of 2011 would see the first volume of the Carnival Phantasm OVA released. This would go on to become a 16-episode OVA series by Wershe, and it's a comedy series featuring characters from Tsukihime, Melty Blood, and Fate Stay Night. October 2011 would see the beginning of what I call the second year of Fate with the release of Fate Zero. Fate Zero was a 25-episode, or I should say the Fate Zero adaptation was a 25-episode TV anime by Ufotable based on Urobuchi's light novel series. This would be Ufotable's first Fate adaptation following on their work with Kara no Kyokai, and it was highly successful. With 52K average sales for Season 1, it would be the second best-selling show of 2011, and is indeed to this day the second best-selling Fate anime of all time, only beat by Heaven's Feel. Now, Fate Zero really helped to reinvigorate the franchise and reach new audiences. Prior to Fate Zero, there were those various Fate works I mentioned that were coming out, but the series had kind of settled into a certain level of popularity. Fate Zero really took it to another level. In April 2012, Mahotsukai no Yoru was released following several delays. this being a visual novel written by Nasu based on his old story from high school, and with art by Hirokazu Koyama. This is the most recent Type Moon visual novel, though that will change shortly, and it was a return to stories focused on mages without servants. Unfortunately, Ohio was not very successful. Nasu originally stated that it was supposed to be the first in a trilogy, but we've had no news of the second two games. And really, its lack of success might be one of the reasons why the remainder of this decade will be characterized almost completely by works called Fate something or the other. 2013 would see the beginning of the Fate Cowline Liner Prisma Ilia television anime by Silverlink. It will be the first of 4 seasons, and indeed a movie, making it one of the longest running Fate anime. July 2013 saw the release of Fate Prototype Fragments of Blue and Silver, a light novel series by Hikaru Sakurai. Sakurai is one of the VN writers for Lairsoft, and this will be her first Type Moon work. It would not be her last. Sakurai continues to work closely with Nasu and the rest of Type Moon to this day, including on Fate Grand Order and on the Fate Extra anime. This is a prequel to Nasu's Fate Prototype, set during the first Tokyo Grail War. Essentially, it's a little bit like the Fate Zero of the Prototype universe. October 2014 saw the beginning of the Fate Stay Night UBW anime by Ufotable. This will have 26 episodes, and it will be a complete adaptation of the UBW round to Fate Stay Night, and had very strong sales numbers. 2015 would see the release of Fate Strange Fake. This is an ongoing light novel series by Ryogo Narita, an author who's also known for his Bakano and Durarara, and it's ongoing to this day. July of 2015 saw the release of Fate Grand Order. Fate Grand Order is a mobile game developed by Type Moon and Delightworks and published by Aniplex. Now, Fate Grand Order is the biggest Fate game, really the biggest Type Moon thing, period. It brought a whole new wave of fans into the franchise, and has received multiple anime adaptations. Without a doubt, the majority of people who are Type Moon fans today came in through Fate Grand Order, especially in Japan, where the game is immensely successful. 2016 would see the release of Fate Extella, the Umbral Star, action game by Marvelous and Type Moon, written by Nasu and Sakurai, and this is the third game in the Extraverse. 2017, meanwhile, would see the beginning of the Fate Apocrypha anime. This would be a 25-episode anime by A1 Pictures, based on a light novel series by Yuichiro Higashide, and illustrated by Ototsugi Konoe. I forgot to mention the light novel earlier, but it began, I believe, in 2012, sometime around then. It's set in an alternate timeline in which the Holy Grail was stolen from Fuyuki during the Third Holy Grail War, and it features a 7 versus 7 Great Holy Grail War with a ruler class mediator. Now, the actual premise was originally proposed by Type Moon for a mobile game. Of course, it would later become a light novel, and Fate Grand Order would become the main Type Moon mobile game. October 2017 would see the release of the first Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel movie, Presage Flower. Heaven's Feel will receive a 3-part anime film series by Ufotable, and indeed, all 3 of them are out now. Presage Flower, Lost Butterfly, and Spring Song. And Heaven's Feel is without a doubt the best-selling Fate anime to date. 2018 would see the beginning of the anime adaptation of Today's Menu for the Emiya family, based on the manga series by TAA, as well as the Fate Extra Last Encore anime, a 13-episode TV anime by Shaft, written by Nasu and Sakurai. It sort of serves as a sequel to Fate Extra. It's not a direct adaptation, and ended up not being very popular, perhaps as a result of that confusion, making it the lowest selling Fate anime to date. 2019 would see the beginning of Lord Elmoy II's Case Files television anime, a 13-episode TV anime by Troika, based on the light novel written by Makoto Sanda and illustrated by Mineji Sakamoto. This features Waver from Fate Zero as an adult, and it's very reminiscent of earlier Type Moon works, which is focused on magecraft and mystic eyes, and relative lack of servants, so that's not entirely true. October 2019 would see the release or beginning of Fate Grand Order Absolute Demonic from Babylonia, the 21-episode TV anime by Cloverworks, based on the 7th singularity in the Fate Grand Order game. And 2020 would see the release of the first Camelot movie, Fate Go, Divine Realm of the Round Table Camelot, the first in a two-part movie series by Production IG based on the 6th singularity. The second film will be coming out this year. And that makes it the most recent, the most recent Type Moon anime, apart from a New Year's special. So what's next for Type Moon? Well, they have several ongoing projects. There is Fate Type Redline, which is a manga. The Prisma Ilia manga is also ongoing. There's a manga of Heaven's Feel, and Fate Strange Fate is still ongoing, the light novel. The Camelot second movie will be coming out soon. Prisma Ilia will be receiving another movie. And Fate Grand Carnival, an OVA series by Awershe and the Carnival Phantasm director Kishi Seiji, will be releasing throughout the year. Indeed, it had a New Year's special on New Year's Day recently. Type Moon has also created a subsidiary called Type Moon Studio BB, led by Kazuya Nino, who will be making works in the coming years. Perhaps most importantly, though, and most relevant to my interests, is the Tsukihime remake, which, after several years of basically being stuck in development hell, finally has a release date for 2021 in the summer. This remake was originally announced back in around 2009 or so, and it almost became a joke about how it would never come out. But thankfully it is coming out, and it's coming out quite soon. It'll be their first visual novel in almost a decade. Sources for this panel include SukiCon, SukiCon being a very highly valuable resource thanks to all the translated interviews that are uploaded there, as well as the Beastslayer forum and the Type Moon wiki, and some anything for which contains statistics for DVD and Blu-ray sales, and the What Shapes My Soul interview with Nasu, found on the Wakame Paradise blog. And with that, that's about it. Thank you for staying and listening to this panel, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
All right. Thank you so much, Jay, for that panel. That was really, really interesting. That's a whole side of the fandom that I have not dug into. Seen a few bits and pieces. Mentioning in the chat that Today's Menu might be the first Fate series I actually finish. Much as I've enjoyed some of the other ones, it's just one of those things that I've never really dug into. Really appreciate that. Jay's in the chat down there, so if anyone wants to ask Jay any questions, any sort of follow up. We will keep that open for a little bit as folks dig into that. Yeah, I just really appreciate that. Fate's one of those things that's just gotten so huge, and it's really interesting. Like you said, it's not that it came out of nowhere. Like there was a lot of writing that went into Fate, and a lot of work. Obviously, there's I've seen some people kind of characterize Fate as oh, these guys just made this visual novel and it got hugely popular and it kind of came out of nowhere. And it's like no, like there was a whole progression out there. We have this tendency to imagine overnight successes, and what's the saying? You should see the 20 years of work that went into my overnight success. So, gotcha. Yeah, and that is so cool. That, you exactly, Becca. You create a company with your friends, and you grow into this massive thing, and to do it while staying basically anonymous. That's nuts. I wonder how you do that. And obviously, I'm not a thing I can do anymore. But and not that I'd want to, but that's amazing that he's been able to stay out of the limelight in that way. Especially these days. Between that and Densha Otoko, we have these various identity mysteries in Japanese fandom. And it's remained relevant for almost 20 years now. It's been a major force in fandom, and especially remarkable considering the fact that a lot of those franchises you have a large diversity of stories. Like I think Tenchi Muyo, for example, where you have side stories, you have a very, very, very large cast of characters where you can tell a story with those characters in a completely different world, and how Fate's managed to, I guess, really do a very similar thing, while still remaining kind of true to that core. I don't know. It feels really cool. It feels to me like everyone involved in that very much knows how to. I was going to say very much knows how to build a franchise. They're aware of the pitfalls behind building the franchise and are kind of laying that groundwork so that you can grow it. So there are a lot of pieces to it that allow it to grow, allow it to expand. But I don't know. Yeah. Great point, Jay. Yeah, Tenchi really went in multiple directions, and it kind of floundered in that sense. And yeah, you had that tight-knit group continuing on. I wonder if it also helps not being something driven by Shueisha or some major organization, where it's kind of finding that middle ground between a group of people who are all continually pushing this forward. So it's not like the lone mangaka over in a corner somewhere, doing Go-Go 13 forever or whatever. You have this group that's moving it, but there's they have the passion, if you will, to keep it relevant for a long time and to continue evolving it over time. And then if one person is needs to take a break or just isn't inspired by it, they can kind of pull back a little bit for a couple of years and then move forward. Yeah. And the other interesting thing is seeing how Type Moon has embraced scale and been willing to work with big companies and say, oh yeah, we'll do big stuff, sure. We'll put our creative might behind big projects, which is really cool. So often folks who do those things no, I'm going to control all of it. I'm going to, we're going to be the only ones who ever make this. And Type Moon seems a lot more open to saying, man, we can partner with a big company on some things. That's fine. Doesn't make it bad. It's really interesting. And there's certainly plenty of Type Moon material to dig. Yeah, letting other writers come on. That's really cool. And I think also that they have the advantage that these days folks are more used to that. They're more used to the idea of, oh, this writer came in and has kind of their own spin on it. And yeah, it might be canon, it might not be canon, but like I understand that this is that writer's thing. This is that writer's kind of approach to this kind of material or material in general, and so folks aren't as upset when a new writer comes in and has their own style, right? Or maybe takes things in a different direction. And so I think you don't have to be as firm on things as companies needed to be in the past, where it's like we have to have this completely consistent thing all the way through. It has to be industrialized, right? It's a much less industrialized process, which is really cool. I have a question, Jay. Do you feel like what's the general mood amongst creators of like getting involved in Fate? Is there this idea that, oh yeah, we can all just jump into Fate if we want to, or is this more a sense of Fate is this big thing and some folks will get involved and some won't? But is there is there some sense of people being like, okay, some people can do Fate, some people can't? Because I know, for example, there's a certain trepidation amongst animators of getting involved in Studio Ghibli, just because of the work hours and how Miyazaki is very much a singular vision there. It's really hard to make your own mark. So people are like, it's a great place to like put on your resume, but not necessarily. People aren't like jumping at the chance to work at Ghibli necessarily, especially if they have strong visions. So I wonder if there's any view on that from folks working with Type Moon. And I don't know if we could even know that. Good. So Type Moon gives the creators a good amount of freedom. That's cool. Cool. Yeah. I think that's really critical. And again, I think Type Moon has the advantage that they're pretty open about that stuff. It seems that they're not only are the fans aware of that they're it's very clear that this is a thing done by that person. Okay, yeah. It's who you know, right? That whole thing, which makes sense, right? You don't want to just have absolutely anybody just dive in and make a Type Moon thing, right? Takashi Murakami's Type Moon. Although I think he would actually be a really good fit for that, but yeah. And I think that's really important for franchise, is letting folks have like that right mix, like you say, of having some control, some not, having enough control to tell their own stories without going like so far off of the track that it's unrecognizable anymore. We've all seen franchises where they make something and it's like, what? Really? Why that? That's really cool. Sweet. All right, then I think we will move on. If you guys have any more questions for Jay, he's going to be hanging out in chat for a little bit longer. Thank you very much, Jay, for hanging out here and for the panel. Very informative, and I appreciate the pace and keeping within the timelines. It's really great. So thank you so much. And like I said, if you guys have any more questions for Jay, please post those in the chat. And we are going to take a quick break and be back at 2:30 p.m. with Losing Society: The Rise of Sekai K in anime. And then we'll talk about what it's like being a life for an American otaku. I'll be showing a few more clips from Ginger's life in Japan as we go back and forth. So we're not going to be completely off air, if you will. Stick around. Also, if you're looking to watch some anime, just so you know, over on Twitch, we are just switching over to Martian Succession Nadesco at 2 p.m. So moving off of His and Her Circumstances, one of my favorite anime of all time, and we will move over to UNESCO in just a couple of minutes. So yeah, we'll be switching over to some of Ginger's videos in just a few minutes. See you in a bit.
are here in Matsushima, Japan. Literally one of the most beautiful places in Japan, in Miyagi Prefecture, just a little bit north of Sendai. When we got here, we found out that there's gonna be like a concert and a samurai parade, and there's a whole
jets.
Yeah,
they're doing jets. The Emperor's personal fleet or something like that.
Something crazy. Like, we came on such a good day. It's summer solstice though, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna show you guys all around. Let's go check out some street food. We're pretty hungry, and then we're gonna go jump on a boat because that sounds super fun. There's nothing more Japanese than getting French fries to eat as a snack. I've got my French fries, or as the Japanese say, fried potato. And we've got our tickets, so we're gonna take a loop all around the Bay Area and look at all of these different shaped islands. It's gonna be super fun. And Allison got a Coca-Cola Zero. Fortunately, we were able to come outside. That one's so pretty.
Just so you know, if anyone gets thirsty on the boat ride, there's literally a vending machine right on the boat. I don't think I've ever seen a vending machine on a boat this small before. That was super fun. I had done that 4 years ago, but I think it's more fun in the summer because like all the trees have leaves and stuff on them. Last time I was here it was snowing while we were on the boat, so it was a little different and it was nice because we could go outside. And last time I didn't get to do that, so we could go outside the boat and it wasn't freezing cold. It was so nice and warm.
Did you have a favorite island?
No, probably. Well, okay, I kind of liked the husband and wife.
Me too, that's what I was
one.
thinking about.
That one's adorable, and then like the one with the lonely tree on it.
There was
That
one
one.
called Soggy Island too, so you had Bunny
Yeah.
Island.
Oh, that was so cool. I don't know why it was called Buddy Island. They probably told us, and I missed it. Went up to the cafe, got me some ice cream before the samurai parade starts, which we had no idea what was going on until we got here. Found out there was a samurai parade, so we're gonna go watch that. All right, now we wait. Oh my! They're coming for us. This is it. Super hype. All right, now what? All right, so we just bought our tickets for the Fukuda Bridge. They're so cute. They have a little character on them. All right, let's go across the bridge. Oh, this is so pretty. We saw this bridge from the boat when we were taking the boat. This is probably my favorite part about Matsushima, is this bridge right here. Alright, made it across that bridge. Look at like Matsushima from here. It's so pretty. That's gorgeous. What is that? That must be the samurai people? I don't know. Jeez Louise. Kuda Island sightseeing map. There's toilets on this island. We are here. Just went across the bridge so we can go all through here and just explore. I have no idea. I don't remember what's on this island, but oh, here's the toilets. They're kind of cute. Lots of little places to sit and look. So let's go. There's some shrines too. Let's go find them. Found a pathway. Don't know if it's safe, but you know, you only live once. Oh wow, okay. So there was something over here worthwhile.
A tree that grows spiky fruit.
Oh, fantastic. We've decided that if we come into a fork in the road, we're gonna go back because we have no idea where this goes actually.
So for real, if y'all don't hear from us again,
We died. We died.
something ate us. We didn't just die.
This is so crazy. Whoa. This is like way off the path of like where all the tourists go. Oh, here we go. I see some light at the end of the tunnel, like literally light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, okay, we came upon someone's house. Let's just turn right back around. We don't want to be here probably. Unless their house is just randomly on a really touristy island. I don't get that, but okay. I just ran into a bug. We're all good. Got my hood up. Like the explorer I am. We'll be good, all good.
Exploring leads to good things.
So many good things.
We just found
Ice cream.
ice cream.
They have drinks in there? Ooh, am I thirsty or do I have a blurry sweat? Ooh, I'm gonna check. Ooh. I still have some drink, but let's go in and get some more. to get some water. What did you get?
It's kind of like Pocari Sweat, post-tonic water. It's like
Post-tonic water?
grape flavored.
Oh, okay. Just like got good old water. So in Tokyo, you definitely get pretty spoiled by how much English there is, and not even just Tokyo, but a lot of big cities. Here in Matsushima, you're not gonna find a lot of that, so good luck. There's the boat we were on, that exact one. That's pretty. Let's go see what's over here. There's like no one over here. Where's all the people? Look at that. It's beautiful. The trees going through. Wow. Here's kind of one of the viewing spots. Fortunately, there's a lot of writing on a lot of this. Kind of a mix of Japanese and English, but mostly English. Some of it are like people who came here studying, stuff like that. Yeah, study abroad. It's kind of sad. I wish people wouldn't write on stuff like this. Guys, heading off the island, going back. Something else that happened while we were here that we didn't know was gonna happen was a air flight jet show thing.
Sky show.
Sky show. So we're gonna watch them come around here. It's so cool. I'm about to see some jets go by at the Godaido Temple. This is so rad. Everyone's eagerly awaiting for them to come. Uh-oh, here they come.
Here they come.
Alright guys, that was Matsushima. Just wander. If you come to Japan, don't have plans. Just wander. You'll find the coolest stuff. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you want to see more stuff,
Cute this is. It's all Hello Kitty. That's adorable. Vlogging in Japan, guys, it's so great.
what's up? I am right outside of Sendai Station, a super prime area for shopping and food and stuff here in Sendai, Japan. Today I wanted to show you guys the Jump Store. It's basically a store of Shonen Jump manga and anime merchandise. One just popped up in Sendai over the summer, so it's really fairly new. There's a lot of cool stuff there. Let's go check it out. Dressed up as Santa because the day's next day. It's such a cute idea. I love these little things that they have. They're like little keychains, but they're the cover of the actual manga. I think that's really cool. I don't know if you open them and they have the manga pages actually printed in there. I'm not sure. It seems like the really big thing at the Sendai one is Haikyuu, which totally makes sense because Haikyuu as a series takes place in Miyagi Prefecture in Sendai. If you watch the show, a lot of the games take place in Sendai Stadium. They really went all out for Christmas here. They have like little special bags. I guess whatever series is on it is stuff that you get inside of the bag, like for My Hero Academia. So obviously One Piece is pretty popular in the States too, but it is nowhere near as popular there as it is in Japan. One Piece is just everywhere. Chopper is like the Mickey Mouse of Japan. I feel like in the States or in the West, One Piece gets kind of made fun of. It's kind of like the casual show that you watch. It's a casual anime. But in Japan, you respect One Piece. I'll just say that much. Of course, you have your Dragon Ball Z stuff. That's kind of an obvious thing you have to have at the Shonen Jump shop, as it's popular with basically American fans, Japanese fans. So one of the biggest current things at the Shonen Jump store is My Hero Academia stuff, which, as you know, is like the newest shonen show that everyone's super into right now. They call it the new Naruto, the new Dragon Ball, the new whatever. Some people aren't gonna like that I just called it the new Naruto, but hey, whatever. These are so cool. I always need some Germix, and these are so cute. They have all of the bigger characters except for Ida. Ida's best. Where's Ida? The cups are cute too. Those are adorable. Heck yeah! Oh, here we go. There's Ida. That's one of my favorite characters. One of my favorite features about the store is the height chart. You can kind of compare your height to your favorite characters, and it's really cool.
So I'm about the same height as...
You're about the same height as Bakugo? No, you're about the same height as Todoroki.
Okay.
I'm the same height as Kirishima. Wow. I'm tall, I guess. On the other side, they have the heights for the One Piece characters. Look how tall Brook is. He's all the way up there.
I'm as tall as Usopp and you're as tall as Nami.
Oh, am I? Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's the same. It's at 170, so about where you were at.
That's cool. Little Chopper is so short. They'll let you compare height to Haikyuu characters. You know, it's cool that they still have Bleach stuff. I know Bleach kind of ended in a fire and just burned, and people basically stopped caring about it, but it's really cool that they still have Bleach stuff. I know that they recently had the Bleach live action, so maybe some stuff is coming back. I know that for a while in the States it seems like no one was cosplaying Bleach, no one had Bleach merchandise, but recently I've seen a lot of Bleach merchandise here. I don't know if that has to do with the movie or what. And of course, it would not be the Shonen Jump store without Naruto stuff. This is so cute! Okay, so we talked about the big three, but how about stuff in Shonen Jump that isn't talked about as much, like Slam Dunk? It is cool that they have a small section of Slam Dunk stuff, just something that you don't hear about as often. This section seems to be an assortment of different random series for Shonen Jump. We've got some Yu-Gi-Oh! We've got Food Wars. There's more Food Wars down here. There's even Black Clover stuff. I don't think this is doing super well in the States, but I do know that Asta got put in Jump Force, the game, so maybe it'll pick up. But yeah, it is cool that they do have the Black Clover stuff. Oh, speaking of which, this whole section is Black Clover, actually. But then you just find like small stuff, like series that don't get talked about that much, like World Trigger. They have a couple of things from that. What I'm looking for is one of my favorite Shonen Jump mangas, which is Shaman King. Let's see if we can find some Shaman King stuff. They have a few D. Gray Man stuff. I remember the anime was getting a reboot. I'm not sure how big that is now, but it is cool that they have some D. Gray Man stuff. I'm spotting some Blue Exorcist characters and some Blue Exorcist merch. Here we go, Prince of Tennis. Who watched that when it aired along with Mare on Cartoon Network? Yeah, you can't really find a lot of Prince of Tennis stuff at all in the States. This is really cool. This is like my first sports manga ever was Prince of Tennis, so I love seeing this stuff. Here we go. I feel like this is one series that got people into either reading manga or watching shonen stuff, Yu Yu Hakusho, so they have a small section of that. The mugs are really nice. That's really creative. I like that a lot. And the prices aren't too bad for stuff like this. So 1,500 yen, so a little less than $15 for the mugs. Honestly, that's not too bad for something like this in a specialty store. Is this City Hunter? Oh boy. That is City Hunter, dang. I have a friend who is super into City Hunter who would love to have that. I don't know what they would do with it, but friend, if you're watching this video, I did think about you. Here's the One Punch Man section for you guys into One Punch Man. Golden Kamui. Here's I think this is a newer show that's currently airing that my friend is trying to get me to watch. Have not seen it yet though. Here we have some Tokyo Ghoul merch. Along with all the merch, they have off to the side here a bunch of gachapon, specifically Shonen Jump gachapon, like these My Hero Academia ones are really cute, Prince of Tennis ones. They even have Ultimate Muscle. Do you guys remember that show back in the day? Gosh, that was such a dumb show. And of course they have an entire setup just full of different manga from Shonen Jump. I still haven't found my Shaman King. Maybe it's just not popular at all anymore, which is so sad. It's definitely my favorite. Alright guys, that was the Shonen Jump shop here in Sendai, Japan. It's in the cargo building right next to Sendai Station, so it's so easy to find, it's so easy to get to. There's signs everywhere for it. Also, fun fact, the Pokemon Center is literally the very next shop, so if you want to kill two birds with one stone, you should totally come here. Anyway guys, I hope you enjoyed this peek into the Jump shop. I will play with you some other time. See you. Today we're in Osaka. We're checking out the Yurusei Yatsura Cafe. So let's check out and see what is on the menu. So while this is a Yurusei Yatsura themed cafe, they also have stuff from other Rumiko Takahashi stuff like Mason Ikoku. I don't know if this dish is from the show. It looks like it's from the manga at least. So yeah, you can get a dish from the series.
soup curry, pasta, and a burger. Sweets menu is usually what I come to these anime cafes for. I think the sweets are better than the regular main entree food. Get charcoal French toast. We'll see if it actually tastes like charcoal. Check that out. And then the drinks menu, I personally got the mango and green apple smoothie, and then my friend ordered the plum soda, so we're gonna check both those out. And they can also get the lattes with character designs on them, so it's really cute. Soon we'll let you know how everything tastes. So per usual with these kind of anime cafes, if you order a drink, you will get a coaster, none of your choice. They bring it out at random, so we'll see what kind of characters we get with our drinks. So there's exclusive stuff at this cafe as well. So if you order things in a specific kind of way, like a food plus a drink will get you one. Sweets and a drink will get you one. But if you get 2 drinks, not good. You're not going to get the exclusive. Cheers. Ooh, I quite enjoy that. I think it's pretty good. So it's really cute because you have Lum here, which is just sugar paper. This is actually edible. And then for her horns, they have little chocolate strawberry pieces. I think that's really cute. All right, you guys want to flip the characters?
Yeah,
Baby Ken. He is cute. So after you're done eating, you can go check out the shop. And not all of it is Urusei Yatsura. There's other series too that Rumiko Takahashi did. Mostly Urusei Yatsura stuff though. Ranma 1/2, Mizuni Koku. I know a lot of people really like Inuyasha when it comes to Rumiko Takahashi, but I have not seen any Inuyasha here, so maybe it's mostly just celebrating her earlier works. Oh, cool. I love these. Oh, those are so sick. There's some Masoni Koku stuff over here. Blu-ray, the series, a CD of the series. This look at the Urusei Yatsura Cafe. Unfortunately, the thing with these anime cafes is that a lot of them are a limited time. So it's April now and it's only going for a couple weeks here in Osaka. Honestly, the food was great. We just got the dessert, but it was really good. The drinks were great. And honestly, the designs of this cafe, as far as anime combo cafes, have been some of the best that I've been at. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. I'll catch you on the next one and I'll play with you some other time.
All right, everyone, we're back, and we're gonna do a panel in a little bit. But before that, I've got some stuff to give away, and I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna do all of this because I got a bunch of stuff to give away. Got a whole stack here, so we'll do a few in a row here. We'll see how this goes. So, what to start off with? Do we start off with the manga, the light novels, or the anime? Let's start with the. This is a manga. It's definitely a manga. Who there would like the first volume of the manga edition of Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation? That's right, first volume, pristine condition. This is the manga itself of Mushoku Tensei. So if you're curious about how all that turned is done in the manga, you can see that. It is quite high quality in terms of the visuals and the art style. A lot of effort put into that. So I'm going to give this away to whoever can guess the genre. I got to roll the D10 of genres, and sure enough, we have a genre. So my question to all of you is, which genre did I just roll on the D10 of anime genres? Let me know in the chat, and it will go to whoever guesses it. It's a new genre every time, and hopefully we will get a winner here momentarily, and then I will give away a bunch more stuff. I've got to get a whole stack here, and that is the hope. FYI, I am getting some minor internet issues. It seems to be kind of fine, and then it dips for a little while, and fine, and then it dips for a little while. So not seeing it yet in the chat, but keeping an eye out. But yeah, so there's a bit of a delay. If there's some audio syncing issues, be aware. My internet just seems to be funky today. A little bit. Oops. Dang it. Sorry. There's the genre list. That would help, wouldn't it? You can tell what the list is. Apologies there. There we go. So what do you think it might be? No one has guessed it yet. Not seeing the list up. No, not seeing the folks get it. Still looking for that that potential win. And got to get through this because I've got more stuff to give away. See what folks think. Game Escape, well done. Sure enough, Idol is the genre. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Applause to Game Escape for guessing Idol. That was indeed the genre rolled. So Game Escape will be getting a copy of the manga version of Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. So moving on, again, we're not done yet. Let's move on to No Game, No Life, the light novels. The original light novels, the whole thing is based on. This is the first two light novels in No Game, No Life. So if you're curious where that came from, this is, again, the light novels themselves. So lots of words. It's that kind of a thing. This also does have illustrations. Be aware, some of these illustrations are a little, you know, a little that. In fact, I'm trying to find illustrations that are not that. Oh, there we go. But you do have some lovely illustrations all the way through. So, yes, you do get some fun stuff in there. So let me go ahead and re-roll the die. Whole new set. We have a new genre. What genre did I roll on the D10 of anime genres? Guess, please, in the chat. And we will see who gets it. Yes, some of the illustrations in there are ecchi. Very ecchi. I have not seen the genre yet in the chat. We will see if it comes in soon. Who will win it? Becca, well done. Becca got it just before Ginger. Martial arts is indeed the genre. A little hard to read there. But Becca, on my screen at least, slid in with the win. Congratulations, Becca. We will go ahead and send those your way. It is now a little after 2:30, so I have a lot more stuff to give away. I've got a whole stack of DVDs here. I've got some more manga. So we'll be getting back to the giveaways a little bit later. but I wanted to get on to the panel. Next time, Ginger. Next time. All right. So, I want to talk a little bit about storytelling, which I think is going to be very interesting for us all. Let me just rearrange a few things here. There we are. So this is my little panel around the idea of Sekai K, and I want to talk a little bit about that. And I'm going to talk in this panel about a tool that I hope will help you better understand anime and the stories told in anime. So this is basically a dramatic theory. Not in the sense of a theory where you go, oh, but in the sense of a theory about drama, right? Disclaimer though. Dramatic theories are useful ideas. They are not perfectly precise categories into which all media neatly fit, right? Any dramatic theory is a helpful concept that you can use to categorize a lot of things, but it's not just, you're going to think of exceptions, and there are going to be some things that just don't really fit into this very well. That's just the nature of art. Art defies easy categorization a lot of times. So the idea here, and let's rewind before we get to Sekai K and kind of set the tone. There is a theory that says that humans tend to experience life through three main kind of levels, three main kinds of experiences. There is the completely internal experience, the stuff going on in your head, right? We have thoughts, we react to those thoughts, we have emotions, we sense pain in our bodies and react to that. Stuff that may be influenced by things outside of us, but are happening entirely inside of us. There's a reaction to stuff inside us. So that completely personal experience is one kind of level. The second kind of level is connection with other human beings, conversation, right? Interpersonal interactions. And so you think of like the individual and then society, right? So we have interactions with other people, some more than others, right? We're all otaku here, but yeah, we all definitely have interactions with other people in our lives. And then the third level is kind of external impersonal reality, right? Like the physical world, people we don't necessarily know, the world out there. So I'm sitting in a chair. I can hit that chair. I can destroy the chair. I can build a new chair. The bookcase can fall on me, right? I can interact with the world. I can change the world, right? So all of those things are different kinds of experiences we have, and you can pretty well quantify any given experience as falling into one of those three types. And again, you can kind of whatever. So then, when you talk about stories, it can be helpful to look at stories based on which of those three levels, those three kinds of experiences, predominate in the story. So you can have stories in which all three of those are more or less equally represented, and some where one of those is much higher than the other, is focused on very much higher in the story. So, as an example, an entirely personal, an example of a story that's very personal would be Inside Out, right? The Pixar movie that is very much about the internal development of the main character. Almost the canonical example, right? Obviously, she has interpersonal relationships, right? And there's interaction with the world and all that kind of stuff. But it is primarily about the personal growth and journey of the main character. Most biographies are personal journeys. They focus very much on the personal growth of the main character. If you've seen Tolkien, the movie, it's very much about Tolkien's growth as a person. He has interpersonal relationships, and certainly the world is involved there. But it's the primary drive of the story is that. A lot of children's books also are that as well. In anime, it's not that common, but actually the anime we watched recently, Mind Game, is a personal journey all the way through, right? And yeah, this is very much an old theory. We're looking at examples of interpersonal stories about relationships. Toy Story, I would argue, actually, is primarily about the relationship between Woody and Buzz, right? And how the story is driven by their interactions. They interact with the people, but there isn't both Buzz and Woody do go through a certain amount of character growth, but they're not saving the world, right? And very much the plot is driven by their interactions and their relationship. The Seven Samurai, right, is very much about these people looking for other people, bringing those other people in. There's other people helping those people, right? It's very much about social dynamics. And in anime, actually, the plot of most episodes of a Magical Girl story, Magical Girl series, are usually very interpersonal, right? It is the girl finds out about some other girl who has a problem and tries to help her out, and then demons show up and she has to fight them, whatever. But Magical Girl plots, like episode plots, tend to be very interpersonal. A lot of shoujo tends to be very interpersonal as well. The protagonist of a Magical Girl series usually doesn't grow dramatically over the course of the series. She may get a little bit more refined as the story goes, but the plot itself of individual episodes tend to be more interpersonal. And then world type stories, one direct priority. World type stories, where it's mainly about interactions with the world. That's usually an action movie. A lot of Hollywood action movies, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Star Wars: A New Hope. Right, those characters, Indiana Jones does not evolve as a person over the course of that movie. And while there are interpersonal interactions, it's mostly about literally this physical object that he's trying to recover, and how that physical object moves around the world, right? Same thing with Star Wars Episode 4, right? There's not that much character evolution, and all the interactions are really about changing the world. In anime, most mecha series, particularly real robot mecha series, tend to be more real focused, or tend to be more world focused. We're saving the world, right? We're doing physical things in the world. The characters will evolve somewhat over time. Original Gundam, there's definitely a lot of character evolution there. But the physical interactions are usually about saving the world. They're usually, how do we strategize on all the pieces on the board, right? So it's much less about that evolution. And then you have stories that mix the two, or that mix these, where two of these predominate. That's certainly a thing. So stories where you have both an internal journey and a conversational, interpersonal story. A lot of serious literature, like serious books that you read, and the stuff on the that table as you come into Barnes and Noble. The serious lit that people are reading. Those tend to be of those type. Infinite Jest, I would argue, is very much about kind of the growth of the main character, but then also all of these interpersonal relationships going on over the course of the story. It's not much about saving the world, or really, the specifics of the world itself. And then when you see things that are about both the interpersonal relationships and saving the world, there's actually a lot of pop culture where that fits into. Lord of the Rings, right, is very much, I keep saying very much about. Lord of the Rings deals with people interacting like the Council of Elrond, right? That is all interpersonal interactions, and they're trying to save the world, right? And they're very much interacting with the world, exploring the world, all that kind of stuff. But there's not much character growth, and that is very much intentional. Tolkien was about, stick to your guns. He wanted people to be consistent and to do the right thing, whatever. So that was kind of that's the drive there. I was thinking about this. Harry Potter actually would fit in this pretty well. Again, there is character growth for the characters in Harry Potter, but it's more general growing up character growth, right? Harry still has most of the same basic character attributes over the course of that story. He's just kind of refined a little bit, and it shifts a little bit, but he's still basically Harry, right? But he wants to save Hogwarts, the physical place, and his friends, the relationships, and those are the center points of that story. Then you get what I would argue is the most interesting one, and the one that we're kind of going to focus on for the rest of this talk. And that is stories that involve the personal and the world. And typically these are stories in which the growth of the protagonist is directly tied to the saving of the world or the big plot that's going on, right? The enemy cannot be defeated until the main character comes to some personal revelation and can kind of overcome that. You see this a lot. Oh, let me rewind a little bit. Actually, no, we're fine. Mythologically, we see this in certain things. Loki chained in Norse mythology is an example of this, where I don't want to get into all the backstory of what happened with Loki in this story. Suffice to say, Loki did some really terrible things, and then he was punished for that. And the punishment for that was, the result of that punishment was that he had a couple of children who would end up destroying the world. And then, as final punishment for what he did, he is chained up in a rock in a giant underground cavern, and like poison is dripped on him constantly. And basically, he is chained up with one of his children. And when he finally gets out of that and breaks out and leaves, that is going to be one of the things that kicks off the end of the world and starts Ragnarok. And so it's literally like him going through and completing his punishment is what breaks the world, in a way, or changes the world. So that is very much a story of one person's personal journey also being tied into these larger world events. The 12 Labors of Hercules are very much that. And again, Hercules did something really, really terrible, which is depressing and bad. And so the gods tell him, okay, you have to go out and do these 12 sort of superhuman things that kind of help clean up the world and solve these big superhuman problems to pay kind of for what you did, to show how bad you feel as punishment, basically. And at least in the version that I read when I was a teenager, and which I'm sure was completely reversioned and rewritten and all that kind of stuff, but Hercules would show up to defeat the Hydra or show up to clean the stables or what have you, and people would go, Hercules, I heard about what you did. I don't know if we want your help. Like we're uncomfortable with you being here. And so we have to say, no, this is my penance, right? I'm doing this because I'm so sorry for what I did. And so, please allow me to do this to help the world a little bit. And so, again, his personal actions have this impact on the world. And then one final thing, of course, is, are there stories that are a mix of all three, where all three are roughly the same? I would argue Game of Thrones does all these things. You certainly have character growth in Game of Thrones. You also have a lot of interpersonal relationships that drive the story, and there's also a lot of world stuff, going to different parts of the world, and the physical world is also a part of what goes on there. Frozen actually mixes all three of these, right? I don't think it's a spoiler at this point to say that, Elsa needs to go through some character growth for that story to climax correctly. And that character growth is driven by her relationship with Anna, right? So it's that relationship I think is very important. And then also it's this big, threat to the world itself, or the world they're in, the location they're in. That makes sense. And then in anime, you get stuff like Ancient Magus' Bride, right? Where Chisei needs to grow as a person. She does that through her relationships, but there is also big plot stuff going on in the world. So those are all things. And Charmy brings up Escaflowne. There's very much an aspect of the personal growth of the characters being involved in the fate of the world. All right, so what does that all have to do with anime, and why am I talking about all this? Japanese storytelling, Japanese myth, has always tended to emphasize interpersonal relationship stories about society and groups. And this was both true in terms of ancient Japanese myths and also in terms of classic Japanese storytelling, up until modern times. There's a story of Amaterasu. And there are a couple different versions of this story, but basically Amaterasu, the sun goddess, is of course very important. The rays of the sun are what make crops grow, and the warmth of the sun on our bodies is a wonderful thing, and light allows us to maneuver and so forth. And so she was very much revered, but then over time that worship of her became more mundane and more just kind of lip service to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. And eventually Amaterasu realized that people were kind of taking advantage of her, or at least were just not really paying attention to her much anymore. And she got so upset about this that she ended up throwing a bit of a fit, frankly, and then going into a cave and pulling a rock over the cave so large and so heavy that only she could pull it. And so she retreated into this cave in this sort of fit of pique. And so the sun went out. There was no sun shining on the world. And so crops began to wither, and people began to become depressed, and people began to die. And then up in heaven, where Amaterasu had a whole host of attendants to help her, being a god, right, being a goddess, she had all of these attendants and all this great court, and they're all weeping and gnashing teeth, and all very much horrified of this going on. And what do we do? They couldn't figure out what to do. And so at that moment, a great hero came along in Journey to the West. It's Monkey King. And but this hero comes along, finds out what's happened, and then tells all the attendants, here's what we're going to do. Throw a party. Throw a huge feast. And they're like, why would we do this? This is such a terrible moment. He says, just trust me. And so they throw this big feast, and it starts this big party. And people start getting up and dancing and yelling and cheering and singing and all that. And things get more and more raucous and more out of control. And in some versions, articles of clothing start coming off. And it gets so loud that Amaterasu can hear it in the cave. And she hears all of this partying going on. And she goes over to the stone that's at the entrance and listens and hears all of this joy. And she says, how can people be celebrating when I'm not there, when there's no light on the surface of the world? And it just keeps on going and keeps on going. And so finally she pushes the stone to one side slightly, just a crack, just so she can look out. And of course, this great hero is paying attention and looking just for this opportunity. And as soon as that happens, he reaches in and grabs Amaterasu and kind of bodily pulls her out and pushes the stone to the side and pulls her out so she can come back into the world, or into heaven at least. And of course she's very offended, and how dare you lay your hands on a goddess, and why are you partying when I'm gone? You can see now why I'm so offended. And the hero says, no, you don't understand. This party was for you. It was to draw you out of the cave. It was to celebrate how much we need you and to get your attention so that we could explain to you how much you are needed and how important you are to the world. And with that, she's kind of mollified. And she agrees to stay outside of the cave, and the light comes back to the world. That is a relationship story, right? This person does this thing, and it is resolved because everyone comes together to throw this party. The hero isn't the only one doing the party. Everyone has to be involved in that, and that is how you're able to get Amaterasu out of this. And so you see this in a lot of traditional Japanese myths. They're very much about society. You also get stories like stories of the Yuki Onna, right, where the cold woman, where a samurai is out in traveling through the mountains, and he stumbles across this sort of forlorn but well maintained house in the cold mountains, and goes in, and there's a woman there, and she makes him dinner, and he sleeps there, and she's cold to the touch, and come to find out she's basically a monster who attacks him. And that's about somebody leaving society, right? So it's basically saying, don't go too far from the group because there's danger out there when you're alone. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this, right? But literally, like don't be alone. just be with people, right? Is kind of the one of the underlying themes of Yuki Onna, or the Yuki Onna stories. Similar thing as you get into modern storytelling. Look at Godzilla movies, right? Godzilla's this big giant thing that comes in, And what happens? Everyone comes together to fight off Godzilla. Right? What are the iconic shots in a Godzilla movie? There is Godzilla rampaging through a miniature, Tokyo, but there's also that whole line of like scientists and military men, and like the secretary, right, of the scientist, who are all standing there very concerned with their hats on and calling in orders to the tanks who always fire and never actually hurt Godzilla. It's the whole group coming together to fight off Godzilla. Godzilla is almost never defeated by one person. It's always by all of society working together to do that. And big construction projects which involve many people. And then in anime, right, most big shonen series are about groups. Think about all the big shonen series, and they're almost all about groups. It's not the Goku show. It's Dragon Ball, all of these different characters. It's not Eren stories, it's Attack on Titan. It's not Naruto, okay, it's Naruto, but you get the idea, right? Naruto is very much a story about a bunch of different people, all together doing their thing. So that is very much a classic feature. Now, again, there are certainly Japanese stories that are very much about a personal journey. Kokoro is a classic Japanese novel that is almost entirely about the internal personal thoughts of the main character. He doesn't actually grow that much, but it's much more of a personal story. So you certainly have other stories, but in terms of general trends, interpersonal stories tend to dominate in Japanese storytelling until the 1980s, and especially the 1990s, when pop culture study people started noticing a shift in that trend. They started noticing stories where the personal journey of the protagonist was very much tied into the fate of the world. Where, the shonen hero was kind of a jerk, but then when he stopped being a jerk, he could actually save people and save the world. And when I think about an anime in the 80s that is about this, particularly the late 80s, my mind falls to a little movie named Akira. Have you ever seen Akira? That's a movie in which Tetsuo's personal thoughts and his views on the world are very central to how that plot unfolds. His damage very much drives his story and drives his choices in that movie. And there's also a lot of death and destruction and explosions and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely world stuff happening as well. And it is a movie in which interpersonal relationships are either ignored or harmful, right? That is a movie about people talking past each other and interpersonal relationships just completely failing. That biker gang, they all rely on each other, but as we see as the movie, goes forward, they don't really help each other that much. They are physically there for each other, but they don't really offer that emotional support. And it's constantly people saying, "Watch out for that danger!" as people walk into the danger, right? That's Akira, very much. Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling. It's all good? That was all good. Sorry. Okay. And then the 1990s very much solidified that trend. We saw many stories with this as a central feature. Tenchi Muyo, which we mentioned earlier, it's about a main character whose laser sword literally does not activate until he is emotionally calm. He cannot save other people unless he is centered as a person. But really, honestly, seriously, it's Evangelion, right? Neon Genesis Evangelion is the poster child for this idea. The idea of Shinji's personal journey is it, right? It is that story. As Shinji, Shinji needs to work through his problems, And as he works through his problems, he is able to actually save the world. And you see more and more of this as anime moves into the 90s. The Boogie Bop franchise. Personal journeys, personal stories, and things happening in the world. And frankly, similarly, interpersonal relationships kind of getting in the way or just being ignored. And then you see that even also in the modern world. One Punch Man. Right? It is Saitama's personal, issues, and then superheroes running around destroying the world. And again, there are relationships in there. But those two things kind of predominate in terms of the premise of One Punch Man. My Hero Academia, at least in the beginning, right? It's about the personal growth of that main character, and then superheroes running around saving the world. The interpersonal relationships start to build as that plot goes. But in terms of again, sort of the originating premise of that, it's very much those two things. And there's a term for it, which evolved in the 80s, called Sekai K. Sekai means world, and K means type. So these are called world-type stories, meaning that they are stories, but where the world is being driven by, again, sort of the growth of the main character. So that's the idea of Sekai K. That's the idea of that. And so if you are curious about this idea, feel free to Google, and I'm going to put it in the chat, Sekai K. That is that. And so there's been a lot sort of written about this and a lot sort of analyzed about this. It is, again, a useful way of thinking about stories. It's not perfect. It's not, tidy. But it is, it's thought-provoking, right? And when you're trying to compare two different series and say, why did I like that show and not that show? Sometimes it's because, this one focused on that, this one didn't focus on that. And maybe that would have been more appropriate to that kind of thing. Isekai series, right, are typically very much driven by who's our protagonist and what's going on in the world that the protagonist has to deal with. So again, I think this is an interesting and useful way of looking at stuff. So I hope you found that useful. That is my talk, and it's only half an hour, kind of a brief panel, but wanted to get that out there and kind of get that in people's minds so they can start using that as a theory to analyze what's going on in anime in general. So again, hope you found that useful. That is that. Do we have any questions from folks? As I'm just looking through around a little bit. My chat may be a little behind. Again, my internet's a little bit weird. But yes, that is that idea. So we will start the next panel in about 15 minutes. If anyone has any questions, feel free to let me know. Doesn't look like it. So I will go ahead and switch over to the... Do I have a thing for that? I do. Yes. So I'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in a little bit with the next panel.
Hi guys, so I am in Odaiba, Tokyo right now, and I'm at the Aqua City Shopping Center right now. We are going on another tour of the jump shop that's here. A few years ago, I did a tour of the jump shop in Sendai, where I used to live. You guys loved it, but that was quite a long time ago. And a lot of you guys have been asking, well, where's the Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff? And back then, that was before the Kimetsu no Yaiba anime came out, so it wasn't yet that popular. But today, in September 2020, they should definitely have some Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff, plus some other new stuff that wasn't there 2 years ago. So let's go find out where the jump store is and we will do a tour. Okay, where is it? Jump shop. Okay, 3rd floor. All right, there it is, and already Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff. Let's go. On this side of the store, we've got some Haikyuu stands. Very cool. And then of course, it wouldn't be an anime shop without the gachapon. Lots of new Kimetsu no Yaiba ones. They've been everywhere in the past year or so that the anime has been out. All right, let's go inside. So walking into here, looks like we have some My Hero Academia t-shirts, buttons, file folders, just anything you could want for school, which makes sense. My Hero Academia. This seems like it's a pencil case. This feels like there's stuff in here too. My Hero Academia stickers, more keychains. Oh, these are cute. Little pens, how adorable. Over here, it looks like they have the Winkley Shonen Jumps. And of course, as usual, they have Dragon Ball Z stuff, some pens, some t-shirts, a lot of interesting things. And over here, I mentioned this in the last video too, but they always seem to keep a pretty good stock of slam dunk stuff that's still pretty popular in Japan, even though it's, you know, not that big in America anymore, I suppose. So here we have Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. You know that when you see crazy hair, it's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh or some kind of card game. They have a section of Gintama stuff. I see some socks. That might be a bath mat, some other kinds of towels, some more keychains, buttons, plushies, stickers. Lots of Gintama stuff here. I didn't notice that as much at the Sendai store. And of course, it wouldn't be a Shonen Jump store without Naruto stuff. We have big figures, smaller figures like Dendroid type figures. Oh, these are so cool. These are really, like, stuff like this would make a really nice gift. Of course, they have Boruto stuff now too. Wallets, little handbags. Oh wow, this is Samurai 8, which is Masashi Kishimoto's newer manga. Oh, is this like, it looks like a contact case almost. Is that what that is? Or maybe you can keep makeup or something in it? Very cool. Or it's a travel case, so yeah, I guess it has stuff to put contacts in or whatever you might need. Very cute. They have an Akatsuki one too. The Gum Gum fruit from One Piece. Oh man, they have like One Piece spices. Cooking for your kitchen, dude. Oh, they have Naruto too. Maybe this is what the Ichiraku ramen place in Naruto uses for their ramen. We have All Might here. Plus, check out this really cool mural up here. Love that. Behind me, we have some Tokyo Ghoul stuff. Plays. Oh my goodness, this is Golden Kamui. So I actually didn't watch Golden Kamui the last time I recorded a video in a jump store. And I had no idea about it, but I've recently watched the first season. It's super good. I love to see the Golden Kamui stuff in here. Oh, no way. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I love Kanata no Astra. I'm gonna have to get this. This is like one of my new favorite series, actually, so I did not expect... I understand this is a Shonen Jump manga, but when the anime came out, I didn't know that, and gosh, yeah, I gotta get this. Katekyo Hitman Reborn stuff. I've never seen the show. I don't know anything about it, but there is stuff here for it. Oh wow, Spy X Family. Yeah, I've been reading this manga on the Shonen Jump app. I don't think there's an anime out yet for it, but yeah, if you're into that manga, they even have a shirt for it, so that's awesome. This section just seems to have a bunch of like little different stuff. I see Kingdom as well. One Punch Man, which I think there's a bigger section for One Punch Man stuff somewhere else. So I'm actually really surprised that they have Burn the Witch stuff. Makes sense to have it near the Bleach stuff, the same mangaka. So yeah, Burn the Witch, which is the new manga series from the mangaka of Bleach. I'm pretty excited for that anime to come out. So, but don't worry, there's not a shortage of Bleach stuff as well. Let's talk a little bit about the amount of Haikyuu stuff they have here. Even though the manga has ended now, they still have a lot of Haikyuu stuff. It's very popular. You know, the thing is that the Sendai store had a lot more Haikyuu stuff. I mean, they still have bento, they have wristbands, cups, plushies, and stuff like that, but the Sendai store really went all out, which makes sense because, again, Haikyuu takes place in Sendai, but it's still really cool to have things here too. On this side, this whole side right here, almost this whole side, is JoJo stuff. And here we go, man. We have Hunter x Hunter over here, which recently I got into too. I've just been getting into a lot more shonen recently than I used to be into. JoJo pins. I know a lot of people would have a lot of fun with these. The water bottles are so cool. Gon Kurapika. Very cool. I'm so sorry, Hisoka fans. I don't see anything Hisoka at all. Over here they have World Trigger stuff. Maybe these, I think these might be pins or keychains here. Wallets, little paper pads, and clear files as well. Oh, they have World Trigger t-shirts as well. Alright, Prince of Tennis fans. I know that, you know, a lot of us watched Prince of Tennis on Cartoon Network back in the day, but here in Japan it's still really popular, and it looks like they have clear folders here, and of course keychains and buttons like they do with a lot of the series. I'm actually surprised they have little little towels too. That's really cute. Coming back around here, I see more My Hero Academia stuff. They have so much My Hero Academia stuff, but it probably sells super well. It is still very, very popular here. I love the mugs. I think I showed these mugs off last time I was at this shop. These little plushies in like these little containers are so cute. I just love Denki's face here. It's it's very Denki. I am not sure what this series is at all. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm sure there'll be people in the comments that are like, it's this, how do you not know? But yeah, I'm sorry if anyone knows what this is. Let me know. I really have no idea. I do see some Promise Neverland stuff here. Some stickers, and I believe this is a keychain of some sort. Oh, they even have I keep saying sometimes I say Yakusoko no Neverland, but they have like Promise Neverland. Oh, a lot of things. Actually, I'm really impressed. Towels, standees. Very cool. Over here we have more One Piece stuff. I actually love that they have Luffy's hat here, and they have like the 3 tears at the top. Oh wow, a waterproof phone case. That's very One Piece. I love that. The snapbacks are so cool too. I love the Chopper one. They have plenty of t-shirts. You won't ever go, you know, without seeing One Piece merch. It'll be around, and it'll be around a while. Water bottles, more towels, cups, just so much stuff. Pins, pens. Oh, the tape is cute. The tape is very cute. Oh, you can protect yourself from with a One Piece Germex, dude. We'll get around to some of the Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff. Are these bags? I think so. These are really cute. I love the artwork on that, as well as some t-shirts which just feature basically a lot of the important characters on it. Alright, let's see. They have, oh man, coasters for Kimetsu no Yaiba, more clear files, just any character you love, they've got. These plushies are really cute. These are little keychain plushies. I love the Inosuke. He's very cute. The Nezuko is also very cute. I love that. These little, I bet they're bobbleheads. I wonder if they are. These are really cute. I love the faces on these. Check out how cute these are. They're like in bed. Inosuke's little blanket is so cute. I'm a big fan of Inosuke, actually. The Tanjiro one is very cute too. I love the designs of them. These are really cute. They have the cups here too. These are so nice. They're really nicely made. Oh, and little candies. I actually see these at grocery stores around here too, so you don't even have to go to the Shonen Jump shop for these. And of course, I want to show off the little manga section that they have. Obviously, they're a Japanese manga, so sorry guys, no English manga here. It makes sense. Oh man, Hinomaru Sumo. That's not too popular. They definitely don't have merch of that, but pretty awesome show about sumo wrestling. Oh, one of the things I'm surprised I didn't see was Dr. Stone merchandise. I don't believe I saw any in the store. It's pretty popular, so that's actually kind of surprising. Guys, there you have it. Just a small preview of the Shonen Jump store here in Odaiba, Tokyo. Of course, there is so much merch that I'm just not able to put in a short tour, so if you want in on all the merch, you just gotta come here yourself. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will play with you some other time. Bye.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
We're going to talk about what it was like being an anime fan back in the good old, bad old days of the 1990s. Yeah, oh boy. Let's start off. And I think we were mentioning this last night. So for me, I watched things that were anime as a kid, but wasn't really aware of it. And I really got into anime as a fan in the 1990s. Like that was really the period where I spun up as a fan. Really like mid to late 90s, I would say. It was kind of my introduction is where I spun up and got into VHS tapes and then DVDs and so forth and so on. Steve, what was your kind of your path?
So my trajectory, much like you, when it first came out on broadcast, I was kind of like as a kid, just like, oh, okay, they just look different. They got bigger eyes, and I'm enjoying this, and
they die a lot more.
Yeah, they die. Yeah, and then but it wasn't until I think, like I said last night, Voltron, that I understood what anime was and became a fan. I started becoming a fan, and then of course Robotech Macross comes along, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, I'm sold. Yeah, that's pretty much I'm in. And then, which was kind of unique because I spent my college years really ramping up. That's when it started ramping up for me. And for anyone who was getting into anime into the early 90s will appreciate how hard it was to be a fan, just to simply find it.
Yeah.
And to be able to enjoy it, and then be able to find other people to enjoy it with.
Yeah. So let's talk about the different ways that you would come across and you would get exposed to anime, so to speak. So there was Sci-Fi Channel, which is
right.
That was one of the big ones.
Yep.
Because they did the festivals of anime, they did the Saturday anime.
That's right.
Was that one or two movies on Saturdays? I forget.
Two movies.
Two movies. Okay.
It would be two movies on Saturday night. Yeah.
They did that, and then they did that in the morning too. I remember for a while. It was like their Saturday morning cartoon block was
right.
MD Geist. Great. And they did, like you said, nights as well. So there was that. There was random stuff on broadcast.
Right.
I'm trying to think of what anime there was significantly on broadcast before Toonami, basically.
It really was Voltron.
Yeah.
It really was Voltron. It was, and it kept getting syndicated over and over again. And and Macross came in, and it did okay, but people seem to be gravitating more towards the Voltron kind of stuff for broadcast.
Yeah.
Cable, totally different story.
Yeah. And then, like you say, we got Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon in syndication, in random spots.
Right.
So you might be able to catch that at some point. And then, so it was very inconsistent. At that time, you started to see anime conventions at significant size. So I know the first anime convention was, I'm going to say, early 80s. And it was, I think, a spin-off of one of the big California sci-fi conventions. So for those, I actually talked to a guy who was in that scene, decades ago. And he said the way all that spun up was that there were just enough anime fans in like the major metropolitan areas where the sci-fi conventions would then start putting on, an anime track in one video room for like a day. So they just show, random anime things for one day in one room. Folks would come to that. Those people would start talking who were in that room, and then they would form clubs, and that would kind of grow. And there would be other clubs as well. And then there would be enough of that to start an anime convention. It would typically be just, all the folks who went to that sci-fi convention who are into anime are now doing this con on the side. And then it kind of spread out from there. So in the 90s was when I became aware of anime conventions, and when it wasn't just, yes, there are 20 people at a Hyatt somewhere random.
Right.
It's a couple hundred people, maybe 1,000 people. But it was still so niche.
Well, when I was in college and trying to enjoy the anime, it stayed at the club level for me for where I was at. And it was, in 94, I think was the first real Otakon. And
right.
So, and we heard about it, but we never, did anything like that, and it wasn't even a room in a Marriott. It was just a bunch of guys and a couple girls maybe. In a signed off for lecture hall.
Okay.
Wow. So we would be there, and that would be our club. And the club night wasn't even every week. It was like a once a month type of thing.
Okay.
And so it was really hard. And again, like you were saying about the tracks being at other conventions, that's in this area. That's really how it started. and like I said last night, you didn't really see it at Comic Cons.
No.
You know, it just wasn't that much of a thing.
Definitely not.
You know.
And anime clubs were a huge way that people got information about anime. It was your local college anime club. There weren't really like high school anime clubs yet, but it was definitely college clubs, and then a few just sort of general purpose. Yeah, we are still college age, but we're not like affiliated with the university. We're just getting together. Yeah, a few of those here and there, but yeah, and that was the thing, is that if you knew other people in a club, then you could pool resources, and if person one didn't have it, person two could probably find it somewhere.
Yeah. And oh my goodness, the crappy copies. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, you know, you'd have how many times? Well, first of all, it was like, okay, this particular tape was copied like 18 zillion times. So it's a poor quality on a poor cassette tape, VHS cassette tape. And then it would be watched so much that it would go, all right, anime. anime. And it was just, you know, it was just like so hard to find good copies because they were also so very expensive. And like we were saying last night, you know, going to a rental store, VHS rental store, and, you know, going to that collection, it's just like of 5 different titles, and you're like, saw that one 18 times? That one 20 times? What do I feel like tonight? Oh, I only saw that one 13 times. That's the winner.
Exactly, Charmy. I don't care how poor quality it is, it's anime.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, and also realize at this point, you do not have desktop subtitling software.
Right.
You know, so if something is subtitled, that means somebody had a full-scale subtitling rig that took up, you know, a room. And so subs were rare. We were lucky in that sense, in that I know before that point, a lot of people watched anime raw with a little, you know, 1-paragraph description of what happened in the episode. And you just had to say, well, oh yeah, Lum's clearly angry right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think I watched, what did we watch? We watched, yeah, it was Gold 13. Gold 13, I think it was, and we managed to snag a copy that was not subbed and not dubbed, and you know, you get the gist of it.
Sure.
Obviously, it's Gold 13. There's not much to it. It's fun, and it has the first ever CGI animated scene in it.
Oh, cool.
And boy, is it the first CGI anime scene ever. And in anime, and so you just kind of watch it and just go, okay, yeah, it doesn't matter that someone else is talking during the film because the language you just don't know. But then you kind of but then that's when you got into the arguments of like people going with sub versus dub, because then you get the dub versions and of people who could translate the Japanese, but they're not necessarily voice actors or actresses. So you get these wonderful dubs, and you're just kind of just like going, nail in my head, please take it out, you know, kind of a thing. But
and Charmy, you're absolutely right. Some groups would put out photocopied scripts of various like detail, right? Sometimes it would just be in episode 18 of Ranma 1/2, you know, Ranma hits shampoo or whatever, you know, and it's just, you know, very brief, or it could be like a long, big detailed thing.
Right.
So yeah, you definitely get that. So let's talk about dub sub. Because I think people don't appreciate the bitter wars fought, the hills climbed, and the territory
swords
taken.
that people fell on.
Exactly.
Good Lord.
And the reason for it, as I think we mentioned in the past, is that again, if you were trying to find anime, if you were able to buy it, you had to buy a tape that had either the sub or the dub on it, and would contain maybe 2 or 3 episodes, and would cost you $40.
Yeah.
And so you were not going to get both.
Right. Yeah.
And so when you chose, you were kind of committed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what was interesting was when we watched Akira as a club and watched Akira. And a person made a very big deal about the fact that he was able to get a hold of a subbed version of it. And it was like, and to us, it was like, subtitles? Okay, you mean like a foreign movie? And the way that it was explained to us, it was as if there was, hey, look, there's this new technology. Every time you see something Japanese, English words will come up, and it's just like going, oh wow, and then you realize, no, okay, it's just subtitles. Okay, okay, we thought it was this brand new whatever, but it was such a big deal because you could finally just sit down and not have a notebook or something or somebody going, okay, this is what this means, this is what that, and you were able to watch it, so it was a big deal. And but then that was the start of the sub-dub wars, because then again, there was dubbing where people were just like, I don't want to read.
Yeah,
I just want to watch a movie like I was watching a movie.
You also had the problem that as the 90s evolved, and as anime became like an industry, and as anime became more so one of the other issues is, as we mentioned before, when we got the big sort of post Akira anime boom in America, a lot of the stuff that came over was stuff that people thought the people who watched Akira would want, which meant boobs and explosions. So a lot of it was very kind of adult oriented stuff, and the Golgo and all that kind of stuff. So once we got over that hump and there was a wide variety available, now there was this idea of, we could put this on television. Name the last time on television you saw something subtitled. Right?
Right.
Subs just don't go on. People do not subtitle things on television unless it's on Bravo. So, if there was any chance that you could get your anime on television, which would be very nice, money, you had to do a dub. And so there was going to be a dub for it. And I really want to point out something that you alluded to originally, Steve. Like back in the 60s and 70s when they were dubbing this stuff, they would hire people who had voices, who could read a lot of scripts, which meant it was radio announcers. It was Casey Kasem, right? And those people aren't necessarily actors. Although I don't think Casey Kasem was Scooby-Doo for decades, but still. Yeah. And so you had that as well. Like I remember that original Akira dub, and there's a reason that it got redubbed. Yeah.
Oh yes.
So that was it took a while for the voice acting to catch up. And so you had that split as well. Is it, the dub's not that great, but whatever. Yeah, so it's hard.
But man, did people, the battles.
Yeah. Oh.
Like, okay. So you know how like at conventions nowadays you have people who go sub or dub at the beginning in a video room, and you have like one says it louder than the other, and then everyone just generally accepts that whatever is the answer, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day, no, like no, people got up. People got up out of their chairs, and were just like not necessarily hitting each other or anything, but they're just like, no, this sucks, no, that sucks, and then the rest of us were just like, we just want to watch it, please.
That was the funny thing, because I think one of the reasons why the sub-dub wars were so notable is the fact that it was arguably the first major fracturing of fandom, where up until that point it's like, just give it to us, whatever you want,
whatever it is,
and that was where people, like you said, literally they would refuse to sit down and watch a dub, or vice versa. They would just literally leave the room, and it was very, very fractious. And so that's the point at which you got that.
We lost a lot of good otaku along
the way. Bodies littered along the roadside on the way to the modern world. And then Toonami happened. And so Toonami suddenly had this commitment to showing. And to be clear, that was originally just an action cartoon block, but the anime specifically did so well that they were like, this is a thing. We're gonna do more of that, and they ended up with, it turns out, a bunch of otaku on staff. Like they were like, I don't know how top it was gonna be, but damn it, we're gonna put IGPX on there. So they were really committed, and we got a huge amount of anime.
I keep forgetting that one. I keep forgetting that anime. I just think it's like Mattel, Matchbox cars in anime, so.
And to be clear, IGPX, literally IG, Production IG, like it was an OVA, and then Toonami like literally just paid for a TV series out of it. They're just like, just make a TV show out of this, and it'll be a kind of a Toonami co-production with Production IG. And they said, I remember somebody saying, how could you do this? And they were like, oh, believe me, that was one of our least expensive expenditures this year. Not that big of a deal. And that just really opened up the floodgates to general availability. So let's talk about kind of the big, the big things over the course of the 90s. Because you had, it's really bookended with, I think, Akira Ghost in the Shell at the beginning of the decade. Because those hit basically rental stores. Blockbuster was a thing.
Yeah.
And Errol's. And that yellow that the Errol's chose was the most blinding yellow in the world.
Yeah, but you could find the store.
Yes, you could. That was Errol's. And that, again, kind of set the pattern. Where, okay, anime is for basically college-age students who want something that's dark, serious, action, bloody, maybe some nudity, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you had said something to the effect of Magical Girls back then, a bunch of us would have been like, Nani?
Absolutely, exactly. That's a really good point. Yeah, you're right.
So there was a whole bunch of genres that just did not cross over because immediately, just because that was what was thought, that we all wanted Akira, we all wanted Gundam, we all wanted, and sure, I mean we took it, obviously, we took it and watched it, but there wasn't really any slice of life, there wasn't really any Magical Girls, there wasn't so like when Sailor Moon popped up finally popped up, I think one of the reasons why it was such a big thing was that in Pokemon was that it was just like going, we don't get to see, we don't have to see someone die, that was a character we like die a very violent and bloody death where their face, the eyeballs pop out and stuff. A nice little story about catching little monsters and a Magical Girl story. Sure. It's like a palate cleanser.
Absolutely. You have to wait till the end in Sailor Moon for everyone to die. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
I think you're absolutely right. And people forget that again, other than some random channel happening to show Candy in 1986, Sailor Moon was the first Magical Girl series to hit America. We just did not know what that is. And yes, exactly, Colin. That's why the tentacle reputation became a thing. Is that people, otaku want Akira. So they clearly want Demon City Shinjuku, and they clearly want all this dark stuff. That's absolutely a thing. So you have Akira Ghost in the Shell to kind of set that tone, and then you're absolutely right. You have because Dragon Ball was a big deal in the 90s, but it was a growth. Right, it just got more and more popular every year. Even when Toonami aired it, like people had seen Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when your series consists of story arcs about one guy powering up for about 10 episodes, then you have time to build your fan base.
Exactly. Yes. So that those came along sort of mid-decade, and then, like I say, Pokemon came out in around 2000 over here. I think it aired in '99 in the anime in Japan, and we got it again like around 2000 over here. And that changed everything.
Yep.
And then you're going to Toonami in the middle, because in the beginning of the decade, if I told somebody I liked anime, they would give me a blank stare.
Right.
If I said Japanese animation, they would still give me a blank stare, but say, okay, I guess the Japanese make animation. Okay, fine, but there was no connection to anything.
Right.
By late 90s, if I said I like anime, they go, oh, I think I've heard of that. When Pokemon came out, everybody knew what anime was. Across the board. Like that just... Because Pokemon was aimed at kids, because it aired weekday afternoons every day, and because it had a massively popular card game that everyone said was turning the entire world child population into gamblers, it was in all the newspapers back when those were things, and all the magazines, and all the, that was the big news story. So now folks are like, so the Japanese make this animation called anime. Let me explain to you on 60 Minutes what anime is.
And how it will ruin your children.
Exactly, yes. Because it turns out there's a thing called anime, and it's all, hyper-violent tentacles. Basically.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking that my niece has just discovered Pokemon.
Oh,
She's
okay.
6 years old, and she's just discovered it. So she's starting her card collection and everything. And then and then I forgot about the gambling thing. Teaching our children to gamble isn't this horrible? And I'm like just imagining my 5-year-old niece as a bookie collecting the Vic.
The visor.
Yep.
Totally. And again, we are joking because that was literally a thing people were saying on the nightly news.
Yeah.
And people were just really, really, really convinced that this was going to destroy the world. But by that point, I think we had the advantage that, again, anime was on Toonami, it was in the stores. By that point, late 90s, again, you walked into a Suncoast, and there would be like one whole bookshelf, one whole bookcase for anime. It wasn't, it was, there was a lot of Dragon Ball Z and Ranma and, a lot of series in it that went on for, 20 discs. But it was an industry at that point.
Yeah. By the time Suncoast was selling that stuff, that's when, it just became a little bit more available. And then people were discovering that, yes, there are actually more titles out there that people can buy, but that's kind of how tough it was, is that even at Suncoast, you'd be looking for something like, I don't know, like you'd be looking for Gundam, but you'd be able to find a whole bunch of Pokemon or Ranma or something like that, but you might be able to find the like disc sticks.
Yes.
Mobile Suit Gundam, and you just kind of look at it and you go, I already have 3 copies.
Absolutely. Was there an anime in the 90s that was so popular it got hated on only to become a beloved classic years, maybe decades later? That's a great question. I think Dragon Ball Z has always had a complicated relation. Yeah, love-hate, absolutely. Because it's always been popular, but it's always been not representative of anime, right? So that was frustrating. And you can do some of the things again. Sailor Moon kind of get that back and forth.
Yeah.
But I can't think of one that was like
so reviled.
Yeah.
Nothing that it wasn't so much reviled as it was not really understood and maybe at worst maybe mocked just because people didn't watch it and understand it.
I think Pokemon was one of those things where it's anime for kids, so why would I watch that?
Right.
And then an entire generation of humanity grew up on that show. Dang. Yeah, not like SAO levels, I would say. And again, I think because it was that difference of, but at least it's anime.
Yeah.
There's more anime out there. This is a good thing. Hamtaro, I think Hamtaro just kind of faded away. I don't think it ever don't think it ever came back. Is the problem? so popular it got hated on. Actually, I'd say Ranma.
Yeah.
Because Ranma it got really huge, and a lot of people got turned off by kind of the spastic comedy. But then over time, folks are like, oh, but it's just a spastic comedy, right? Like
That's what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Either that, or they were Inuyasha fans, and then they went, "Oh wait, it's the same person who did it."
Yeah. Yeah. I hate the Takahashi stuff, but I love all of the slice of life over here.
Right? Yeah.
Ranma had some pushback, I think. Charmy, you're absolutely right. Hamtaro being on Toonami was controversial. That how dare you put this kids show on Toonami? And A, what do you think is the age range for Toonami? And B, it's just this cute, ridiculous thing. And Hamtaro, that's another actually interesting point. Back then, people were not aware of demographics in anime. They weren't aware of what shonen, shoujo, all those things really were.
Right.
The words were being thrown around, but they didn't realize that Hamtaro is aimed at an older audience, right? Like, it's not aimed at 5-year-olds. It's aimed at an older audience that is okay with the cuteness and enjoys kind of the ridiculousness of it.
On the rare occasion that I get to show somebody Shin-Chan for the first time, and they look at me and they go, "Why are you showing me a child's show?" I'm like, no, just give it 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. And literally within 30 seconds of any Shin-Chan episode, you realize, this is so not for kids. It's so not for kids.
Why are you showing me this kids show called Beavis and Butthead?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's a great call out. I think Hamtaro is definitely one of them. Now that I think about it, but and that's another great thing. Good call out, Becca. The other thing is that it was very rare to have seen all of a show.
So rare.
Mm-hmm.
So rare. Like if you were a completist, back in the 90s, you would have gone insane.
Yeah, exactly.
You would have literally gone insane. You would be like, you would actually be able to see the beginning of the series, and you would probably see the end of the series, and then there would be the 40 discs in between. You'd just be like,
because that is the thing. You'd go to the store, and like you say, they would have disc 6.
Yeah.
Or disc 3 or whatever. Or even worse, 1, 2, 5, 6,
5.
7.
Yeah.
Oh!
And you're just hate you.
And again, because anime was not mainstream, they were not pressing 1 million copies of every series. So, Yoko Suncoast got 2 copies of each volume.
Yeah.
And if somebody came in and they already had 1 and 2, and so they grabbed 3, well, you're done.
Yeah.
And
for those of us who have had a retail experience, we know what the ordering is like. So if it's one of those catch-22s where if a series would sell, but they're not going to bring it in because they're already selling Dragon Ball Z to their heart's content. They're going to be like, well, why am I going to bring in Lane?
Yeah, exactly.
Why am I going to do that? And keep in mind that before Suncoast, of course, during the 90s, it was switching over from VHS to DVD. And so while you still couldn't get the completion with the VHSs, you still then you realized, oh God, I got to turn everything from VHS to DVD. And you're just like, oh, I only have so much money. I'll have to pick up a third job and I'm still in school.
And lest we forget, box sets really were not a thing until early 2000s. Yeah. If there was a box set, what they would do is they would release it individually, disc by disc by disc by disc. Bebop was like this. They would do actually Bebop wasn't like this. I don't think they did a box. Anyway, they would do disc, and then well after the final disc came out, they would do a box set that would be 10% cheaper than buying all of the discs themselves, right? So it's like, it's a deal.
So maddening, because you're done with the series and you've finished it and you've got them all and you've spent so much time at the conventions and going to Suncoast and everything, and boom, and you're just like, what? I'm just gonna go cry in the corner now.
And one of the reasons was because of what we just talked about, is that so many people were like, I want to watch your show, but I can't find this one disc. Okay, here you go. Here's the entire thing. You're guaranteed to get the entire show. But it wasn't cheap by any stretch.
Imagine, today, let me see if I can find it. Yep, it's right here.
Yeah.
So today, if we were to, this is the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it's like 4 episodes. But anyway, you get the point. You can get something like this, and it has all the discs inside of it. And you're just kind of like, okay, so I got the whole thing here, right? And back then, this would cost you today, depending upon which con you went to, somewhere between $25 and $40, right? And you get the whole series.
Yep.
Back then, you get the box set, and it's $120.
Yep.
And by the way, it doesn't matter if there was 26 episodes or 42 episodes. The 42 episode was going to cost just as much as the 26 episode.
Charmy reminded me of fillable box sets. That was a thing too.
Oh, I forgot about those.
So what they would do is they would say, so let's
that was
say...
such a trick. Oh, my God.
Yeah, let's say, you see this lovely box set that we now have available for you, but you already have most of the DVDs, but you really want the box. We will sell you the box and maybe volume 1. And then you can fill it out, the rest of it, with everything else. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be wonderful?
And we'll put in a little DVD that has a little bit of clip art on it, just to make you feel a little bit better for spending the $40 on this cardboard box that you don't really need. And by the way, in 1990, they didn't tell you that. In about 10 years, everything's going to be, on a like a little thumbnail drive.
Absolutely. And that was what you had to do. And so, Ginger asks, how did you engage with other fans online back then?
Well, in the 90s.
Yeah.
So let me tell you all a little thing called BBS.
Yeah.
Yeah. It all started with BBS. And I remember not talking much on BBS on the bulletin board systems, just because it was harder to find anybody, and B, it was just such a expensive way to do it.
Yes.
It was because you had to own a computer, which was a couple $1,000s. Then you had to have the hookup, which was another few hundred, and then you had to have X, Y, and Z. You had to have all these things, and it cost money. And the average household had no computers, or maybe just one, and not all of them had hookups, and that was the other thing. But when it got into the 90s with the advancement of AOL, sorry, I can't say AOL with a straight face ever. And you go online. That's about the first time when the internet started becoming a little bit more faster and the computers could keep up with it. That's when you started getting more and more groups going online and people going online and making these things, and then connecting. But it was just, first it was BBC or BBS's, and then you went to IRC, and and then it was just with the technology you grew.
And for those curious, BBS's. Yeah. You had to literally connect your computer to the central BBS machine and pay for that, whatever that connection was, on your modem. My first modem was a modem, to give you an idea, that would transmit just under 2 kilobytes per second.
Right. And by the way, this was not a phone connection modem. This is an actual modem you had to buy separate.
Right, exactly.
And you had to have your own separate line.
Right, exactly. IRC came around when the internet became, back when it was sometimes called internet, back when the internet became widespread enough that you would just connect to your ISP, your internet provider, and then there would be just IRC servers you can connect to. So as long as you have your connection there, you're good to go. It's still over a modem, but that's all working. And so that was at least, you were connecting to essentially a global server. Anyone on the internet could connect to that thing. So it was broader.
And believe it or not, at that time there was a beginning and end to the internet.
Yes, there was.
Yeah. And there were actual. I know we had this conversation a while ago, but there were actual email phone books.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yahoo.
That's how few emails there were.
Yahoo was established as a directory of the internet.
Yeah.
They had a hierarchical list of links to everything you could do on the internet. Like that worked. Like that was not a crazy idea. So you had that. So that was one of the interesting things about it, is that you had basically these sort of ad hoc collections of anime fans who were finding themselves more through the technology, not as there was no, as far as I know, there was no like anime IRC server, right?
Right.
You would just get on a big IRC server and then find the anime room, the anime channel, and chat there, and then and you had places like Anna Pike.
I forgot about that. Jesus.
Which there we go. Anime Web Turnpike, which was the Yahoo for anime, so a bunch of links to anime sites. You had web rings, where you would put code at the bottom of your site saying I'm part of this web ring, which meant you were basically part of a club, and you would link to the next thing in the web ring, and you could look back to the previous one. And that was the thing. That was how you found stuff, is you had to really browse. You had to surf the information superhighway. And just go from site to site and hope that whoever had put together that site on GeoCities actually knew what they were talking about and had some information.
Yeah, talk about disinformation out there. People who didn't know what they were talking about. Jeez. It was amazing. And then there were times when you would actually be online and you'd be on IRC or whatever. You'd be typing along, and then you would discover, oh no. Oh no, we're cutting this connection off right now. And I wanted to, you realize who you're talking to, what kind of person you're talking to. You're just like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, they hunted those byways.
Mm-hmm. It was a wild and woolly time.
Yes. Again, littered with the bodies of good otaku.
Yes, absolutely. But this is another thing that's different. So, gosh, this was back in 2020, or maybe earlier than that, 2019. Anyway, some folks will remember on on this YouTube channel, I would do dramatic readings of Usenet articles from exactly 20 years ago.
God.
And so I went back to Rec Arts Anime Misc.
I gotta find these videos. Okay,
that's great. So we went back to Rec Arts Anime Misc, and we just find all the Usenet postings for that week and go through and read them. So I was reading, and so, okay, Usenet. So Usenet was this massive forum. Think of kind of like, it was literally the internet's forum. Any given topic you can think of was somewhere in that hierarchy. Every single one. And all available. That was the thing that still remarked me, is the more adult stuff was like right there. But anyway,
readily available.
Very much. And so you got so I was reading what people were posting about, and it was basically early Reddit. It was very much that. And besides all the ridiculousness, my favorite was how when Disney licensed Hayao Miyazaki's stuff, not only were they going to turn it into a Disney movie, so they're going to completely re-edit it, they were going to buy up all anime. And they were going to just, lock down all anime and make all anime Disneyfied. It's like, yeah, that's going to happen. Anyway, what's remarkable about it is that the community was actually pretty well informed, because so few people had any information. The information being shared tended to be people who actually went out and looked for things. So while there was misinformation like on various web pages and so forth, when you were actually talking to people face to face, they would like reference, articles they'd read, and because there were so few people, you got people who were willing to put in the time and the passion to buy the thing from Japan, to figure out some way of scanning it, which that's a whole other thing in 1998.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't as I assumed it would be people completely talking past each other, and just completely random theories the entire way. But because it was a smaller, tighter group, it wasn't that, which is kind of interesting. And I'm not saying it was better by any stretch of the imagination, but the much smaller group of people gave it a very different tone and feel, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, one of the things that in the early days of using that IRC and all that was the fact that there was no file sharing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There was no file sharing, so that's why that became important. And even though the anime community was very small, and the reason why that they were, even though there was some people talking out of their butts about stuff, when you did find somebody who was credible, who did post, who did the proper thing, who posted links and said, this is what this is and all that stuff, that became important simply because it was just like, okay, trusted information. And like I said, there was no file sharing. But then once the file sharing did begin, it was kind of an interesting time because there was no YouTube kind of thing. There was none of this stuff, and there was nothing there to stop you from putting things out there.
Yeah.
And so, and while there wasn't the ability at first to post videos, or very detailed pictures. I mean, the pictures had to be like 8K or 16K.
GeoCities gave you something like 10 megs, I think.
Yeah. And so, you could put on only so much. And if you had one beautifully rendered picture, that was probably all you could put up. Mm-hmm. That's all the data you were allowed.
Yeah.
So the file sharing was, you didn't have to worry about fair use. You didn't have to worry about somebody knocking on your door or cease and desist letters. And, how many have we gotten, and things like that. And that's kind of how more of the medium kind of spread out. Mm-hmm. And then once you got the actual picture in front of you, that's when people started gravitating more.
Absolutely.
And more, and stop being a niche.
Yeah.
So much of a niche audience.
I set up the second Nia Under 7 fan site in English in existence. Because I could verify that, because I could go on Yahoo, I could do a search, I could see, and this was the only webpage on the internet that had any English information about that site. And I was uploading every image I could find, linking to everything I could find, right? And there was no problem with it. No one ever knocked on my door, no one was ever concerned about it. And that is just, the nature of the web back then. It's absolutely true. It's very, very weird. I will talk about this more, but it is time for the next panel. So, yes. Thank you so much, Steve, for your angles. Absolutely, this is great. We'll be hanging out in the chat for a little while, so if you have more questions on this, feel free to post them in there. We'll be happy to answer more questions. But now we get to travel to Japan, virtually speaking, and spend some time in Akihabara with Ginger Gaiden. So we will see that here. If I can click on the right thing, I think I can. Here we go.
I think I can.
Hi guys, how are you? My name is Kira. I have been living in Japan for about 3 years now. Yeah, I just hit 3 years this month. First of all, I want to thank Brent and everyone affiliated with Geek Archaeology. Thank you for letting me come and talk during this online event. So cool to have people still being able to come together with their interests and just hang out and talk about what we love. So originally I was like, okay, if I'm gonna do a panel, I'll just sit somewhere and talk about stuff, but actually I thought it would be cool if we walked around Akihabara and talked. I'll give you guys a little bit of a tour. Can't show you everything. This place is huge. But yeah, I figured I'd just talk a little bit about what living in Japan is like for an anime and manga fan and just a big otaku like myself. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me. I have my microphone on, but it's, wind, cars. You'll be able to just hear the natural sounds of the town. So hopefully it'll make you feel like you're right here with me, right? So yeah, we'll just walk through and maybe I'll tell you a little bit of secrets and stuff too. So it's, first of all, I first heard of the word anime in 2004, but I wasn't really watching like current running stuff until like 2007. I mean, watching Lucky Stars that aired changed everything for me, like changed the world for me. I want to point out how cute the Madoka Magica. This is a pachinko parlor, and they do like everything is Madoka Magica. They decorate the outside with Madoka Magica. It's really cute. But yeah, ever since like 2007, I got a lot more interested in Japan, Japanese culture, anime, manga. You guys know how it is. It just snowballs, right? Completely snowballs. They have Sympho gear decor here too. Oh, and this just got, I think the third part, or what's the English name for this? Scientific Railgun, the Railgun series. They have some of that too, so that's cool, really cute. So yeah, basically ever since then, things snowballed, and I wanted to live here for the longest time. It was kind of my dream, and in 2018 I was able to. And honestly, it's so fun for someone who enjoys so much about the culture and the anime and manga and just the music and everything. So I guess I'll talk to you guys about some of the fun things you can do in living in Japan. Oh, they've got Data Slime stuff. I just want to talk about, I guess, some of the fun things that you can do. Actually, do we want to walk this way or down the strip this way? Station is over there. This is kind of the, I would say the main area, the most photogenic area. Here, I'll show you. You've probably seen this scene in video games or an anime where the train is just going across. Like, this is just such like a very photogenic area of Akihabara. But yeah, we'll walk down the strip. So one of my personal favorite things about living here as an otaku is the access you have to stuff. And this may seem obvious, but like you have access to events, like exclusive events, exclusive merchandise, just so much. And for example, one of my favorite things that I'm able to just do here that I couldn't really do as much in America is the shopping. Because I mean, I'm thinking back to 2007, in the Lucky Star, like right after Haruhi Suzumiya days. I'm thinking to myself, like, back then, it was so much harder to find anime stuff. This is before I went to conventions too, where people would import the stuff. So, let's go over here. I'll show you, I think the Gundam Cafe is still over here. I haven't been to Akiba in a while, so I don't exactly remember, but we'll head over to where the Gundam Cafe usually is. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Gundam, you can't stop Gundam. But, thinking back to 2007, it was hard to get merchandise, really, for anime. I remember, Hot Topic had stuff, but, you had your Fruits Basket then, you had your Full Metal Alchemist, you had your Inuyasha, Naruto, Bleach. And it just started, like, when I started to leave America, kind of back in, like, 2017, 2018. I moved to Japan in early 2018. They were just starting to kind of branch out a little bit more. I was able to find like Cowboy Bebop stuff in America, more current running stuff. Not just like the big three, if you know what I mean. Man, this place has changed. Let me show you. We've got like really cute Genshin Impact decor here too. That's really cool. This place has already changed a lot. Where'd it go? Oh no, it's still there. It's still there. The Gundam Cafe, it's around the corner. They're always just crazy about their phone games. Everything advertised is always a phone game. But you got the Gundam Cafe over here. This is one of the exits for Akihabara Station. Another pretty famous exit. So I'm not sure of the number of the exits, but this one will lead you right out to the Gundam Cafe over here. Let's kind of go see what's going on over here. So when, you know, to find stuff in America, especially if it's imported, like I'm not a big, at the time I wasn't a big online shopper. I like to touch and feel what I am about to purchase before I purchase it. So I'm a big fan of going to conventions and buying stuff, even if it's a little bit more overpriced. But in Japan, you don't have to worry about that. In Japan, you could just go to, you could be, there's a girl who's like taking pictures of all the cool Gundam stuff. There it is. We'll chill here for a bit while I get my thoughts together. But like here, even if you live in smaller towns, there's generally going to be secondhand shops. They're everywhere in Japan, and they're insanely popular. And it's stuff that's kept pretty nice too. I mean, this isn't like a Goodwill where some things I feel aren't taken care of, or it's just all old junk. Secondhand shops in Japan are super nice. You can find so many figures. You can find new figures that people have gone to arcades and won, and then they'll want to sell them for money. So you can get, I mean, I've gotten so many brand new, never opened, like half the price figures at secondhand shops. So that's really nice. I mean, in America, you're going to be paying like, to give you an example, in 2014, one of the first figures I ever bought was Asuka from Evangelion. And I bought that figure for about $45 at a convention in the US. I find it here all the time in Japan, Akihabara secondhand stores, for 500 yen, which is about less than $5 US. Isn't that insane? So, if you're a collector, living here is awesome. Even if you come here for just a couple weeks and stock up, bring a lot of people they'll pack a suitcase inside of another suitcase so that they have two suitcases to bring back, because you're gonna fill up a whole suitcase of stuff, I promise you. Because, you know, say you take $50 to spend at Otakon or Katsucon or one of these conventions, you know, that will go a lot. You'll probably be able to buy one figure at the convention, but it's gonna go a lot longer. Let's check out the Gundam Cafe art here. Let's see what they've got. They're doing Gundam Seed stuff, I see. There's some of the meals you can get. Some ramen, some seafood, some curry. Some more American-styled stuff, too. Look how cute these are. Those are cute. And then usually with these kinds of things, you get like these coasters. Like these have character coasters, which are fun and collectible. That's kind of the big thing about cafes. So, very cool. I've actually never eaten at the Gundam. Oh, they're having a Happy Valentine's Day and White Day at the Gundam Cafe right now. Also, I know how many of you guys like Gundam. That's why I'm over here. Also, they have tons of gachapon. Gundam gachapon. This is another really fun thing about being an otaku living in Japan is these are everywhere. Like these are at my grocery store. Just all these gachapon, like anime keychains. I mean, I can go to the grocery store and buy anime keychains. That's crazy. My 13-year-old, like 2007 self is just amazed that that's something I can do. This building. If you've played games like Akiba Strip, you'll know this building. A lot of events take place here. I guess these are just all offices, but this is it's not flashy. It's not covered in anime, but that's still a pretty important building in Akihabara. Okay, let's go back to the main strip where all the shops and the kind of the fun stuff is. I also want to talk about events here. Now, one of the differences that I've noticed is, yes, there are big anime events here, Comiket, Anime Japan, which I've been to both of those, plus a smaller comic convention. Can I go this way? Let's go this way. Plus a smaller comic convention in Sendai, Japan, which is in northern Japan where I used to live. They are so different. Conventions here are so different. You may have heard this, but I'll let you guys know for people who might not know. Conventions here are so different where like you don't show up in cosplay. You don't show up to the convention in cosplay, which is very different than, you know, what we're all used to, where, you know, we're all gathering in the car or in the train in cosplay, no shame. In Japan, it's not like that. And usually you pay, when I cosplayed here, I cosplayed at the smaller little local convention up in Sendai. You buy like a convention, like a cosplay ticket. It was like $15. And that allows you to get into the cosplay line to line up for the changing rooms, and then you change, you do your makeup and everything. It's crazy. They'll put you in like one, obviously they'll separate it, guys and girls, but like they'll put you in this one little a room with like 50 other people. I know that sounds crazy in today's times, but they'll put you in there with 50 other people, and yeah, you just change into your cosplay there. It's actually crazy. But another difference with them is that conventions here are a lot more focused on the art rather than, well, I won't say it for all this, but for a lot of the smaller ones I've been to, there's a fine separation between industry and artist. So what I mean by that is like, actually, hold that thought. God, what's that called? Last Dungeon. The guy from the town. I've only seen 2 episodes of that, but this right here. They're advertising that pretty heavily. I wonder how that's doing here. If that's pretty popular here. Anyway, let's keep walking down. I'll kind of aim the camera this way so you guys can see. We're actually walking the wrong. Actually, let's go over here because we can see some more of the anime work artwork that they have on the buildings. Oh, no way. They have I'm a big fan of Love Live Nijigasaki and Sonic the Hedgehog, so that's cute. That's very cute. Anyway, so put you in wide camera mode. There we go. So, yeah, events here are so different. What I mean when I say that industry and art seems like it's a lot more separated, some people only go for the art stuff. Like there will usually be a day that's, sometimes for some cons there'll be a day for artists only, and then a day for like the industry side of it. So like Comiket does have an industry section, but it's less concentrated on that, and it's more concentrated on the artist. So there it is, the train. So if you're a hardcore like artist alley geek, Comiket will be for you. But if you're more on the let's actually turn back around this way. I think there's more down this strip. If you're more into like industry, a convention like Anime Japan, you should definitely look it up on the internet. Anime Japan might be more for you. It's not really focused on artists at all. They'll give you like a bunch of free like fans and hats and like all these crazy stuff to the anime that are coming up in the next year. Like Anime Japan is actually happening in 2 weeks here in Japan. I won't be going, but I did go 2 years ago, and it was just really cool to see to be first to hear of all these like new anime series coming out and get like hands-on some of the artwork and stuff. It's really cool. So I would say if you're more of an artist person, you like art, I would say if you had to pick between the two, I'd pick Comiket, which happens in the summer and happens in winter. You'll love it. Well, the summer one is brutal. I went to the summer one. I will never go back. Not that I didn't enjoy it. It was just way too hot. And if you've been to Japan in the summer, you'll know how brutal it is. It's insanely brutal. All right, I gotta make this light. Gonna get ran over. Okay, let's go check out these gachapon too.
cool. See, I'm already sweating, and it's March. So if you come in the summer, it's actually pretty brutal. Got some Kingdom Hearts ones. See if you can find anything interesting. Vocaloid ones. Love Live. Oh, the Inuyasha ones are cute. Check those out. Quintessential quintuplets. Oh, Spider, which is airing this season. That's a cute show. Bong Dream is super popular here. Got some Evangelion. Got some Hataraku Saibo Black. Cells at Work. That's a good show. I think I prefer this over the original Cells at Work, actually. Third season now of Danmachi. What else do we have? Regular Hataraku Saibo. Oh my god, don't even get me started on Demon Slayer. For the longest time it was My Hero Academia at the top, which was like the anime that everyone loved. And it's still up there, don't get me wrong, but Kimetsu no Yaiba took Japan by storm. It's actually insane. Oh, Tonikaku Kawaii. So this aired last season, in the fall 2020 season, I believe. God, it's a cute show. Probably one of my favorites of 2020. So these are cute. These are very cute. Let's see, what else? What else do we have here? This section right here of all these gachapon, this is right next to the Bikuri camera. Big camera, big Bikuri camera. It's called Big Camera. Big Camera. It's right here, actually. Big Camera. So there's a lot of cool stuff here. I don't see anything else. Oh, them builds as well. Let's see. Yeah, there you have it. But sometimes you can go in these little alleyways, and there's more gachapon. Like, oh, see, look what I tell you. Let's go over here and kind of see what they have. Anything in particular? I see the Tonikawa ones again. I see Order of the Rabbit. There's Data Slime. But then you find really, Zombieland Saga ones. Very cool. I love this show. Second season's airing soon, so that'll be fun. So yeah, it's just stuff like this. I mean, I don't live in Tokyo. I live an hour outside of Tokyo, up in Ibaraki Prefecture. But I can grab a train and be down here in an hour and just have access to all this stuff. And it's just so cool. It's really cool. So yeah, like it's nice that you can attend events here. But like realistic, like when I was in America, one year I went to like 12 cons in 1 year. But on average, I would say I probably did 7 cons a year. And here, I just 3 events, and that's all you really need here, I think. Generally, all they'll have, too. So, as far as events, like Atelier Rises stuff. Atelier Rises stuff. We love that. We love that. I think like one of the biggest appeals to me with American conventions is the panels and the shopping. See, now, there's a big line here. I don't know what's going on. That's the thing here is you'll always see like people lined up. I think I know what this is for. Oh, I know exactly. Let me tell you, I know exactly what this is for. I know exactly what this line is for. We just passed the Animate building right here. They're all in line. They're all in line for the Jujutsu Kaisen Cafe, I believe. Because there is a Jujutsu Kaisen Cafe, and some of them that were lined up had Jujutsu Kaisen buttons and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're lined up for. On a Thursday, mind you, a Thursday morning. It's like 11 a.m. right now. Oh, check these out. Higurashi stuff, more railgun stuff. Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna keep getting sidetracked, guys, because I'm trying to also show you Akiba while I walk. But, let me check the battery on my phone. Are we good? Are we all good? Oh, we're good, we're dandy. Okay. One of my favorite things about US cons was the panels
panels are my favorite, and then the shopping was my favorite in terms of like deals room stuff, because it's not like I could get that, you know, I can't walk in a Hot Topic and buy figures. I mean, you might be able to now. I haven't been to a Hot Topic in like 2 years now, so I don't know what they have. But yeah, I do miss that part of conventions in the US. And in Japan, like, you don't, fan panels aren't really a thing. At least at, like, you know, obviously Anime Japan, that's very industry focused. Comic-Con, it's very art focused. Now there will be like industry panels. Generally you have to win like a lottery system to be able to attend those, or you have to stand in line for like hours, like get there super early, stand in line hours and hours and hours, because sometimes they have free stuff at like the big industry panels. I've never been to one. They're very difficult to get into. So that is something I do miss about American cons, I think, is it does feel like there's more community. It feels like there's more community, and you know, you get to engage with other fans who are doing fan panels and stuff like that. So there's that. And then of course, like with the, as I said with the shopping, like I don't have a need. Check this out, guys. For you DVD collectors, Ichigo Marshmallow. That's a cute show. Kitty grade, wow. Some of these will take you back. But look how cheap you can get some of these. I actually don't know. I mean, this is PV. I'm not sure what that means, but 300 yen for that. I don't even know what some of these are. They have Hamtaro. Oh no, this is Hamtaro mixed with Anpanman, Doraemon. Not sure who that is. Chie Sobu. I have no idea who that is. That's what I love about Akihabara, is like all of this stuff you can just find like on the side of the street. You can just dig through all this stuff. It's very fun. They have these bagged figures too. Very fun. Some more gachapon. Anyway, okay. So I do miss that about them. Like, there's something that the Japanese cons are missing out on, and that's more community. But it's people, they go, they do what they need to do, and they leave. Whereas I feel like Western cons, it is like you go and you hang out with your friends. You know, you're chilling in the hotel lobby for hours, just talking to friends about stuff. So I do miss that aspect. So now when I go to cons in the US, I want to go to the artist alley, because that's something, obviously, like a lot of artists won't or can't ship internationally. So you know, I take the opportunity to do that. But yeah, I would say those are the two coolest things about being an otaku in Japan. Someone thinks they're so cool with their sports car. But I think, yeah, those are the two biggest things, is like you get to attend exclusive events that have exclusive items, and the shopping you can't beat. Let's see. This is another, oh, here we go. Here's some Jujutsu Kaisen ones. I haven't seen these yet. Little keychains. Oh, these are are they stickers? I'm confused. Some of them are stickers. I don't know. Sometimes you never know what you're gonna get. Well, you generally don't know what you're gonna get until you get one of these things, but sometimes you really just don't know. It smells like smoke in here, so hardcore, guys. Anyway. Yep. That's a Naruto opening. Okay, so yeah, biggest two things is definitely the shopping here and the events. Now, look at these. These are, let me show you. These are for pre-orders. Like, for example, if you want to pre-order, say, these Sailor Moon figures or whatever, I think you take one of these to the front, and like they'll get a pre-order for you or something. But these are all the upcoming figures. Some Evangelion ones. Some of these are already out, so maybe I'm wrong about them being pre-orders, but kind of show you what they got. I'll give you a suggestion right now, actually. The shop at Liberty, it's pretty far down the strip. Pretty far down the strip. If you're going north on the strip, it'll be on the right side sidewalk, right?
Liberty, they're pretty good figure stores. The prices are amazing, and I feel like it's further down the strip, so not a lot of people make it down here. So sometimes you can find the same stuff but a lot cheaper. Ooh, I'm assuming. I didn't know they had figures for this. That's really cute. Oh, here we go. Uzaki-chan wants to play. Or Uzaki-chan wants to hang out. Asobu. Asobu means play too, so you know. Yeah, this is a good shop actually. I'm not gonna go into the shops. Some people are funny about cameras in their shops, so just out of respect, I'm not gonna do that. But it's a good little store. The Liberty. Did I already miss my favorite shop? I wonder if it closed down. I will say that because of the pandemic, there have been a lot of changes. The last time I was in Akihabara was at the very end of summer, at the beginning of September of last year. And I felt like a lot of things changed. Like I don't see the figure store that I normally go to. And that has me a little scared, but maybe I just missed it. Okay, we're gonna cross the street here and go back down the left side. Well, now it'll be the right side again because I'm going south. We're gonna go back down south, down the strip, and go back to the station area. Because later there's a Nononbiori shop or a Nononbiori museum and shop that I really want to go to. So I'm gonna do that. This hobby shop right here, Tamo Hobby Shop. Oh man, I gotta get my butt moving. Yeah, like that guy. Oh jeez. Yeah, that hobby store, that's kind of how you know you're kind of at the end of the strip, is if you get to this hobby store right here, kind of further down. If you keep heading that way for about 10-15 minutes, you'll hit Ueno, the Ueno area, which is famous for pandas, and you know, that's where like the big zoo and stuff is. But yeah, you hit this shop, Tamutam, you know you're kind of at the end of the Akihabara strip. Now, this is just the main strip, guys. There are so many little pathways you can take here. So many hidden stores, and again, all of these buildings, a lot of them are like 4 or 5 stories, 4 or 5 floors full of anime figures. So here we go. Look how cute this is. Look how big this is. Idolmaster, Million Live Theater Days. This is a phone game as well. Even though I know that there's a lot of anime for Idolmaster. I was never really that into Idolmaster myself, unfortunately, but I don't spend as much time on this side of the strip, I think. So I'm not exactly sure what's here. This side is a lot more electronic, I think. Which Akihabara is actually also known for that. So like, if you need electronics, you can find everything here. Mossberger. Let's see. Oh man, I'm starting to sweat. It's really starting to get hot. No anime shops on this side so far. Lots of restaurants. More, here, I'll show you. As I said, more tech stuff on this side, I think. The closer we get to the station though, you'll kind of see more of the shops. But, oh, here we go. See, if you go down these little alleyways, Surugaya Specialty Store. This sign right here, Surugaya Specialty Store. They have some really cool stuff. What is this? I haven't seen this shop either. Oh, this is all mostly gachapon. Surugaya Specialty Shop. I love these stores. Now, some of them are just card shops. This might actually just be the card shop, but it's a chain of like secondhand nerd stuff. Okay, so look, I guess on the first floor they might have some figure stuff. Yeah, here we go. This is a lot of card stuff though. We've got Magic the Gathering, Duel Masters, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Battle Spirits, Wixos, Y Schwartz, the Fire Emblem Zero, Dragon Ball Heroes, and I think that's Concole at the top. So yeah, some of the Surugaya shops is just trading cards. So this is kind of one of the more back alleys of Akihabara.
not really much over here. There are some homes. Wouldn't that be crazy? Living right next to the Akihabara strip. Honestly insane. All right, we're gonna get back to the main strip because over here, there's not really as much, I think. Here's another. So this is a retro game store over here. Also Surugaya specialty store. Nintendo, Sony, Sega, Microsoft, stuff like that. Whew. I'm gonna eat at this restaurant later. Star Kebab. It's very famous. Famous kebabs in Akihabara. You just like find cute anime art everywhere though. This is cute. What is this, 9? This looks like a visual novel of sorts, almost like Visual Kei, but I don't think it is. But this is awfully cute. Oh, this whole store is like advertising it. Phone shop. All right, let's keep going. Akiba, it's like a rickshaw, but it's like electric. Okay, obviously this building has some stuff. Okay, let's see. Here we go. We're coming around to find more figure stuff. Lots of Dragon Ball Z. See, they know. Actually, I'm surprised that, I mean, Dragon Ball Z is popular, like, with anyone here, don't get me wrong, but I especially, like, they know how to get foreigners especially to come in here because they'll put, like, all the stuff out that's, like, super popular in the U.S., like, mega popular in the U.S., that, like, even somewhat, like, normal people would know. This is a good game store, by the way. I come here sometimes for old games. Star Fox, Rockman. You know, that's another thing too, is that retro gaming here is a lot more affordable, I think. It's more affordable to collect here if you're a retro game fan. I understand that prices for games in the is sometimes like actually insane on eBay and stuff. So crappy thing is if you don't speak Japanese, which I also wanted to talk about. But like the games are going to be in Japanese, a lot of them, and until recently, like a lot of the games were not in English. So like Switch games, for example, like almost all the Switch games will have an English setting, right? So I just buy Switch games here and I'll switch them to English. But yeah, I do want to talk about the Japanese thing. Don't run me over, Nissan. Thank you. So I understand that a lot of anime fans, like, they might not have any interest in Japan, Japanese culture, Japanese language, and that's fine. Like, I don't think that you should force someone to like or engage in something that they just don't have any interest in. But a lot of people do have interest in Japanese culture and the language because of anime and stuff, and I think that's so cool and awesome, and I love that. One of the cool things about living in Japan, if you're a Japanese learner, besides the fact that that was a train going by. That was the sound of a train going by in the vents. Yeah, one of the cool things, if you want to come here and learn Japanese, you'll learn it a lot faster, I think, if you're here, because obviously you'll be surrounded by it. More than likely, if you live here, you'll have a job here. Look at this, I love over here. Let me show you. I love the art for this stuff here. Very cool. These are all visual novels, I believe, but yeah, My Tetsu. Like, that's why I'm guessing 9 is going to be a visual novel. Azur Lane is up there. Very cool. This building is always decked out, and like all the way to the top too. Decked out anime stuff. It's really cool. All right, so we're almost back to the station area once again. But yeah, like learning Japanese here is so fun. You have access. I think one of the most helpful things too, besides being like surrounded by people and being able to find people who will want to speak the language with you, I think that's really cool. But then there's also like the bookstores here. Like, okay, so manga fans, say you go to like, we're gonna sit here and wait for the light. Say you go to like Barnes and Noble. Well, all the manga there is like, God, I remember when Shonen Jump manga used to be like $7.95 a pop. Now they're more expensive. I know that some manga, even like one volume, some of them can be like $12 for one manga. And you know, if you go to like a brand new bookstore here in Japan, they'll be not quite that expensive. Wee woo, wee woo. Oh, it's the Pope. It's the Popo. It's the Popo. Yo, his bike looks like a Gundam. I'm not gonna record cops. It's like kind of inappropriate, but like his bike looks like a freaking Gundam. It's crazy. So there he goes. It's so cool, actually. Maybe, I don't know. Isn't that cool? It's really cool. Anyway, his bike's cool. God, what was I saying? I forgot. Oh yeah, so you know, you go to a bookstore in America, you'll be spending a lot more on manga. Here, again, going back to the secondhand shop thing, there are secondhand stores that will have manga like in really good condition. I really have to applaud Japanese people for keeping their stuff really, really in mint condition and very nice, even after like using it. Because you can go into bookstores and there are 100 yen manga sections of like full manga for just 100 yen, just like less than $1. And it's new stuff too. It's new stuff. So like you can get whole. I mean, I've seen collections of like, okay, Fruits Basket. We all know how big that manga is. I've seen collections of like the entire Fruits Basket series for like $40. That's actually insane. Considering if you were to get that in the US, it would be over $100 easy. Now, again, it won't be in English. They'll be in Japanese. But I think for me, to have the manga be so cheap here is actually, it makes me want to study more. It really does. Actually, we're not gonna go this way. We're gonna go back towards the station because we're almost done here, I think. We're gonna go back towards the station over here. Okay. I'll give you guys another look. Here we go. There's something about the train going by on that bridge that I love so much. What is this manga? This looks cute. I love this art style. Fudoran. I don't know what that is. It's really cute though. Very cute. All right. We'll keep going on our little tour. Go-Go Curry. I'm gonna eat there. I've never eaten at Go-Go Curry before. Very popular curry place. Kimetsu no Yaiba is insanely popular here. I think I've already talked about that. But they'll always have Kimetsu no Yaiba stuff all around. See, now that we're close to the station is like right through there. We're getting more like anime stuff. Here we go. Got some Digimon, got some Kaguya-sama Love is War stuff, more Pokemon. Very cute. That's a good looking store. Maybe I'll go in there later. Some more figures. Oh, look how cute. These figures are hanging out. They're hanging out. Very cool. All right. Oh, of course, there's more Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to mention. It's really cool. Like, usually in America, you have to wait a little bit for like the newer shows to get merch there, right? Like FYE and Hot Topic do. Again, I haven't been there in like a few years, but what I remember is that it would take like maybe a year or so for them to like start getting like My Hero Academia stuff or like current running stuff. Soon, I'm sure they're gonna get Jujutsu Kaisen stuff because Jujutsu Kaisen is so immensely popular. I haven't seen it yet, actually, but it's so immensely popular here. I'm sure they'll have stuff soon. But I mean, this is still airing, and like even last season when it had like 2 or 3 episodes, I guess it's because the manga was so popular. This already had so much stuff. It has so much merch. It has figures. Like, look at all this merch you can get already. There's probably stuff in the arcade too for it. You got video of it right here. It's immensely popular. So that's the cool thing about Japan is that if you're, we gotta go to Kotobukiya. Look how cute these coin lockers are. Sega. That's the other cool thing. It's like, it's so fun to be caught up on anime here. Like, I know that there are a lot of people who they wait maybe a couple months after an anime airs to go and watch it because they want to just watch all 12 episodes at one time. I'm like that with some stuff, but I do like to keep up. Oh, they have Euro Camp stuff here at Kotobukiya, and I'm about to have a fit. But anyway, it's fun to keep up with stuff because that's what Japan does, right? Like they're so up to date on all of the airing anime, and they're on it when it comes to merch and on it when it comes to cafes and events that are of current running anime. So if you're into current running stuff, like I love the sense of like being up to date. You know what I mean? And being things being relevant. Look at my eyeliner. It'd be smudgy. Okay, here's Kotobukiya. I think there's a Kotobukiya in New York City, if I'm not mistaken. I've never been to it, but very popular. Look at the, oh my gosh. Look at the Yotsuba. Look at the Yotsuba. I've never known, I wonder if she always stands out here when they're closed. This store always opens a little bit later than some of the other stores on the strip, but yeah. Go, if you come to Akihabara, come in Rashinban is cool too. This blue sign, Rashinban, this is another cool figure shop that you gotta go to. I highly recommend it. It's not on the main strip, but some of the shops not on the main strip are the best ones. Rashinban right here, really good. Next to the Kotobukiya. Okay, so there's another Sega, there's another Sega arcade over here. All of these noises. Maid cafes and everything. The sounds of Akihabara are something special, let me tell you. You've probably already been hearing it. But, all right, we're coming around another Sega arcade. I understand that some of these Sega arcades were closing. I don't know which ones have been closed or which ones are closing. I guess due to the pandemic, some of them just couldn't make it, but which is absolutely crazy. This is a nice little place. This is under the train, right here. KFC. I love eating here when I come down to Canberra. I love eating at KFC. It's actually so fun. I just genuinely love KFC. So as you can see, Jujutsu Kaisen is insane here already, and I think it's only a matter of time, if not already. It's a matter of time until you start seeing T-shirts pop up at FYE and stuff like that. Oh, these are good. If you come to this Sega Cafe, they have like pudding filled. They have different flavors, but like pudding filled little snacks. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. Highly recommend. All right, I think we're getting it back around the way. I think we're doing it. There's so much more to this area that I wish I could show you, but you just got to come here for yourself, and you'll find like your little shops that you love, and like places that like are your main like go-to spots in Akihabara. I have mine, but yeah, I think that's about it, guys. There it is, Akihabara. Yeah, we're back around near the station area. Guys, I hope you kind of enjoyed walking around with me. I hope you enjoyed me showing you around. This is like just a must-go place. It's usually very busy. It's loud. As you can see, it's very loud. I'm trying to talk into my mic. But it's a must-go place in Japan if you're into anime. It's the place to go. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go grab me a bite to eat and go to that Nonnon Biori museum that I just love Nonnon Biori so much. So yeah, thanks for joining me. Thank you so much, Brent and Geek Archaeology people, for watching and for letting me kind of do my thing. I hope you guys have a safe rest of your day, month, year, all that. And I do want to plug my YouTube channel real quick. If you want to see, I do like figure hunting videos. I do like anime cafe videos, just general videos in Japan about culture and stuff too. The channel is called Ginger Gaiden. I would love if you go give it a sub. It's fun. We just have fun. And yeah, thanks so much. I'll catch you later. Bye.
No.
It's me.
One moment, please. You got a slight problem on the Skype thing. For some reason, it did not grab the thing I needed because, technology. There we go. Tech. There we are. All right. It took a minute, but I think we're good to go. Hey there.
Hi.
It's so good to have you. Thank you for doing the panel. It's fantastic.
Well, thank you for having me on to do it. It's so fun.
You bet. And I understand you're in this place called Japan.
Indeed, I am.
Okay, yeah. Wow. And thank you for hanging out in the middle of the night, by the way. Jeez.
Yeah, no problem. It's been fun.
Yeah. So you've been in Japan for a couple of years now.
Yeah, it hit 3 years on March 18th.
Wow.
So just a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's amazing. What would you say are like the biggest challenges for someone like from the U.S. moving to Japan?
The biggest challenge is like, for some people, it's finding a job that you will actually like.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because we should all know that if you have to move to if you want to move to another country, it's not a vacation. You still have to get a job.
Yep.
As much fun as Japan is, it's not a vacation.
Yep.
So, a lot of people they'll come here and they'll do English teaching for like maybe a year to kind of get their foot in the door, learn some Japanese, get in contact with people, and then switch jobs. But that can be pretty difficult. So I think that that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Sure. Yeah, I know you were saying in the chat that you're not aware of a lot of like U.S. folks who aren't teaching like English, basically.
Yeah, that's very true. And like, not to say that there's no jobs outside of that field. There definitely are. Like, in fact, two of my closest friends who are Americans who moved here years and years ago, neither of them are English teachers. And
Okay.
like the jobs are there, but like for one of my friends, she's fluent in Japanese, so she works for like a travel agency, and then you just have to you have to have the skills. Some jobs will require that you have a specific degree in something. So in fact, even to get a work visa in Japan to teach English, you are required to have a degree.
Okay.
And if a company tells you you don't have to have a degree, they're probably sketch.
Okay. Gotcha.
So there's that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. And I've heard that basically the like the JET program makes it so easy for folks to come over. Like they kind of do so many of the steps for you. But it's one of the reasons why so many folks do it, because like, oh well, it's just easy. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really work with you on getting visa stuff prepared, which is probably the other biggest pain about trying to move and live here is visa stuff and getting that renewed. But yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. And so, where are you exactly in Japan again?
I'm in Ibaraki Prefecture, which is like if you have it's northeast of Tokyo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. How? And I know you mentioned in the panel or in the video that it's you're a little ways away from Tokyo, but not like days or anything.
Right.
Do you kind of prefer that, being a little bit away from the hustle and bustle of Tokyo, or would you kind of prefer to be like right in the center?
I would never want to move to like the center of Tokyo. I just like that's too much city for me.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
But Ibaraki's kind of nice because you can get on a train. It's about an hour to get to like which is right north of Akihabara, so it's very convenient. But I used to live in Sendai, which if you have the money, you can get on the bullet train and get to Tokyo in like 2.5 hours.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you're poor and cheap like me, you'll take a bus, a 7-hour bus, 6 or 7 hour bus ride to get to Tokyo. It's fun. It's a fun experience. There's videos on the channel about taking buses around Tokyo. It's fun, but yeah, it's. I originally did not want to leave Miyagi Prefecture. I love it up there, but when the job opportunities are better the closer you are to Tokyo.
Sure.
It's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So, but my husband, he teaches English here, he's a direct hire at a private school. He was like, oh, but if we move to Ibaraki, you'll be an hour away from Tokyo. You'll be able to see your friends when they fly in. And then the world stopped. And I was like, no, I don't even reap the benefits of living close to Tokyo that much. So honestly, like, before that Akihabara video, it had been almost a full year since, it'd been like maybe 7 or 8 months since I last been to Tokyo.
Wow.
Despite it being an hour away.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, gotcha.
Pros and cons.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. So do you feel like you're still kind of in the city, even though you're still like an hour from Tokyo?
I know, I don't really feel that way that I'm in the city. It's weird, like, once you're in Tokyo Prefecture, like you are in city. And then what borders Tokyo Prefecture is like Chiba, Kanagawa, Saitama. And like the edges of those prefectures will be very city because they meet with Tokyo, right? But I live like in central Ibaraki, so it's like far enough away to where like, oh, there's trees and it doesn't smell like pollution all the time. Not that Tokyo's that dirty of a city, but it is a city, so, naturally.
Sure. Absolutely.
But, yeah.
What's it like, and then I know you've done some other videos on, geeky stuff to do, that's not like, in Akihabara or whatever. What is it like being an otaku in a city that's not like, Tokyo, Osaka, whatever, where you're a little out of it. So obviously there's not like a maid cafe every 5 feet. But what are the options available there?
Well, the options, even when I lived in a smaller city I wouldn't say middle of nowhere, but in more of a rural town up in Miyagi, right in front of my apartment, there was a huge figure store.
Wow.
So it's just like, it's still there. Like, in fact, where I live now, like, I can take a 20-minute bike ride to a huge figure store with like I think I did a video on that too recently, with like 3 or 4 aisles of anime figures and goods and stuff. So and even like I mentioned in the Akihabara tour, like I can go to my grocery store and they have like Kimetsu no Yaiba is so popular and mainstream here. They have like Kimetsu no Yaiba candy. They have socks, home goods. It's actually insane. So you can still, very much live your little geeky otaku life, even not being in the big cities. Like there are times where I find better deals and I find more stuff that I want in rural areas of Japan versus like shopping in Akihabara. Oh yeah, 100%.
Is that more just because of like the used goods like market?
I honestly don't know, because like Akihabara also has the used goods and stuff, but I don't know. I think it's just because everyone goes to Akihabara, and it's just like I have found. Oh man, I have it probably back on my shelf. Like Akihabara, I feel like you have to search a little bit more to find the gems. Like I did find the Battle Athletes Victory figurine of Akari in Akihabara last year.
So jealous.
Oh my god! If I can look, it's right here.
Oh yeah, please. Oh wow.
You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
Knocked over that was embarrassing. Okay. So hopefully you can still hear me.
Yep, you're good.
My microphone. Okay. So this is my.
Oh,
I don't know if you can see it.
Wow.
It's dark in Japan right now, but yeah, Akari Kanzaki figure. It's very dusty. It's kind of nasty.
No,
I just like
doing
dust.
Doing the thing.
But yeah, like this I found in Akihabara, and so yeah, you just like you can never say, oh, this is the best shop in Tokyo, or this is the best shop in Japan. You never know what you're gonna find. You know, like there could be some collector who has stuff like this Akari figure, who could live in the middle of nowhere Japan and sell his stuff to like this middle of nowhere shop. You just gotta be lucky.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing is that I remember wandering on Akihabara and realizing, there's a breadth here that we don't get. There's,
Yeah.
here's a, here's a vehicle from original Tetragen 28. Like, not Tetragen, like this vehicle thing that you can, that toy you can buy. And that was like, sold in 1965.
Yeah.
Or here is this, amazing, modern figurine that like just dropped 2 days ago.
The range is insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know how old this Akari Kanzaki figure is, but I mean, it's like you can tell by the paint job alone.
Yeah.
It's got to be late 90s. Or maybe early 2000s, I don't know, but yeah, it's the range of stuff you can find is so interesting, and you can find like super old. That's the wonderful thing about the secondhand shops is like you can find this super old stuff.
What are some of the things you've sought out? You've been like looking for forever.
So that I've been looking for forever. So I had been looking for. Okay, so like my favorite anime is Clannad.
Okay.
So like it was always so difficult to find Clannad figures at conventions. So I think I bought like maybe 2 Clannad figures in my like almost 10 years of going to conventions. Well, when I came to Japan, I found like all the Clannad girls like together as a set for like nothing. Like nothing. And so I'm just like completely completed my Clannad dream set back there. But yeah, like, and recently, I was searching for a figure from Black Cat, and I found it in my most recent hunting video, and I just like, I had never seen it before, so you just never know, like, and it's worth it to dig too, like, it's okay if you look like a geek, just like dig through that stuff. You never know what you're gonna find. You become like an expert hunter, I had to learn.
Yeah. Do you have any tips for like, for digging, for searching, for hunting?
Oh man, tips. I would just like, I wouldn't count any shop out.
Okay.
Like, it counts to be thorough. Or it helps to be thorough. Like, because the way Japan does things, there's a limited amount of space, right?
Sure.
In Japan. So they'll have like figures, like a stack of figures on shelves, and they'll be like 3 or 4 figures deep.
Okay.
So like, you don't want to miss anything. So I would say that, I would just be very thorough and take your time. You could find like your dream figure if you just put in a little extra effort, you know what I mean? So that's what I would say.
Cool. How do those work? Because I remember seeing the like used figurine things where it's like the like acrylic boxes of all the different figurines, and like you say, it's a whole bunch of figurines deep, and there would be like a figurine like way in the background. Like I literally don't know what that is. How does that work? Do you like call someone over and say I'm curious about that one? Like how do you do that?
Yeah, you can do, like, it's very common in Akihabara for, like, things to be in glass cases, too. So, usually, you can just go over to a lot of the people in Akihabara, not all, but a lot of people in Akihabara, they'll speak English, because it's a very touristy kind of place. So, yeah, you usually just ask people, like, at the secondhand shops, they'll put them on like the super high top shelf, and it's like hard to see what it is. So they'll have ladders like in the aisle,
okay,
and you can just like, you gotta have no shame. You just like climb the ladder. I've learned to just have no shame with this kind of stuff. So yeah, like people are more than welcome to, or more than happy to help you out. Like the people are so nice, cool. Honestly.
Yeah, I got slightly shamed in my one purchase in Mandarake, but I don't think the guy was intending it at all. But one of those things. Like, but yeah, no, it is one of the really nice things is that if nothing else, like you're a customer, right? Like, they want your business,
right?
Like
What did you get? Wait, what did you get shamed for?
So I was wandering around Mandarake, and I wasn't gonna buy a whole bunch of stuff. But I found a. Actually, I think I can show it. Yeah, 1 second. Right over here. which is actually appropriate now. So I saw this in a store, and it is it's a Miyazaki Yasuo Otsuka collaboration book. So it's basically
I
a
see.
whole bunch of illustrations of. So it's Future Boy Conan, it's Lupin, it's Cagliostro, it's what else is in here? Horse Prince of the Sun, a bunch of stuff, and like I knew Otsuka as well, like I was very familiar, and so I was like, okay. So I saw that, went over to the guy, said I'd like something out of that glass case because it was in one of these big glass cases up in the top locked. And so I went over, and he sure came over. I said, kore kudasai, and he looked up and he went, ah, Miyazaki, and I'm like, like that's the only thing I would know as a foreign otaku.
As a foreigner. Oh my god. He was just like, oh, what are you gonna ask for next? Dragon Ball Z.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's like I was telling you earlier before we came on here. Like I was in Nakano Broadway. For those who don't know, Nakano Broadway is another really like prime shopping area in Tokyo for otaku goods, and a lot. I think that they carry a lot of older stuff in Nakano Broadway, and I think like the prices are cheaper too because I feel like most people will go to Akihabara for those kinds of things. So Nakano, I think, has slightly cheaper prices, not for everything, but it's like I went into a cell shop because I'm very new into like cells. Like I want to get into them. So I will go up to the cell owner guy and I'm like, hey, do you have anything from Gunsmith Cats? And he laughed at me.
Oh.
And I was like, he was like, no, we don't. And I don't know to this day if he was laughing because maybe those are like super rare and like, no, why would he have those? Because it's only OVA, right?
Yeah.
So, and then, or was he laughing at me because he was like, why is this white girl coming up to me asking me about Gunsmith Cats? Like, it was so embarrassing almost. But yeah, I mean, people are so nice though still either way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. When you what are some of the other things like just sort of generally about like living in Japan that you find is that you really enjoy, that you appreciate, that may be a little different from what you're used to in the US, just things you wouldn't have expected coming over, or maybe you did expect and it's like, oh yeah, it is like this.
Yeah. Well, one of like the things that really changed about me moving to Japan is how much I like spending time by myself. And Japan is open to that. Like isn't it weird in America to kind of like, oh, I'm going to go to Applebee's by myself.
Right.
Or I'm going to go see this movie by myself. Like people think that's weird. Like people just like look at you and you're like, oh, that poor person, they're all alone. In Japan, it's not like that. In Japan, it's like you can go see a movie by yourself. It's totally normal. You can, like I go to sit down restaurants all the time by myself and I feel totally fine. And like, I guess I've learned to appreciate like being alone. It's not a bad thing in Japan, and because I love that part. I mean, there are even you may have seen pictures of this, but there in Shinjuku Station, there's a Burger King, and they have like one-person booths where it's like a booth facing the wall.
Oh wow, I have not seen that.
You might be able to Google
so.
it.
Yeah,
but it's just people meme it, and they're like, oh, it's the Forever Alone booth. But like, no, like I sit there all the time because if I'm by myself, why not?
Absolutely.
So I've enjoyed that. Like I like going places and people not thinking it's weird that I'm like by myself. And it's not even that like, oh, I don't have friends or like my husband won't come with me or something. It's literally just because like I'm an introvert. So I like being by myself. And I feel like in Japan, a lot of Japanese people are very introverted, not all. And it's just like in a very extroverted society that America is, it's a little harder to live in as an extrovert.
Yeah.
So that was something I didn't expect moving into Japan, that I would be like, wow, I actually like this. I like being alone,
That's really cool. I remember reading an article somebody wrote a while back, or like an essay, about how one of the reasons that a lot of sort of otaku like street theater sort of showed up was because of that like social bubble where you can just like put down a boombox and like dance to the Haruhi Hare Hare Yukai theme. And people just walk by. Like, they don't stare at you like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, okay, person's doing a thing. I don't care.
Right.
And so people can do a lot of those things where it's just like, I'm just going to let my geek flag fly and it's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally fine.
Very, 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 very interesting. Yeah, whereas over here it'd be like, security!
Security, there's a weirdo over here. Like, I totally get that.
Yeah, very, very strange. Is there anywhere in Japan that you would, that you haven't visited yet that you would like to?
Oh my god, I'm so glad you asked. Fukuoka, which is to the south of Japan, it's on the island of Kyushu, which is the southernmost island of Japan. Well, like, not counting like Okinawa and stuff. But yeah, Fukuoka, it's like famous for ramen. Okay, people think like, oh, every town is famous for ramen. No. Fukuoka is like, you go there to eat ramen. You go there to eat ramen in a like a yatai. What's the English word for that? A food stand.
Okay.
Next to the river at night, and it's just like beautiful. So I want to go to Fukuoka pretty badly, and then I also want to travel around Hokkaido. I've been to Hokkaido 3 times, which is the northernmost island of Japan for anyone who doesn't know, and it's very snowy there. I love Hokkaido, so I just would love to take like a summer trip around Hokkaido. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. I have a friend who wasn't all that interested in going to Hokkaido. We were talking about doing a trip.
Oh, you gotta go. Please
yeah,
go.
Because he was
awesome.
well, he was like, well, there's nothing to do there.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding?
So,
oh my god.
Please help convince my friend. Like, what,
Oh, I will.
Yeah. So what are the things in Hokkaido?
Sapporo is like my favorite city in Japan.
Oh, really?
It's very fun. Beautiful. Hokkaido's beautiful. You gotta go.
Okay. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, Charmy, you're absolutely right in chat. Fashion. You know, you can dress a little more unusually and walk around the streets in Japan, it seems, and that's just okay.
Yeah, it's like the thing. Lolita, like, it's kind of like Gyaru fashion too. Like those had their times. Like Gyaru was a very popular fashion in the 90s.
Okay. Yep.
And then Lolita was very popular Lolita and Visual Kei were very popular in like the 2000s. You know, I will be honest with you. I've lived in Japan for 3 years. I've only seen people wear Lolita 3 times. Like outside of the Harajuku area. So it's not like you see in the magazines where like, oh, every day you're passing by like 3 million people wearing like big poofy dress.
True.
But it is a thing, and you've got all these, like, I've been to Harajuku where like you've got all these little fashion stores and stuff. But fashion is for some reason people are either very boring with their fashion and very like down to earth, neutral colors, business, or they're just like out of this world clowning. It's crazy. No in between.
I remember seeing a photo of a job fair in Tokyo, and literally, not only was everybody wearing a black suit, nobody was wearing a dark gray suit. Nobody's wearing a mostly black suit. It was just a sea of these.
Very uniform.
Completely, this was the thing.
They probably bought their suits all at the same place. Same brand and everything. Would not surprise me.
So strange. But yeah, very, just one of those things where it's just, that's what society does, and what you follow.
It's we look at anime and maybe we look at Japanese fashion and we might think like, oh, like this society loves to stand out. No, like individual people love to blend in. For a good, I think it's starting to change a lot, but a couple years or decades ago, you didn't want to stick out in Japan, and people are still very much like that. So when you're a foreigner, and when you're a ginger, you got no choice.
Oh yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's you have these people who really want to stick out, but for the most part, everyone wants to kind of conform and be like everyone else.
Are there any other things about sort of general Japanese culture that were maybe not surprises to you, but were just kind of interesting?
Parts of Japanese culture that were surprising to me. I underestimated the drinking culture.
Oh, okay, yeah.
By quite a bit. You hear that, oh, after work you go and drink with your coworkers and then you go home. Everyone does that, especially in Tokyo, and like it's alcohol is not as like taboo, I think, as it is in the West, where like you know, normally if you're a teacher at an elementary school, you wouldn't be in the teacher's room talking about what you were like some hard liquor you were drinking last night. In elementary schools in Japan, like I've heard of teachers literally talking about drinking alcohol like in front of kids.
Wow.
Not like drinking in front of kids, but they're talking about in front of like students. And it's just like, yeah, alcohol is just what you do, you know. So and they're it's such a social thing, and you can build relationships with your Japanese coworkers so much if you do go drinking. Like afterwards, I know not everyone's an alcohol person. I'm not really a big alcohol person myself, but like it's so big in the culture here, in the work culture. So that was really shocking.
That's interesting. I remember hearing something about how there's been a bit of a push recently to accept the fact that some people you go out drinking with don't drink. And and just saying, okay, that's fine. You have iced tea or whatever. You can still be part of the whole thing. Right. But it's just it just, again, part of the culture. Just you get around for everybody. That's just the thing. You're not. Gotcha.
Yeah, I feel like it can be like that in the U.S. too, where it's like, oh wait, you don't drink? That's weird. But hopefully, I think hopefully Japan and America can be more a little bit like, oh, there are people who don't drink, and there's nothing wrong with that. And
yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, again, one of those things where you hear about, oh yeah, you go out drinking, but good to know that it's that big of a deal.
Right, like I was shocked. Like kids would come, like second, third grade kids would like come into the teacher's room to get like the keys to like the gym or something. And it's just like the teacher hands them the keys and turns right back around and goes, oh yeah, I was drinking this like really hard liquor yesterday and I was so drunk. And just like, there are children here. But the kids know that that's what adults do.
Yeah.
No use in hiding it.
I'm glad to know that, because that's a plot point in Eurocamp. That their teacher is, gets like really badly drunk
in front of their students. Yeah, that's
it's
true.
like, oh, okay, that is a thing that people
right.
Are
That happens a lot in anime. Now that you mention it, now that I remember.
Elhazard, all that stuff. Yeah, it's interesting. Wow. Cool. Well, I don't want to keep you too long. And I know you've been up all night.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted to share? Any other like notes? I know often like when I do a panel afterwards, I'm like, I meant to mention the thing.
Really, that's it. Like, I do a YouTube channel where I just like go around to like otaku spots in Japan. Like, well, you'll actually like this, Brent. I went to Oarai, Ibaraki, which is the setting for Girls in Ponzu.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's just Girls in Ponzu. They bring in tourism to that town through Girls in Ponzu.
Okay.
So, just I try to do stuff like that, and so I'm gonna try and go on more of these anime pilgrimages and stuff like that. So, if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, shameless plug.
Absolutely. What's the name of the channel again?
Ginger Gaiden.
Ginger Gaiden.
Play on Ninja Gaiden, which I have never played, but I am using for my YouTube channel.
Hey,
fake gamer. But anyway, Brent, thank you so much. This has been really fun, and it's been nice to like talk to people about anime and stuff. It feels like it's been forever because I haven't been to cons in a while. But thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the panel and for being part of it. I really appreciate it.
It's very fun.
Cool. All right, we're going to go, and we will be back in just a few moments with more stuff. See y'all.
Hey guys, today we are at the Arena Tanimura Cafe, and this is the single cafe that I'm the most excited for. Arena Tanimura is a popular shoujo mangaka, and I have really just loved her series for years. I started off with Full Moon. It was my first shoujo manga, so really excited to be here. So this cafe is surprisingly in a lot of cities in Japan, including Sendai, which almost never happens. So
Man, I'm so excited that they decided to put a really cool cafe in Sendai that usually does not happen. Anyway, let's take a look at the menu. It has an original Irina Tanimura artwork on here that I think she actually did especially for the cafe. So it has all of her basically bigger series on it, like Gentleman's Alliance Cross and Full Moon. So earlier I ate lunch. I specifically wanted to eat dessert here, and I have known that I want this item for a while now, so I'm going to get the chocolate bread whipped cream kiwi and strawberry looking dessert. It looks very cute and very yummy. You can also get other dishes for either lunch or dinner, some of which are inspired by her different manga works. This one being my favorite, based off of Full Moon. It has the two shinigami. It's the negi ramen. It's so cute. The cat curry is also very cute. Looks like they make rice in the shape of a cat. I have Alan here with me today. Okay, he's gonna get the ice cream and pancake set, which looks like maybe it's a Kamikaze Kaito Jean one, so there you go. Yeah, that is because of the wings. So the one really confusing thing is usually at these cafes when you order a menu item and a drink, you usually get a coaster. They asked us which coaster we wanted beforehand, which was actually really surprising. Usually they don't ask you which one you want. I kind of wish it would have kept it that way because they've been asking which ones people wanted. So unfortunately the Full Moon one is sold out and the Jean one is sold out, which makes sense. Those are her two more popular series. So people must have just come in here as soon as the cafe opened and bought them all out. But that's okay. I ended up getting the Eon one because that's another series that I read when I was younger. The only one that I don't see down here, which is an Irina Tanimura series that I've read, is Mistress Fortune and 31 Idol. I don't see them down here, maybe because they're not as popular. Mistress Fortune was only one volume, but 31 Idol is, I think, still going on. So I'm not sure why they don't have those, but this seems to be her newer series. All right, so we just put our order in for one of these, and one of these, and one of these. Alright guys, we got our drinks. This is the Full Moon inspired drink, and that is the Kamikaze Kaito Jean inspired drink. I'm gonna give this a sip, and you give yours a sip. Yeah, I really like that.
That's refreshing.
Mine is like a lemon drink. I'm not sure what's at the bottom to make it darker, but there's little stars. Little star pieces, maybe they're like little jellies. I'm sure I'll get there, but this is really good. It's nice and refreshing. So the Kamikaze Kaito Jean drink is an apple blend drink with little chunks of apples in it. As soon as I got the drink, they brought us our desserts. So I'm gonna dig in for a bit and I will let you know how it is. This looks like some kind of strawberry or sakura cream with some fruit, and of course the bread with chocolate in it. And then Alan got pancakes with ice cream and some fruit with it as well. So we will let you know how it is. So starting with Alan's meal, he said that the pancakes were actually super high quality, very warm and fluffy, and a really nice butter and syrup to go with them, and that the ice cream just basically tops off the whole dish. As for mine, I've dug in a little bit. You can see that there's chocolate all the way through this bread piece, and then they also give you some bread pieces on the side, I guess, to dip in. I just think chocolate pairs so well with strawberries, so I'm very happy. I was also thinking that there was a chance this could be a strawberry whipped cream instead of a sakura, and it's sakura, and I couldn't be happier because I love sakura flavored things so much. The little heart sprinkles just make it. If that's not Irina Tanimura, I don't know what is. And I can't get enough of this drink. This is actually really good. It's just very soothing. So we're gonna flip over our coasters. Now when we first came in, as I said, they told us that we needed to just pick one, so I don't know if they're all Eon or if they're different, so let's find out. We have one Eon. I'm gonna freaking cry. They said this one was sold out, and this is the one that I wanted.
I guess you just weren't allowed to pick it.
Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was. Maybe you pick one for coming in, and then you're gonna. I am gonna literally cry. I'm so happy. This is like my first shoujo manga I ever read. I still have the same volume 1 that I've had since I was probably 14. Oh my gosh, that's so great. Okay, let's see what else. Time Stranger Kyoko. This is a series that I haven't dug too much into, but I really, really want to. Oh yes, and this is her new series. I am super happy with all these. We all got different ones. We got Eon, Full Moon, Time Stranger Kyoko, and I actually don't know the name of this one. There you have it. Oh my god. I'm just gonna have to frame this one, aren't I? I cannot believe I actually got this one. I came in really disappointed thinking that they were out of them. Alright, well, excuse my used plate, but we both ate every single bite of our meals. They were both really, really delicious. And at the bottom of my drink, that purple you saw, that was actually all Jello. It was like a grape Jello. It was really, really good. Alright guys, so this is the official shop for the Arena Tanimura Cafe. You can get stands of your favorite characters. I am not sure why they're missing some characters. I'm going to take these barcodes up to the front because I really want Mitsuki and I want Maroko from Full Moon. So we're gonna cross our fingers that we can get those. These over here are actually cookies. It's a little plastic tin of cookies with characters printed on them. That's really cute. And of course over here you've got buttons from some of her bigger manga. And over here we have little plastic plates, kind of like key holders, but you have to get a random one. And as you can see, there are all kinds of them here. Not only those, but these two. So you have no idea what you're gonna get. These are 800 yen, but I think I'm definitely going to get some of the character stands. And they also seem to be what they call clear portraits, I believe. Alright guys, well there you have it, the Arena Tanimura Cafe. Unfortunately, it only went on for 3 weeks, so I could only catch one date for it. They actually give you a stamp card for every time you visit, or for however many items that you buy. And at your third stand, when you come back, you can actually get a free item. But since we got 4 items, we were able to get a free item. Those free items were sold out. However, they're letting us come back before the end of the month when they restock and get more, including the stands that I bought. I bought 2 Full Moon character stands, but they were not on display because they were actually sold out. But you could go ahead and pay for them now, and then you can pick them up next month, so I decided to do that. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and please stay tuned for more anime cafes. Check out one of these around me, and I will play with you some other time.
Alright everyone, it is giveaway time. Thanks again so much to Ginger for that tour of Akihabara. Really interesting stuff. And yeah, I'm going to do some giveaways here to the folks in the chat room. We're going to start with 3 volumes of manga. Ladies and gents, this is behind the scenes. 3 volumes of pristine manga behind the scenes. It's a manga about a young man who goes to college. Yes, they're actually in college. And ends up joining essentially a club that helps to put on shows. That helps to do like plays and movies and things along those lines. And so it's people who use their creativity to help other people. Really fun manga series here. You get the first 3 volumes of Behind the Scenes. It goes to whoever can guess the genre that I just rolled on the D10 of anime genres. So my question to all of you is, what genre is it? What genre did I roll on that die? If you guess, you get 3 full volumes of manga here. And after this, we have a DVD to give away as well. Actually, several DVDs. A whole DVD collection, but we have got this manga. I do not see the genre guessed yet. Still looking. I also need to figure out, like, what is the correct spelling, right? Is it shoujo with a U? Is it shonen with a U? I never know. But hopefully we will get a guess here. Not seeing it yet. Someone's going to come in and get it. Someone's going to guess. And we will get somebody in that... you're going to get that. Nobody's got it yet. See who we get. McPuffin, well done. McPuffin got it. Shoujo is indeed the genre. A little hard to read there. Well done, McPuffin. You will be getting all 3 volumes of Behind the Scenes. Let's move on to a DVD box set of Gasaraki. Now, Gasaraki is interesting. This is a mecha series done by a bunch of people who were sort of mecha legends who came together to make kind of their ultimate mecha series. This was saying, let us discard all of the pretenses around making toys. Let us avoid all of that stuff around mecha. Let's make the mecha series that we want to make, period. It's political, it's thoughtful, it's serious. It's very military focused. As you can see, the mecha designs are a little more realistic, more centered around the idea of heavy armor, modern tanks, that kind of stuff. It's set around the time of the Gulf War. The basic idea is, what if there were mecha during the Gulf War, like the first Gulf War? Very interesting. This is all of Gasaraki. So you get this entire 26-episode anime series in one box. And if you're not even into mecha, this is a very thoughtful, serious, interesting series. A very unusual series. I am rolling the die. We have a new genre. Whoever guesses the genre will get this copy of Gasaraki. So go ahead and throw in the chat what your guess is for that genre. Whoever guesses it will get Gasaraki. And like I said, this is a really, really odd and unusual one. I happen to love it, but it will be a ride, no matter what you like about anime. It is not a typical anime series, unquestionably. Still looking for it. Still checking the chat. Someone's gonna get it. Someone's gonna get it. McPuffin, you got it. That is the one. Isekai is indeed the genre. And there we go. And so, congratulations. You will be getting a copy of Gasaraki in the mail. So, we are now going to move on to a con watch party on SciTubes. We have a SciTube running with some other anime out there. And the information on that is over in the Discord. I'm actually trying to not record that in the actual con, because this video lives forever, and pointing people to something that doesn't exist anymore is kind of silly. So head on over to the Discord for the link to the SciTube. We're all going to watch Spriggan together. With sort of a watch party thing. And I look forward to seeing you over there. And we will come back to the live stream in a little while at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I will do the charity auction. Spriggan is, I believe, an hour and a half long, an hour and 45 minutes. And so that bit of a break in the schedule, and we will be doing that. So we will see you in a little while. See you then.
What's up, everyone? So we just got back from Ibaraki Prefecture, just doing like work stuff, and I wanted to show you guys how cool rest stops are. Right now we're in Fukushima Ken, and we are at the Minami-Soma Kashima. It's kind of dead right now because of that certain sickness that's going around. There's not a lot of people out, but we'll still see what's here. Usually these places are just bustling with people, but right now it's just so empty. Again, I think people are just not traveling right now. Usually I stop at these on the Tohoku Expressway when I'm coming back from Tokyo. This is the first time I've ridden on the Joban Expressway. This is the cutest little place though, but there's no people. Here's like the edge of Fukushima Prefecture on the east side. This is the Joban Expressway. Well, let's hope that some things are open. I sure hope they are, at least. Whoa. I can't say that I've seen something like this at a Japanese rest stop before. This is like a whole little store. You can get some fruits. You can get some spices. This is maybe like a Fukushima character. Ah, akabeko. My students, they told me about akabeko. I don't really understand them, but that's like something special to Fukushima Prefecture. I love the little peach. She's so cute. Momo-chan? That's adorable. This place is also pretty famous for horse racing, so they have a lot of horse stuff here. Oh, yeah. See? Do you need any water?
Maybe I should get water.
Okay, let's grab a water for the road. And here they have a restaurant and a place to sit as well. So that's really nice. Ramen and other Japanese dishes. Oh, actually you can get gyutan. Gyutan is cow tongue. It's like famous in Sendai, so that's cool. So let's check out what this is. Boru trampoline. Ball trampoline? What the heck? Is this stuff like kids can just play on this or something? I don't know, it looks not fun to me personally, but maybe I'm just old, I don't know. They have a whole park for your dog. So it's separated by small dogs and then like medium-sized dogs. So that I guess the medium-sized dogs don't eat the small ones. Shrine here, wow. I think this is the first rest stop I've been to that actually has a shrine. You know, it's just amazingly clean bathrooms, a place for your dog to run around. Just really convenient. It makes traveling by car really nice. If only it wasn't so windy and cold. Hi guys, I hope you enjoyed that little peek into Japanese rest stops, and I will play with you some other time. See you!
Hey guys, this weekend is going to be super fun. Today's Thursday, and today in Japan it's Umi no Hi, or Ocean Day, and then tomorrow is Sports Day. So this Thursday and Friday, a lot of people have the day off, so a lot of people just go and travel during this weekend. Fortunately, in the prefecture that I live in, the COVID cases has not been bad, so that's good. So I feel like it's fairly safe to go out and travel as long as we're wearing masks. I've never been to Mito before outside of doing visa stuff, so this time we're going for fun. Originally, we were going to go somewhere like Nagoya or Fukuoka or Tokyo, but of course with the way things are right now, I think it's better to kind of like stay closer to home, stay in my prefecture, and go to smaller cities. I have no idea what to expect this weekend, but let's have some fun.
Alright guys, we're gonna do something I've never done before. We're gonna take the Hitachi train, which is different than like the normal local trains. It's like more of a rapid service train. It costs extra to take it, but it'll get us to our destination a lot quicker, and I've never taken it before, so it sounds super fun. Alright, we made it. We just got to check into our hotel. We're like right at the station, so I love the station plaza area. It's really nice. Alright, let's go check in, and then I guess we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Yeah, I made it to our hotel room, and we have like the perfect view of the trains. I'm so excited. I love watching the trains. The best thing about this hotel room is that it is like literally connected to the station, and below the hotel is like a shopping mall with arcades and stuff, so you're literally just right here. So if you ever come to Mito, this is a really convenient place to stay. Alright, we're at the arcade, like right under our hotel. Let's see if we can find anything to win. They already have Rent-A-Girlfriend stuff. This anime is like airing this season, and it's cringy, but interesting. They already have stuff out for it. I love this Rem. Oh, she looks so cool. Okay, I totally have to win this Megumin. Megumin is best girl from Konosuba. She looks pretty winnable. I think we can do it. Let's try. 500 yen coin. Let's go. We got nowhere, but we still have 4 more times. I'm going for a middle approach this time. That did not go very well. How do I make it turn?
You gotta grab, like halfway grab it.
I'm feeling it. Alright, one more try. Alright, this is not the one. This is not the one.
Straight, but it has to go back and up.
You gotta know when to quit. You just gotta know when to quit. It's okay, we tried. We tried so hard. The Kirby is so cute and flat. I love the Sonic one, but I'm pretty sure I have a Sonic plushie just like that at home, so I don't know if I want to go for the Sonic. But it's nice to see that they have Sonic stuff. Now we're heading to a store called Dashinban. Dashinban, there's just a bunch of anime merchandise, plushies, keychains, and figures, my favorite. Let's see what we can find there. This is so cute. Hanamaru's from Love Live, but they always have this like thing where she has Sonic, and that's so cute, but I would not pay 500 yen for a folder, but it's still very cute. You know, I could just buy a Megumin figure instead of trying to win it a million times. There's Nagisa as an android. I already have her favorite series. Check out the Steins Gate girls in the cheerleader outfits. Isn't that cute? Are they ever in the cheerleader outfits in the game? No? They have Ferris Nyan Nyan. She's 10 bucks. That's like super cheap. I've seen so many Full Metal Alchemist figures lately. It's actually interesting, like out of nowhere. One day I want to get the whole set of the K-On! Girls. Oh wow, from Your Lie in April. This is actually a pretty expensive figure, around like 150 US dollars for her. The Azunyan is cute. See, these would be cute, but I want them to have their instruments. I think it'd be cool to have a set and it would look like they're playing instruments. Oh, they have the Zombieland Saga girls. Zombieland Saga is so funny. I can't wait for the second season. These figures are really nice too. They're like super nicely made. Is this from Slayers? It sure is from Slayers. Wow.
Alan just went back to the hotel to take some of the stuff that we bought at Rashinbang up to the hotel. Later, when we're back in the hotel room, we'll show you what we bought. So if you ever come to Mito and want to do some like anime and weeby things, there's a Sega arcade near the station, there's an Animate near the station, there's the Rashinbang near the station, so you could probably spend a good half a day shopping around those areas for stuff. I wouldn't say that it's worth the trip from Tokyo to come here because the shops are really small, but if you're ever just in the area and you want to kind of like get out of the crowds of Tokyo, then yeah, there's definitely some anime shopping here to do. Gosh, we found another arcade on the way to dinner, so gotta stop by. This one is way less busy than the Sega one, and I am all for that. But maybe they don't have as cool stuff. Oh, I do love the Sleeping Piplup. The Inosuke plushes are cool. Okay, not as many cool stuff at this one, so back to dinner plans. Alright guys, we finally decided on where to eat. We're gonna have yakiniku, one of my favorite things to eat in Japan. Alan's currently figuring out what's on the menu via the tablet, and they bring as much food as you order for the next 90 minutes, so fun stuff. These are the sauces. You've got like a sweeter sauce, you've got lemon, and this is like a spicier sauce. I kind of like burn all of mine on purpose. I kind of like that charcoaly taste. So don't judge me for literally overcooking or burning all of my meat. Put one of these on too. Alright guys, we just finished dinner and came back to our hotel room. I want to show you guys what we bought at Rashinbang earlier. I bought Tom Nook! It's a little Tom Nook stuffed animal and it's so cute. Let me open it up. He's so cute. Look at his little I love him. He was like 2,000 yen, so about $20 US, and I thought it was totally worth $20 because my house, I already have like some Nintendo-y Animal Crossing specifically stuff in my house, like a pillowcase and a blanket and stuff in my living room, so this will go so cute in there. Okay, Alan, what did you buy at the store?
I got this Wano Kingdom Luffy figure
Wow.
for only 500 yen.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
Alright guys, well there you have it. There is our first day in the Mito area in northern Ibaraki. Tomorrow is going to be super fun. We plan on going to the beach and we're going to a town that is the setting for the Girls into Panzer anime. You may know it. I hope to see you in the next video and I will play with you some other time. I guess we just kinda It's so good. Hello guys, today I'm kind of freaking out because I am at the Fruits Basket Cafe today. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the original series, but I've been watching the remake of the series that's currently airing and I really love it. I'm really into it. This cafe is in Harajuku. It's just a 4-minute walk from Harajuku Station, but it won't be here very long. Let's take a look and see what we can order. So a lot of this food is based off of food that Toru cooks in the anime. For example, she cooks a lot of onigiri and she has really nice miso soup. So it's based around stuff that she makes. I love the kyo curry. It's so cool. Neko kare. That is adorable.
I'm personally a fan of Yuki, and I kind of wanted ice cream because it's a really hot day today. So I think I'm gonna get the Nezumi Parfait, Nezumi meaning mouse. They also have Momiji and just a whole bunch of the main characters, and all of this food looks really, really good. But again, I'm most likely going to get this ice cream because it's so hot today. The Toru drink looks really cute and well put together. It looks so adorable, but I think it's just maybe too hot for that. Again, normally with these anime cafes, if you order a drink, you get kind of like a cup holder for free with it, so any random character, and we'll see which one I get. So of course they give you a paper mat, which a lot of anime cafes tend to give you. This is really cute. And yes, these are what the coasters look like. So there's more characters than I thought. I have no idea who I'm gonna get, but we'll just have to wait and see. Until the 21st, you have these characters. And then the next week, they're going to have, I guess, different characters. It's a secret. Here's my 2 coasters. I'm really happy to get Saki because my friend really likes her, so this will be a gift for my friend. So I got the mango juice, and it's after the character Kyo, and here it is. You can see that I have a cat straw, and it definitely looks like Kyo's hair, so let's give it a taste. Yep, it's just basically mango juice, and it's really good and nice and refreshing on this super hot Tokyo day. I love that they bring you a little popcorn. Alright, here it is, the Nezumi Parfait. It is so cute. I love the little Yuki here. This is actually sugar paper. It's very common in Japan to have a little character made out of sugar paper, so it's edible actually. Let's take a tiny little taste. This is so cute. Look at the ears. There's like little ears. Sugar paper too. Oh, this is adorable. So perfect on a summer day. Oh, that's actually really good. It's like a vanilla bean ice cream. Yeah, it's really great. Oh my god, guys, there's a cracker in the ice cream. That's so funny because mice like crackers. That's the stereotype. That's so cute. Stereotype. That's so cute. Alright, all finished. I really liked the mango drink and the mango parfait. Both were really excellent. Now it's time to pay and go check out the shop. Okay, now we're going to check out the store. Oh my gosh, some of this stuff is so cute. Oh my gosh, the shirts. 32 is a bit more than I'd want to spend on a shirt where I'm not like obsessed with the anime, but this is a really adorable shirt. And it has the zodiac on the back. Oh, that's a good shirt. So I definitely have to pick up something for my friends. I really wish I could pick more individual characters because my friends really like Saki and Arisa, but I might just have to go in blind. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just get one of these. All right, you know what? Yeah, 3 buttons. I'll get 3 buttons for my 3 friends that love Fruits Basket, and they will be welcome to change characters when they get them. Wow, that was so fun. I'm really glad I got to do that, and I got some gifts for my friends who are super into Fruits Basket, so I hope that they like them. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and if you guys want to see more cafe videos, please push the like button, and please comment down below, and I will play with you some other time.
everyone. I'm going to do a quick giveaway here. Hope you all enjoyed those Ginger videos. I'm going to do one giveaway before we kick into the charity auction. Charity auction is for the benefit of the Red Cross. Got a bunch of cool anime behind me and manga and such I'm going to be giving away. But first, I have a giveaway, something a little special here. I decided to just kind of go for broke. Whoops, it's all falling apart. 1 second. Oh, falling everywhere. So, here's what we're going to do. I have got the sampler, the anime sampler, a whole smorgasbord of anime to watch here and to sample that is going away to one lucky person here in the chat. So here is what you got. You have got the entirety, I believe, of O Edo Rocket, an anime series that is sort of this very goofy, sort of shonen-y series. Don't have the boxes anymore, but have all of the discs. You get that. You get Idol Project, an absolutely wonderfully ridiculous 90s OVA about idols in space, basically. You also get disc 4 of Angelic Lair, Clamp's first attempt at a shonen series. So you'll get that as, again, kind of a sampler, and that's sort of the what you've got is the general theme here. You're also getting a volume of Fushigi Yugi. I don't know what volume of Fushigi Yugi is, because this is clearly some weird bootleg thing. It's got the Japanese title on the back. It's got some on the front, some Japanese on the back, but it is a DVD 5 video, so it should be playable, and it has Japanese and English subtitles on there. I'm sure those aren't fan subs at all. So you get that. You also get, all the way plastic. Volume 1 of Project Blue Earth SOS, sort of a golden age science fiction kind of action story, from what I'm aware. You also get Pokemon Heroes the movie. That's right. You get Volume 2 of Haibane Renmei, which is really cool. The follow-up from the creators of Lane. Very interesting series about, you guessed it, sort of, there's some very interesting stuff. And the cool thing about this, if I recall correctly, yes indeed, not only do you get the beautiful DVD, and not only do you get the liner notes here, the fold-out art, you also get in this actually a limited edition Shitajiki, little plastic board with art from Haibane Renmei. So that's going to come in there as well. You also are going to get episodes 17 through 24 of Kadocha, spastic comedy and drama and romance and everything all at once. Kadocha, funniest anime I've ever seen in my life. You're also getting the final disc of Escaflowne, because who doesn't want to jump into Escaflowne at the very end? But that's not all. You're also getting Volume 1 of Clamp School Detectives, a series about, kids in school being detectives done by Clamp. That's basically what it is. In case you're curious about all this stuff, I actually got this in my library. They were getting rid of a bunch of their manga, and so this has all got blanked out by them. It is a legitimate thing. Like, I actually got it from them. I talked to them. Like, it's a real thing. Also, Volume 1 of Kuragane Communication. Literally a story about the last girl left alive on Earth. And it's weirdly like a slice of life thing. Robots protecting her, all that kind of good stuff. Give you an idea in general of kind of the arts and visuals, and for some reason she's just basically just Asuka. That, and then finally we get Volume 1 of Future Diary, Mirai Nikki. If you're curious about the manga version of Future Diary, here you go. And that is the lot. That entire set, all of that is all going in this set. I'm going to roll the die. It has landed on a genre What genre was it? Go ahead and throw in there what you think the die landed on. And whoever gets it first will get the whole lot. Shipping anywhere, the whole manga anime sampler, all entirely. Go ahead and throw those in there. Let me know what you get. We're on a bit of a delay. So we will see if we get it. I have not seen it in the chat yet. And hopefully we will get somebody here as we look down. McPuffin Muffin gets it. Doing a lot of guesses. And got it right. Sure enough, Idol is the genre that it landed on. Well done, McPuffin Muffin, who is just jumping on all of that. It is going into your pack. Because McPuffin Muffin won a lot this time. Well done, congratulations. Exactly. And that is all going to McPuffin Muffin. But that's not all you can walk away with today, ladies and gentlemen. Because we're going to start the charity auction. So here's how this is going to work. I have behind me a whole bunch of stuff that I am looking to auction off, again, for the benefit of the Red Cross. Given the events of the past couple of years now, Red Cross has been involved in a lot of stuff, and so this is going to go to support folks working there on the front line, straight up donation to the Red Cross. And here we go. Let's just go into it. So back here, got a bunch of stuff I'm going to auction off. I'm going to go ahead and take off the headset because there's nothing here that matters with. So here's what we're going to start with. And I'm going to make sure this is all set up right. Because I want to make sure I'm selling you something appropriate. Yep, sure enough. So I'm going to start off with a plastic model kit of the gunship from Nausicaa of the Valley of Wind. This is an actual model kit. You can see. And I'm going to go ahead and show it to you. This came to me boxed up like this, so I'm not, not doing anything to any of the materials to show you that sure enough, you get your instructions, which are, in Japanese, but it's sort of step by step, and all of the parts there still plastic wrapped, ready to go together. And as far as I know, this is a snap together model kit. No glue required. You just assemble. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it out in the chat. We're going to start at $1. Who would like to bid on the Nausicaa gunship plastic model kit? And we will see how that goes. That is the plan. I need a little thing here, little platform to put this down. Starting at $1, who is interested in the Nausicaa gunship? Drop that in chat if anyone is interested. Otherwise, it will go away. We will see what happens. Anyone open for the gunship? I should probably do like a timer or something. And so we'll see if anyone's interested in that. We do seem to be having a significant delay here. Unfortunately, I think I do have the chat set to immediate. Let me just double check. It should be live chat. Interesting. I don't see anything slowing down chat. Any bids at all? Any bids? Do we see any bids for the Nausicaa gunship? Going once. Going twice. All right, $1 from Charmy Sketches. $1 from Charmy Sketches. Anyone else? Russet, this is a plastic model kit of the gunship from Nausicaa, the Valley of Wind. $5 from Unagi Observer. Anyone going to beat Unagi Observer at $5 for the Nausicaa gunship model kit? I honestly have no idea how much I paid for it. I do not recall. $5 is certainly going to be a good price. 10 from Russet. It is not painted or assembled. You have to assemble it yourself. And again, this is what you're looking at in terms of where it is. So it's certainly, you know, it's not all pure white. But if you want to look at exactly like this, you need to do a little bit of painting. $10 from Russet. Anyone else? Any other bids? Looking at 10. Looking at 10 for the Nausicaa gunship. 10 looks like it is our final bid. It's a snap kit that can be painted, exactly. Going once. Going twice. All right, Russet, you get it. Let me write that down. $10. And there's a delay, it sounds like. Chat is really delayed for some reason on YouTube. Okay, we're going to do something a little differently then. We're going to change things around. I would like everyone to hop over to the Discord. I'm going to go over into OnCon Swap Meet. I think that makes most sense for where to do this. And we're going to go ahead and do this in Discord because that way it's nice and fast. I need to double check. I believe. Invite. Right, I'm going to pop the invite in the chat. Head on over there. Here's where we will bid on the auction items. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and wait for everyone, or point everyone over to Discord. And we're going to do that there because that is going to be much, much faster. It is sort of the only way of to do that, and you should be able to just follow that link and just enter Discord on the web. You don't need a Discord, client or anything. You should be able to just jump right in there. And we're gonna have to do it on there because unfortunately YouTube is really unhappy right now with the chat, and that just happens. All right, whoops. So let's start there. I'm going to go over to Aria the Animation on Blu-ray. This is a new Blu-ray copy of Aria the Animation. I literally got it this week. I unshrink wrapped it, but just so you can see, it's all there. What am I bid for Aria the Animation on Blu-ray? That is what we're looking for. Aria the Animation on Blu-ray. Aria on Blu-ray. I am posting that in the Discord. See what we get in terms of bids on that. We'll see what the delay is also on the video going out because there may be that being a delay. And we'll see what happens. I can actually show, so give me a moment. And I will also lower third the Discord thing so we can see what's going on in Discord. I'll show items on YouTube and then we'll do the bidding in here. So I'm seeing $10 from Russet for Aria. Anyone else? Anyone else? See what we get. $10. Let's do these in increments of $1. That's a good point. We should probably point that out. Just to be a little simpler. $11 from Lunavox. Anyone else? Again, mint copy. And then that. I see thus far, it looks like we've got 11 from Lunavox is our lowest bet. Do we see anything beyond that? Anything beyond 11? Oh, dang it. Okay, that's okay. All right, $11 to Lunavox. Congratulations, Lunavox. You get that. Lunavox wins. All right. Just running that up and putting it to the side. Well done. Now, what else have we got? We've got His and Her Circumstances on DVD. The complete series on DVD, 26 episodes. Studio Gainax, Hideaki Anno. This is the romantic comedy he made immediately after finishing Neon Genesis Evangelion. Think about that for a second, ladies and gents. You get this. You get to see Anno coming out of Evangelion and making a wonderful rom-com out of His and Her. So what am I bid for His and Her? And we will go with that. His and Her Circumstances on DVD, complete box set, $10 from Becca. What else have we got? This is a steal, ladies and gentlemen. His and Her Circumstances, an anime series that means a lot to me. Impressive stuff. Really, really cool show. And let me do a little bit more here on the Discord. Make it a little... There we go. Actually, yep. We'll start there. 18 from Russet. Going once, going twice. Russet. Anyone else on Russet's bid of $18 for His and Her Circumstances on DVD? All 26 episodes, including director's notes, translation notes, production notes, character bios, storyboard samples, voice actor interviews, English actresses' outtakes, original trailer, and phone messages. It looks like Russet gets it at $18. Well done, Russet. Yes. We have... I'm blinded by the light. Okay. Switching over. What do we got next? Let's keep it rolling, folks. I got something special here. I have volumes 1 through 17 of the manga of Shaman King. Not only that, this is the original Viz release of Shaman King. I keep very special care of my manga, but as you can see, this is that release. It is volumes 1 through 17, all the way through. Again, I will show you so you can see. And one of the reasons this is important, or this is notable, is that this is rare. This edition of Shaman King went out of print, and it's hard to find these volumes. So, yes, this is Shaman King, Hiroyuki Takei's manga. It is being adapted into a new anime series coming out this spring. So in about a month, you'll be able to see the anime of Shaman King. And you can get started on this and get 17 volumes. This is not the entire series. There's more of it than this, but there we go. What am I bid for Shaman King 1 through 17 in the Discord. And 1 second while I adjust here a little bit. Again, we'll start all the bids here at $1. There we go. 20 from Unagi Observer. I have no idea. This could actually be like really valuable. And I'm just gonna check here real quick. And again, this is all going to charity. But to give you an idea, volumes 1 to 9 of this release are currently on eBay for $80. That's what you're looking to pay to get this right now. So yes, you're getting 17 volumes in one go. Unagi Observer currently at $20 is top bidder. Do we have anyone else going any more than that? Yeah, omnibuses will be coming out, but if anyone's interested, right now it looks like Unagi's got it at $20. Becca says 30. All right, we got $30 from Becca for 17 volumes of manga. Anyone going higher than 30? Anyone going higher than 30? We'll see if we get something, because this is a lot of manga. $30. 31 from Unagi. All right, Unagi's pushing it a little bit. 31 from Unagi. Anyone going higher? Anyone gonna snipe in? Anyone gonna jump it a little bit? Shaman King. Really impressive thing. So for those curious, Shaman King is about Yo Asakura, who is a young shaman in the shaman fight. 35 from Tristy Fristy. Thank you very much. Young shaman who is involved in the shaman fight. Big tournament to see who's going to be the next Shaman King. And the thing about it, one of the things I love, is that Yo, this might actually not be Yo, that's Yo. Yo believes that every shaman has something good in him or her. And so this is a story of redemption of a lot of very unpleasant people. 35 from Tristy Fristy. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice, going thrice? Last chance. 35 from Tristy Fristy. Any opportunities? Anyone? See how it goes. 17 volumes of Shaman King. A mere $35. That's $2 a book. Or thereabouts. That is true, Russ. Every shonen, there's something good in people. But Yo actually does something about it. Yo actually redeems a lot of people throughout the course of the manga. And that's not a spoiler. But people actually do come around as a result of that. All right. I think we're going to have to call it. That's going to do it. Tristy Fritzy wins. Congratulations. You're going to get Shaman King. For $35. And we'll go ahead and move this over to one side. Congratulations. I think this is going to be something special for you. All right, what next? Let's do some more manga. Let's continue on the manga train. I have here. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 volumes of Oh My Goddess. In fairness, sort of a miscellaneous set of Oh My Goddess manga. The classic manga by Kosuke Fujishima, of course, with Bell Dandy and all the rest. Includes Omnibus Volume 1 and a whole bunch of individual volumes. I started collecting this back when, as you can see, this is a variety of different attempts to collect Oh My Goddess over time. So we've got volumes. And unfortunately, one of the things they did is in some of these, this is just Oh My Goddess Final Exam. I don't know which volume this is. They don't put the numbers on it. So you'd have to go in and look and see, but I was basically looking to grab a whole bunch of different Oh My Goddesses. I'm trying to get like a bunch of the early ones. So this has 15555 Goddess, which is the first one. Leader of the Pack, Love Potion number 9, Sympathy for the Devil, Terrible Master, Erd, and Final Exam, which again I believe are the first 6 volumes initially. And then a couple others as well here. The Fourth Goddess, Childhood's End, then 7, 15, 16, and 17. And then, again, the Oh My Goddess Omnibus volume as well. None of these, sadly, are shrink-wrapped. What have I got for the Oh My Goddess manga? Great way to start getting into Oh My Goddess. $10 Munagi Observer, jumping right in there. One nice thing about this, of course, too, is that if you end up, needing to fill in whatever, this is a good starter set for Oh My Goddess. So you get a bunch of different things from Oh My Goddess, and can kind of vary things from there. Yeah, massively out of print. Very, very hard to find. Oh My Goddess, or Oh My Goddess, depending on who you hear. Actually, funnily enough, apparently when it was brought over to America, it's Amagami-sama in Japanese. When it was brought over, there was some debate over whether to call it Oh My Goddess or Oh My Goddess. Someone went back to Kosuke Fujishima and asked why it was instead of O, and he was apparently not aware of the pun. He wasn't aware of the idea of OMG. So he was totally fine with then calling it Oh My Goddess. Like, that's hilarious. So Nagi Observer at $10. No one's going to go higher than 10 for all of Oh My Goddess. Not all of Oh My Goddess, but for 13 volumes of Oh My Goddess. Are we sure? $10 is our current maximum bid for Oh My Goddess. Anyone interested? Anyone else interested in Oh My Goddess? $10 for that. We have some more anime, some more manga on the back burner there, and other things as well. Some remarkable things. Yep, thank you. Yep, you should be able to do the bidding in the browser. Whoa, that's not going to work. 1 second. Weirdness with that. There we go. Just doing last chance. Last chance on Oh My Goddess. Yeah, that's the thing, Lord Admiral. He didn't. It was literally just, oh wow, a goddess, my goddess. He was not aware of the OMG. McPuffin Muffin coming in at $11. Anyone going to go higher than $11 from McPuffin? Going to close the bidding here in a little bit. We're almost halfway through. Need to see if we're going to get any more. $11 for Oh My Goddess. $15 from Unagi. Unagi wants it. Unagi's putting the money out there. Anyone else? Gonna get another bid from McPuffin. Somebody else gonna jump in? Are we gonna see some more progress on this one? Oh My Goddess is really hard. Now, also I should point out, again, if you're interested, this is something you can sell if you want to, right? Here are your covers on the omnibus. I'm going to go in basically backwards. Here's Travelers with a lovely Belle Dandy, and I forget the name of her angel. All those covers. Some Erd there. I'm sorry, some Schooled there. There's Erd. More Erd for you. Good old Erd. Final bids. Final bids, everyone. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a lot. It's tough. It's tough to decide. But again, the nice thing is, you got a really great starter here. 20 from Lord Admira. Ooh, it is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Lord Admira now jumping in at 20 Is Unagi going to go higher and push that in? Unagi thought it'd go easy on him. Not this time around. Kind of simple covers for a lot of these. 13 volumes, although that includes an omnibus, which is the same as the first, I think, 3 volumes here. So kind of technically a duplicate, but again, you can always sell that. Always get rid of that. Yep, Bell Dandy Love. It's a pretty nice cover there. And then the first 2. Again, another Erd. Surprisingly few schools on these covers. And there's your classic Bell Dandy initial cover with Bell Dandy in her original outfit. I also got to say, back cover of this has one of my favorite quotes in the back cover of a thing. Advertising, oh my goddess, girl power has hit comics big time. That's the quote. Sure, okay. Yeah, that's clearly the message of Oh My Goddess. Anyone going higher than Lord Admiral at 20? Going once. Going twice. Folks, last chance. Last chance. Seeing some typing, seeing some typing. All right, I'm going to have to call it. Lord Admiral wins. Well done, Lord Admiral. Yeah. I mean, Bell Dandy is the Yamato Nadeshiko, classic. All right, I'm just going to write that down. That was $20. Boy, that's a steal. Well done, Lord Admiral. Okay. Let's move over to some anime. What have I got here? I have got El Hazard the Wanderers, the El Hazard TV series. So El Hazard, anime series by the creators of Tenchi Muyo, quasi-harem series, although as you can see here, the romance is more pairings of people, where folks are very much paired off, and you know who's basically going to end up with whom, but things don't quite work out as expected. So fun, again, sort of harem fantasy adventure story, but set in a more sort of Middle Eastern universe. So it is kind of hard to show, but it's more, again, sort of Arabian Nights-esque in setting and concept. 26 episodes of El Hazard on TV. Bidding starts at $1. Who's going for it? Who's willing to throw down some cash for some classic anime? Russ opens at 10. A very fair opening bid. Cheap for a DVD. Oh, and just so everyone can see, again, pulled out the shrink wrap just to prove that everything's there. Because there are unfortunate people out there who will shrink wrap things that are, pirated or that don't have all the stuff in there. One bid from Russ. Anyone else? Another one you've never seen. Cool. Not seeing any other bids. Anyone else want to jump in on El Hazard? $10 is a great beginning. Unagi jumps in at 15. Okay, good. We're starting to see some action on El Hazard. That's right, El Hazard was on SciTube earlier today. If you were checking that out. Anyone else interested in El Hazard? $15 from Unagi. I think maybe some other things here that Unagi's very interested in, but we will see. I think a few other folks too. I know there's some stuff here where folks are gonna go, oh really? Very interesting. El Hazard is not Yoko Kanno, sadly. I don't know who did the music of this. Really lovely. Very nice music, but not Yoko Kanno, sadly. Looks like we've got Unagi at 15. Anyone else? final bids on El Hazard 26 episode TV series. This was originally an OVA. Actually, there were, I think, a total of 3 OVAs, and then eventually adapted into the TV series. This is the OVAs have sort of an ecchi. They have an ecchi vibe, very ecchi at times. And El Hazard kind of cuts down on the TV series. Cuts down on all that stuff. A little bit of it there, but a little bit more family friendly on this version, which can be good depending on like there's some stuff in the original OVA where we're like, okay, all right, final chance for El Hazard. Last chance. The Observer gets El Hazard at $15. Well done. I keep doing that. All right, there we go. Now, what else would be fun to throw in here? Let's go back to manga for a little bit. I have here the first 9 volumes of Genshiken. Not Genshin Impact, Genshiken. I almost said Genshiken. One of the original stories about otaku. This is about a group of otaku in a college club and their experiences. Adapted into an anime series, and a multi-series anime series, so if you're curious the overall sort of visual style of Genshiken. Classic story, does a really good job of making the characters, definitely kind of obsessive fan types, but lovingly, right? Like, it's not one of those point and laugh at the otaku stories, but also, folks have their quirks, right? So we got 9 volumes of the original Genshiken. Who's got it? Who's interested? All in excellent condition, as you can see from that there. Ready to go. $1 from a puffin. I'm sure we're going to go higher than that. Rested at 5. Exactly. You can call up Genshin and improve that luck. 6 from a puffin. Starting to heat up. Again, a total of... Wow, that's actually a lot of pages of Genshiken. If you've seen... oh gosh, what's the name of it? Kujibiki on Balance. That is actually a spin-off of Genshiken. Kujibiki on Balance is actually an anime within the Genshiken universe. They then actually spin off into an actual anime series, which is kind of hilarious. 8 from Unagi Observer. Thank you very much. We go higher than 8 for 9. 9 from McPuffin. McPuffin's interested. McPuffin wants that Genshiken. He wants that otaku. They want that otaku storyline. Rating is ages 16 plus. I've not read all of Genshiken. I know there's some kind of slightly ecchi material, especially around like the echiness of otaku. But as I recall, nothing like really problematic, and certainly no violence or anything that I know of. 10 from Unagi. Pushing up. Are we gonna go higher? 11. All right. Yep. This is folks want it. Who's gonna jump? Are we gonna get a jump bid from Unagi? Does Unagi want to put some more cash in there? Is somebody else gonna snipe in maybe? Come on, bidding war. Let's go. What are we gonna get? Genshiken is a classic. Ho! McPuffin wants Genshiken. I keep saying it. Are we going to see anything higher than $20 for Genshiken volumes 1 through 9? I think we may be there. Going once. Going twice. McPuffin wins. All right, $20 for Genshiken. Yes, I got it right that time. McPuffin at 20. Very good. All right. Let's go back to some anime. Megazone 2-3 Part 1, the classic Mecha OVA series. Character designs by Mikimoto of Macross fame on DVD. ADV release. That's right, ADV release. ADV Films release. Megazone 2-3, complete with mail-in card, which features what? Arabathor Dunbean, a survey that you can fill out, telling them what you all about yourself, and a lovely little poster kind of thing. Ooh, yeah, this is an actual poster. Let me unfold this a little bit. Ooh, nice. Yeah, check that out. An Eve poster, and then in the back, like character design stuff. Very cool. All right, Megazone 2-3 Part 1. Who's interested? Who's willing to throw some money on Megazone? Megazone Part 1, which is like an hour long, I think. Does it say 85 minutes? I take that back. Almost a full feature film length. $10 from Roanoke Otaku. Wants that Megazone. Nice quality version of Megazone 2-3. And yes, it is Megazone 2-3. Cookies will be coming up later. I'll bring that in shortly. Is Roanoke gonna take it? Is it just gonna be Roanoke jumping in on Megazone? I think Roanoke Otaku, I've heard Roanoke Otaku does like Megazone. Ooh, Lord Admira pushing for Megazone 2-3. Lord Admira wants something. 21 from Roanoke. 25 from Unagi. All right then. 26. Go for it, ladies and gentlemen. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. 26 from Roanoke Otaku. 30 from Unagi. Folks love Megazone. Megazone 2-3. Who's going to jump? 32 from Unagi. 33 from Roanoke. They want it. 40 from Lord Admira. 40 from Lord Admira. Who wants it bigger? Who wants it more? Who's going to push? 41 from Roanoke. All right. Keep at it. Keep at it. How high will they go? Yeah, the poster is nice. That poster is a cool thing, and you're not going to get it anywhere else, really, probably. 41 from Roanoke Otaku. Do we go higher than that? This might be it. This might be it. 42 from Lord Admira. 43 from Otaku. How high is it going to go? They both want it. They're both pushing high. They're both pushing. 43 from Roanoke. I'll keep it as in dollar increments for now. But we got to close it down. All right. I'm gonna post 10 seconds from now in the Discord. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Roanoke Otaku wins at $45. Thank you very much, Roanoke Otaku. You are getting that. Thank you both for playing. At 45, it is going to go to Roanoke Otaku. Very cool. We're not done yet. I have here all of Martian Successor Nadesico on Blu-ray. This is the anime series that the readers of New Type voted best anime series of all time. Actually, quite a while after it came out. This is a big deal. It is a mecha series. It is a parody of mecha series. It is kind of everything. It's really, really remarkable. It's a really fun ride. It's very much a comedy until it's not. It's one of those kinds of shows. You get it all here on a Blu-ray. Gorgeous transfer. Includes, I believe here, the original ADV dub, which is very carefully done. They're very aware of how parodic it is and all the different things that are going on. And that is that. This is all of Martian Sessionesco on a Blu-ray. What am I bid? Entire series on Blu-ray. This is all 26 episodes of the TV series, plus the movie. I also forgot to mention, plus the movie and Gekiganger 3, the OVA. Gekiganger 3 is a cheesy 70s giant robot series that the characters in Nadesico watch in the show. And so you actually get to see the OVA itself on here. Starting with $5 from Monokotaku, 10 from Becca. This is a great ride, folks, and very, very carefully constructed, really, really cool show, and somewhat influential as well. 10 from Becca. Will we get any higher than 10 for all Nadesico on lovely, lovely Blu-ray? 15 from Unagi and Rono Kotaku. I actually see Rono Kotaku's, or Unagi Observer's first. So Unagi's at 15. Will we go higher than 15 from Unagi Observer? 20 from Rono Kotaku. Folks want it. This is not cheap to buy, by the way. 20 from Rono Kotaku. See what we get. See if folks want to push any further than that. All right. I should do like some kind of a countdown thing, but that's okay. We'll do 15 seconds. 15. 10 seconds. 5. All right, we have a winner. Nadesico is going to Rono Kotaku. Sorry, Lord Admira. Got in a little late there. We will go with that. All right. What else we got? Let's go in a slightly weirder direction now. So the 5-Star Stories is a manga. I can actually show you. We were talking about this the other day. It's this gorgeous sort of fantasy mecha series set in a unique universe. I'm not selling this manga, sadly. Lovely, lovely artwork. Again, unique setting. It's in this sort of feudal space empire. Really, really cool. And what I have here is a poster from the 5-Star Stories, which has some tape on it. I just have to separate that real quick. 1 second. Yep, hold on. Yep. Some tape issues there. Dang, hold on. This was fine not long ago. Wow, okay. It's fine. Okay, we'll have to do it this way. In 2 halves. I mean, it's not in 2 halves. This is the 5-Star Stories poster. As you can see, it is absurdly gigantic. It is ridiculously, ridiculously huge. It is a new type exclusive poster, which I love so much, I just hung up. What do I bid for the 5-Star Stories poster? That is something you will put up, and people's jaw will drop when they see it. And they'll say, what is that? And you'll say, well, it's this really cool mech thing. Even if you haven't seen it, even if you have no interest in 5-star stories, this will get people interested. Any bids for that? Yes, PayPal is preferred donation method. If you have other options, I can work with that. We will arrange that over email or what have you. Again, anyone interested in this, please head over to the Discord. Any bids on the 5-star stories poster? Not seeing anything in the Discord. 5 from Unagi. Thank you very much, Unagi Observer. Anyone else? Really cool conversation piece. It is blank on the other side, if anyone's curious. I don't know why you would want to show anything other than that on there. That might be it. Any other bids? Unagi's got it. Fair enough. Unagi Observer gets that. I do have a 3D printed thing, actually. And where's Unagi's pile? Is this Unagi's first thing? Oh, there we go. Oh, it was art at least. See here. Let's start there. So what I have here is, it's a little thing, but it's cute. This is a 3D printed Kodama from Princess Mononoke. So completely 3D printed. Actually printed in 2 halves, so there's a bit of a seam. 3D printed Kodama from Princess Mononoke. Very light. I mean, it's almost no weight at all. Kodama bids, starting at $1. Who is going to bid me on a 3D printed Kodama? $15 from Unagi, jumping right on it. Really fun, really cool little print here. Plastic, solid, and again, very solid. It's not gonna break on you. $15 from Unagi Observer. Anyone else? Anyone else interested in the 3D printed Kodama? Not quite sure how I'm gonna label this one in terms of who wins it. Get a little sticker or something sticky on it. 15 from Unagi. That might be it. 15 seconds for bids. Anyone else want it? One last look. All right. Well done, Unagi. It is going in your pile. $15 for the 3D printed Kodama. It does not rattle. Sadly, it does not 3D print with that. Now let's jump to something else a little remarkable. So sometimes you have things that are so rare, but rare for very particular reasons. And so I just think this is kind of cool. This is the Record of Lotus War on VHS. All 6 episodes on VHS in box set. There's the dragon on the front. There's Parn there on the side. There's Evil Queen Lady on the side. And there's your text information on the back and your logo on the top. Record of Lotus War on VHS completion. And here's the thing. I know none of you have well, some of you may have VCRs. This looks great on a shelf. It really does. It doesn't matter if you never watch any of these tapes. Still, just up there on a shelf somewhere, it looks really, really cool. I will show you what these look like. So there's your VHS tape. And in case you guys are curious, so there's your sleeve. There's your VHS tape. So a bit of a bit of history there, and then there's your typical back cover stuff, and your side there if you wanted to show things that way. So this is your Lotus War thing, U.S. Manga Corps logo. So yes, I am selling this. This is actually like rare and expensive. Like if you wanted to actually buy this, good luck. And so again, I think even just as a conversation piece, it's really, really cool. So, Lotus War VHS set bids. What have you got? Labyrinth VHS tape. Awesome. What am I bid for the VHS set of the Record of Lotus War? Is anyone going to jump on this? And again, I've had this just up on a shelf, and it looks really, really cool. We will see if anyone's going to jump on that. No one's interested. Again, I can understand that to an extent. I'm just checking here right now. Give you an idea, this box set currently goes for $70 on eBay. So you could bid and then just turn it around and make cash. Just sell it on eBay for 50, 60, 70 bucks and you're good to go. 10 bucks, says Unagi. Again, donations all go to the Red Cross. Luna still has a VCR. There we go. You can check out the high quality VHS transfer of this. Anyone else interested? Ronak, I know you said holy freaking wow. You gonna jump in on this one? That is a very good question, dub or sub. This is subbed. Original Japanese audio with English subtitles. So you are getting a sub on this one. Good question, Lord Admiral. Anyone else in the last 15 seconds for the Lotus War VHS set? 11 from Lunavox. Anyone else going to jump in? $15 from Lord Admiral. All right, Lord Admiral wins in the last 5 seconds. Lord Admiral jumped in. Well done, Lord Admiral. You got it. That is 15 on Lord Admiral. That is one of the weirder ones. All right. I've got a bunch more stuff back here. We may not get through it all. What have we got left? Let's do a bit more manga. I'm going to do some final manga here. I'm going to do a Sailor Moon double feature. What I've got here, Sailor Moon Volume 1, Naoko Takeuchi's Sailor Moon, and as well, Codename Sailor V, her original Magical Girl series that then morphed into Sailor V, or Sailor Moon. So you get to see what eventually became Sailor Moon after a few more volumes here with these manga. Excellent condition. An idea of the kind of art inside. Very classic Takeuchi stuff. That's Sailor V. This, of course, we have our classic Sailor Moon stuff. So, who is interested in some classic Sailor Moon manga? Bidding starting at $1. Who wants some Sailor Moon? $10 from Becca. Jumping right in there on the Sailor Moon Sailor V bandwagon. Again, very well preserved. Very, very cool stuff. Anyone else interested in some classic Magical Girl things? See what goes. Becca loves her some Sailor Moon. I understand that. I'm not seeing any other bids. Let's do a 30-second timer. And you get your cute little stuff in the back. Basically the same thing on the back of this one as on the front, but that's okay. Looks like he's going to go to Becca unless somebody else wants to jump in. Seconds to go on my side. All right, well done, Becca. You get it. I think I have. Do I not? All right. Congratulations, Becca. You get Sailor Moon and Sailor V. All right. Goes into the list. All right, now. What else do we have? Oh, yeah. Still in the shoujo category. Please Save My Earth, volumes 1 through 3. A classic shoujo manga, not well known in the West, but very, very big deal back in Japan. Basically, a teenage girl has these strange dreams and discovers these dreams are actually memories of experiences she has, and other people in her life share those memories, and she remembers past loves that she has that are now like being reincarnated in people around her. And so it deals with some interesting questions around, given that, like, what are her feelings for these people now? Are the dreams bleeding over into real life? So sort of a supernatural shoujo series, really interesting concept. Again, 3 volumes. This is another one that is very hard to find. Very rare. I'm looking this up on eBay right now. Please Save My Earth manga. We're looking at... Really? Yeah! Sure enough. It looks like these things are $30 each right now on eBay. So $5 from Unagi to begin. So normally $90 on eBay. Unagi at $5. Anyone willing to try a little bit more for Please Save My Earth? $5 from Unagi Observer. Anyone else? No one else jumping in on this. We'll do a 15-second timer on this because we're almost at time. Backs are basically just information and give you an idea of art. Almost there. All right, Unagi, you get it. Cool. Exactly. Winner, chicken dinner. Cool. We will do one more. We're at time. We'll do a couple more. Maybe just a couple more because I want to do something a little fun here. I want to see if anyone's interested in this. This is actually just kind of my curiosity. This is a clock for Kino's Journey, the original Kino's Journey anime series from like 1997. This is an actual working clock. So you see Kino there, right there, going all the way around. Plastic cover, lovely artwork. I don't know if anyone remembers Kino's Journey. I'm just curious to see if anyone's willing to go on this because this is something that I found and was just mind blown that existed. This is a working Kino Journey. I don't have a battery to put in this, but any bids on the Kino's Journey clock, $10 from Unagi Observer. He remembers. Unagi remembers Kino's Journey. Again, focusing in a little bit. 10 for the clock. lovely little item to have sitting around, and just to kind of prove things. Sure enough, there's the to adjust that clock, and sure enough, it adjusts just fine. No one else. 15 seconds on the Kino's Journey clock. You have your. It's actually kind of a nice design. So you have a little clip up here if you want to hang it on the wall. It also has a clear plastic file here, a clear plastic piece here. You can slide in or out if you want to put it on the desk. So good to go there. Got an Unagi. Unagi 5. And now we have one more thing. Everyone remembers. I hope everyone remembers. We do have one more thing I do have to auction off. I am actually literally auctioning off the plate of cookies. Whoa! Almost lost them. We're fine. This is why I gotta be careful. There it is. The plate of chocolate chip cookies, drizzled with a little bit of extra chocolate. Sweet, Unagi Observer says. This is correct. Plate not included, sadly. But I'm gonna box these up and ship them to whoever bids the most for the Red Cross. It is a total of, besides the Ed cookies, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think 12 cookies in here. Chocolate chip. Who is going to bid for a box of freshly made chocolate chip cookies made today? I'm curious to see how this is going to go. Who wants some cookies? Again, ship direct. $10 from Becca. What else we got? $30 from Unagi. Unagi wants those cookies. Dang. Shipped straight. They'll probably go out Monday, I assume, because I don't know if FedEx is open on Sundays. Maybe they are. I don't know. I haven't actually tried. But I'll ship these out as soon as humanly possible. Unfortunately, I will have to ship these out only within the domestic United States. I do have to point out, unfortunately, with everything going on right now, I don't think I can ship food internationally, like fresh-made food. So apologies there for international folks, but in this one case, I've got to do this within continental United States. Sorry about that. Everything else I can ship anywhere in the world, but food, personally made food in my kitchen, got to be careful about that one. Anyone else on the cookies? We'll do 30 seconds on the cookies. Delicious, delicious chocolate chip cookies. All the money going to charity. Anyone else interested? After this, we will go to the Weekly Dig, talking about Spriggan, and some other bits and pieces, talking about the news. Congratulations, Unagi Observer. I am not putting a sticky on that plate of cookies. I will remember. You get a whole big plate of chocolate drizzled chocolate chip cookies. Congrats. I'm moving this over to one side. I'm actually going to move this back here. I hope you enjoy. The cookies are yours. All right, everybody. You know what time it is. I'm going to switch over to the trivia here for a moment, and then we will start Dig. Back in a minute. Yo, yo, yo. Oh boy. Yeah. No. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. Oh, appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yep. Not gonna happen. Oh, oh. Thank you. Yes, my audio is still up. I can still hear me. That's fine. We're still chatting.
We haven't said anything terrible.
Exactly.
It's not past 10.
All right. Our audio is up, which is fine. I'm gonna actually pause our audio.